Ticket or Odyssey.com.
248-539-9797. If you missed Dan Campbell, we'll replay it at 9:35 for you. All right. I do want to mention one thing I saw on Twitter this morning that's pretty damn funny. Dave Burkett posted this because somebody, a follower of him, posted the following. At Dave Burkett, thought you might get a kick out of this throwback tweet from you that popped up in my Facebook memories from almost 12 years ago. So this is what Dave Burkett tweeted out December 5th, 2012. Jim Schwartz said Titus Young will most likely have surgery on his knee unless he doesn't show up for it. Oh, my Lord. Titus Young. What a shame, man. What a great talent he was. And he had mental problems, so I'm not going to make fun of, mental illness. But, man, it was just – remember when he, lined up in the wrong position, formation on purpose? He had that great game against Tennessee. He was man.
I really want to see Jim Schwartz get a job.
He should get a job.
I want to see. Yeah. He's the one Lions former coach that I'm really wondering, is he a pretty good coach or just a coordinator?
He's only been a head coach once, as we know. And remember, Jamie used to always say, because he got carried off by the Bills when they beat the Lions at Ford Field, he would never get a head coaching job.
As a coordinator.
Right, as a coordinator. And I said, that's ridiculous. If the guy can be a head coach, they're not going to go back and look at that video as the reason why.
No, so he's in the same arena as Buddy Ryan, the other coordinator that got carried off in NFL history after winning the Super Bowl.
Right, yes.
Unbelievable. All right. The Detroit Lions are 9-3. And there's a lot of people out there, I'm not going to say the majority, but there are people out there who don't know how to enjoy this. And I get it. We've never seen it before. There are some, things you can sit and nitpick. Well, who have they really beaten and all that crap, yada, yada, yada. Okay? Why are there those people who just don't know how to sit back and enjoy stuff? Because I have been one of those people in the past, and because it's the Lions, and I just see things so differently than I've ever seen them before, even when they've had maybe arguably a better team, but it's the fact that I think that the foundation's there for them to be good and get better and better and be good for a while. That's why I'm so excited. And, I've realized at my vintage, as John would say, that every game is not life or death when you've accumulated 9 wins. Number one, it's the National Football League. Teams get upset all the time. And yes, the Lions looked like trash against Chicago and won. They looked like trash against Green Bay and lost. They looked, above average this past Sunday and won. So why can't you enjoy it? Why are we sitting there trying to figure out, well, they're not good enough to get to the Super Bowl? Water is wet. We know that. That's okay for right now.
So there's one team in the NFC that is 10-2. There are 3 teams that are 9-3. The Detroit Lions are one of those teams that are 9-3. Whether you're the Atlanta Falcons and their fan base, the Vikings, the Packers, the Rams, the Seahawks, go right down the list, there's a lot of fan bases that would much rather be sitting where the Lions are than where they're currently at.
Right.
And so, and here's the other thing. This is the best record the Detroit Lions have had through 12 games since 1962. That's 61 years. And
I was 3.
Yeah, I was minus 13.
1880? What?
Hey.
Yeah, I don't even know if my parents had met yet. Anyway, when you look at what they've been able to do this year, and I don't care when you look at it, just look at 9-3, how they got there. All right, by winning 9 games, some ugly, some nice, some they should have won, some they shouldn't have won, but they won 9 games.
Right.
And you're sitting there with a 3-game lead in the division. You got a monster lead. You're coming off a game where you played solid football. I'm not going to sit here and say offensively, defensively, whatever, it was great. You played solid football. And if you play solid football, you're going to win the division. You're going to get an opportunity to host and win a playoff game. And instead of being 3-13-1 or starting off a season 1-6, and instead of being 12 games into the season, looking at it and going, well, should they tank? If they tank, who are we tanking for? You're sitting here going, we should be sitting in a great spot come the playoffs. And how about this? This coming weekend, if, and I'll say this one is a capital I, little f. If the Philadelphia Eagles, who are going to Dallas, lose in Dallas. Here's the bigger if. This one's capital I, capital F. The Seattle Seahawks travel to San Francisco if Seattle wins. So the two teams that are ahead of them in terms of 1-2 seeds, if they both lose, San Francisco will be 9-4, and the Lions win. Well, that's understood. Lions win 10-3, and you got a 10-3 Eagles team, 10-3 Dallas team. The Lions will be sitting with the number 1 seed after this weekend.
I'm smiling.
And you're looking at that, and we get calls all the time about, oh, this isn't real. Oh, the Lions are going to crap the bed. Can't you just enjoy the fact that after week 13, after this weekend, week 14, you could be sitting with the number 1 seed in the playoffs. Now, do we think that ultimately will happen? Probably not.
No.
But you got that opportunity.
Right.
At the beginning of the year, if I told you that scenario, that after week 14, you could be sitting with the number 1 seed in the playoffs, would you have been excited?
I would have thought you needed to be drug tested.
That's where the Detroit Lions are right now.
Right.
Sitting at 9-3.
Right.
Work to do.
Exactly.
But there's a lot of work to do for almost every team.
Look, a lot of fan bases are the same in a lot of ways. Most the nature of people, for some reason, we're more negative than positive. Look, you mentioned, I know people in Philly who, they're 10-2, and they are freaking out. They hadn't looked good. Even before the San Francisco, we're winning, but we're not looking good. Everything is relative. And the other thing is for the Lions is enjoy it. That's all we're trying to say. We're not really sitting here telling you people, the Lions are going to do this, Lions are going to do that. Just enjoy the ride. We haven't had a ride like this in a long time. Enjoy it. Is it perfect? Hell no. But it's fun. Isn't it fun to wake up on Sunday and you have a football game that you want to watch and hope and you think your team has a chance to win? Isn't that fun? 248-539-9797. Give us a call, a text. Let us know how you're feeling about the team and how you're feeling about all the negative Nancys out there.
So I had a group of friends on Sunday, that a couple that I've texted with for the last several years, and I didn't reply very much. They were just going down the whole SOL road. And, oh my gosh, they're going to blow this and this and that. And I just can't go there anymore because I want to enjoy it. I watch it differently now. This is something, okay, I think what people are doing is they're accepting the most likely fate, meaning the Lions win the division and they win a home playoff game, and then they bow out to the Eagles or Niners. I think if we made a Twitter poll of 4 choices, how's the Lions season going to end, that would be voted on significantly, probably at a 50% at least rate compared to the other options. Then you have your people who are still dreaming 1 seed. Then you have the people who are, oh my gosh, here come the Packers, are going to win the division. I just don't understand why people can't live in the moment with this. We haven't had this. They might do something. What I just said, the most likely fate is, and you guys agree with that, don't you?
Yeah, because when I talk about, hey, at the end of this weekend, you could be sitting with the number 1 seed, I'm not meaning that the Detroit Lions are a better team than the Philadelphia Eagles.
No.
Or that they're a better team than the San Francisco 49ers. They're going to play different opponents here until the end of the season.
You're just dealing with facts.
We're just dealing with numbers right now.
Yeah.
And you can sit there and you can plug and play with all of these different things.
Right.
And right now, you have one of the top records in the NFC. Not the best, but the second best.
So here's some of the texts I got during the game yesterday by somebody. I'm not going to mention his name. Glenn, great halftime adjustment by defense. And I said, well, a lot of it's talent. They're beat all the time over the top. Against the Raiders, they had them beat. They just can't compete. Heard that whole talent thing when Stafford was here and many of our guys went on to play elsewhere. Why can't they run all of a sudden? Is that a talent thing? I said, well, no. Ragnow got hurt. Glasgow, did what he did. Sorsdahl is a rookie. Now they went from one of the best O-lines to not that good. Come on. It's like, really? I mean, it's like, I get it. People get crazy because you've never seen this before. People in this vintage are worried that they're going to die before they actually see them win a championship.
I love the inflection in the text reading, too.
Mm-hmm.
Makes it much more dramatic.
If they end up blowing this thing and not hosting a home playoff game,
we'll be crazy.
We'll go crazy on them.
And they should. We should.
People are going crazy now. I don't.
That's
think about,
for
that
the
makes my
playoffs.
head hurt, Stoney. That text.
Oh, I know.
All that. It's just like.
That's for week 18.
And sometimes
All right, for
I'm
right
trying to
now,
enjoy the game.
we're going into week 14.
Yes, it is. It's the Lions PTSD. That's why it's like this. 248-539-9797.
Hey, the amount of big truck accidents that result in a fatality or serious injury in Michigan is staggering. The attorney that you choose to help must have the specialized knowledge and expertise to help handle these complicated cases. Injury attorney David Feminino and his team are the ones that you need to call. They've helped victims of truck accidents for over 25 years. That's the experience you want on your side, and they stand ready to help you right now. If you've been injured by a big truck, call 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH, getdavidgetpaid.com.
248-539-9797. Look, all I think we're saying is enjoy the fact that they're 9-3. We are not shying away from the fact that this is not a perfect football team. Their secondary is not great. They don't have a great pass rush. And Goff had some turnovers 2 games in a row. That's the story of the season, really, as far as the negative goes. Well, we understand. But you could say that with a lot of teams. Now, the elite teams obviously have less flaws. But enjoy the fact that you're 9-3, and you'll probably win at least 2 more games. I mean, we don't have this very often. So, don't take it for granted.
No, we haven't had this since 1962.
Yes. So you're saying we just have to carry Ben Johnson off after a win and he won't get a head coaching job. Let's do it. That's from the Schwartz that Jamie used to say. Water is not wet. Water makes things wet.
This is true.
Okay. All right. What are you talking about? Literal. There are so many Lion fans who are unable to detach their sports fandom from their happiness. That's the secret. Enjoy the wins, forget the losses, be a fan, but don't let it hurt you. That's from Spencer. Agree, but,
That's what we do as fans, though.
Right.
It affects our...
Right.
A Lions win affects our week.
Look at coaches. They enjoy the wins a lot less than they do the losses. I mean, they hate the losses more than they enjoy the wins.
Sure.
That's the way it is.
I'm just fascinated, this 20% crowd or so of people who are so hypercritical, and especially how starved we've been.
I know.
In this town.
At 9-3, and yes, there are things that, do I wish we had a better pass rush? Sure.
Yeah.
But I am still excited of the fact that we are 9-3. And going to Chicago, I do believe, track record says it, that Jordan Fields could gain some yards.
Yeah.
But we'll win the game.
Hopefully, you're right. Yeah. And here's the other thing. We are so scarred as a fan base, not just as a Lion fan base, for basically the past decade, because the Wings have been bad, the Tigers have been bad, the Pistons have been awful. Well, we don't know how to react to anything good. I mean, we want it so badly. So
well,
I get
especially for
some
Lions
of it.
fans,
Right.
it's really hard to get over the hump of the past 61 years of absolute crushing heartbreak.
Yes. The weird thing to say about the Lions is that they're 9-3, and I'm not sure they've played a full 60 minutes yet. I'll take it. I've come to the realization after decades of inevitable disappointment that I can never fully enjoy a Lion game without expecting them to blow it. Ever have a dream you don't want to end? I guess winning takes some time to get used to. Used to be able to watch and know they would lose. That's from Turo. Stoney, very simple. No fan base has the want like Detroit. We're so used to failure and seeing it in every possible way, we are trained to find the negative. Yeah, I understand it, but, I come from an area where there were much more negative as a people to begin with, not just as a sports fan. Yes. But so I get it. Let's go to Dan in White Lake. You're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. So, look, yeah, as lifelong Lions fans, the trauma is real, and it's really hard to separate yourself from it. I know I actually turned off the first Bears game until a buddy of mine sent me a gif of Ted Lasso pointing to the Believe sign. So what I'm going to say is this. If we go into Soldier Field and we win on Sunday, the Bears are mathematically eliminated from being able to win the division, and every single Lions fan should just be excited for that. It's ending their season entirely right there. It's mathematically impossible for them to do it. So get that. Realize that Kansas City also lost to Green Bay, and they aren't probably looking at this like, oh, yeah, no, that means our season is totally done. They're probably looking at it saying, okay, we know we have a good team. We've got some losses. We're still trying to make a playoff push. They're looking forward, right? We've got to have that same mentality of, yeah, there's things that can fall our way, but even if they don't, you got to keep moving forward. That's what Coach Campbell preaches to this team.
Yes,
you're
correct.
Take that from Coach.
But the Chiefs analogy doesn't stand because they're the defending Super Bowl champs. There's a little different there between Chiefs fans and Lions fans.
Well, yeah, but if you want to be, you want to be an organization like the Chiefs, like Baltimore, like Pittsburgh, and not Pittsburgh this year, but Pittsburgh, historically, then you look and you say, okay, well, we lost to Green Bay. Okay, well, we beat Green Bay earlier in the year, and that was a more dominating win.
No doubt.
When the Chiefs turned the corner, Mahomes' first full year as a starter, they made the AFC Championship game. And it's almost like you could take that first championship game appearance as a, they were down 14-0 at halftime, and they're probably sitting there like, wow, we're not Super Bowl ready yet, or this kind of offense might not be able to win against teams like Bill Belichick and Tom Brady. And then they went nuts and nearly won the game, and their offense was there, and it's like, okay, they kind of confirmed what they are.
Yes.
It's like there's going to be that point with the Lions here where they do the same thing. We just don't know when it is yet.
Right. It might not be this year. Jody in Chesterfield, what's going on?
Not much. Good morning, guys. So it's okay to be happy in the moment. It's okay to appreciate having Sundays to look forward to and love watching the games. But on the flip side, it's also okay to be concerned with the defense. Because the defense has been a problem for 2 years now. How bad is our defense, and how long have we known that the defense is bad? And how many times have the Lions should have addressed the defense over the past 2 years, but haven't? That's the problem. It's okay to love what they're doing right now. It's great. It's amazing. But the fact remains that they've had a bad, consistently bad, historically bad defense for 2 years now, and it hasn't been addressed.
Well,
that is the concern, and it's okay to be concerned about that. That's my point.
Jody, I agree with you. You can be, critical. That's fine. But let's look it up here. I believe their defense was pretty much historically bad the last 2 years. I think this year, if you're going to just play the stats game, I believe they're probably middle of the pack, right?
Yeah.
Especially against the run, they're pretty damn good.
Yeah, against the run, they're good. But look at the stats. How many NFC teams have given up more points than the Lions? I think it's only 2 teams. You're not going to win championships that way.
I know. We
wrong.
agree, but we're not talking about winning a championship this year. At least I'm not.
Why not?
Because they're not that.
Why is it wrong to?
Because they're not that good. I like building something. I'm not going from 3-13-1 and then 0-6 to all of a sudden I expect them to go to the Super Bowl. I mean, they have won 17 of their last 22 games.
Stoney, why is it wrong to have expectations for your football team?
You can have them, but within in my opinion, Jody, in the proper timeline. This is not they're a year ahead of themselves, I think. Now, I could be completely wrong.
Was that a Wojo sound-alike? I thought instantly that might be Tuesdays with Wojo.
All I can hear is, it was the right move.
That's the same thing.
By the way, they ranked 9th in points allowed in the NFC.
Okay, so that's middle of the pack, basically. A little below middle of the pack.
Well, he said second or third worst.
Yeah. Jody, get your facts right. All right, here's some ticket texts. It's the arrogance of the bandwagon people. They're not as good as the record indicates. They're lucky to have the easiest schedule. They haven't beaten anybody. That's John in Clinton Township. Okay, that's they did get blown out by the best team they probably played, which is Baltimore. They did beat Kansas City in Week 1 at Arrowhead. Yeah. Yes, granted, 2 of their players didn't play, but the Lions have had games where their players aren't playing either. I was a young man when the Lions beat Dallas for their only playoff win. I was at that game. I thought they were going to build a dynasty and go someplace under the Fords. They did not. This team's very similar to that team. It's not going anywhere. Yeah, they're going to win more games than they lose, but they're not going anywhere. I'm not real interested in that. I've seen that movie. Well, you know what? This is the start of the movie.
Yeah, this is I believe.
Well, no, the start of the movie. Yeah, the start of the movie is when they hired the director, Brad Holmes.
Right. But this is, we talk about Super Bowl windows for teams. And we debate whether or not that Super Bowl window is closed for Buffalo. We debate, whether it's opening for some, closing for others, like Cincinnati. They went to the Super Bowl, 2 years ago. And they didn't win it. Joe Burrow gets hurt. Now all of a sudden they're like, okay, well, how long do they have this window? Because they're going to have to pay Jamar Chase. They got T. Higgins. They've got some of these guys. Like, where is their window? This is the beginning of the window for the Detroit Lions. Should be the beginning of the window if they continue to manage the roster and continue to improve, draft, manage free agency, salary cap. All of those different things have to happen.
Yes. Ticket text. Most fans are dumb and don't realize the other team is professional, get paid too. Also don't know this defense is way better than the last 2 seasons with a lot of the same dudes. Yeah, people are sitting there today. They didn't address the defense. They didn't address the defense. In some aspects, you're right. They should have addressed the pass rush more at the trade deadline. However, they did address the defense in free agency. Unfortunately, 2 of the 4 guys that they draft or they signed free agency are out for the year pretty much in Mosley and Gardner Johnson.
Yeah.
I mean, that happens. It's
Mo's
funny
had,
that
what,
the
2
defense
plays?
is not that good, but yet it's still the most improved part of the team from last year.
Yeah.
And also, I think too the young players and the contributions that they're giving to this team. We don't know what the ceiling is yet for
Right.
LaPorta, Gibbs, Campbell,
Hutch.
Yeah. And finally, as the Lions are becoming a good team this year, I think we have to become good fans as well. We have a duty as fans to change as the team does. Because of our extended mediocre past, I'm stuck being a pessimist and nitpicking like years past. When in reality, I need to take a moment, sit back, and just enjoy the ride. Time to accept we are a good team with imperfections, and that's okay. Alex and St. Clair Shores. Well done, Alex, because when they do screw up, we'll be right there nitpicking as well and critiquing well. Right now, it's cool that it's December and we're talking playoffs.
Playoffs?
97.1 The Ticket. Dan Campbell next. Hey, Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone, and they got great deals going on right now. Now through December 15th, help celebrate the 12 days of fitness at Planet Fitness. $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment. That's right. And I love Planet Fitness. It not only helps with, your physical shape, it helps with my mental attitude as well. Get on the cardio, because I'm a cardio person. The elliptical, recumbent bike, sometimes the rowing machine. It's a great deal. And a lot of the places around Detroit, because there's more than 50 of them, are having new equipment, including all new cardio in Utica, Dearborn on Ford Road, Taylor on Telegraph Road, Belleville, Oak Park, Southfield, and Royal Oak. You want new strength equipment? Well, any of the locations at Woodhaven, Livonia 5 miles location, Commerce, Shelby Township on 23 Mile Road. Sterling Heights, 15-mile road location has been completely remodeled. That's right. The 15-mile road in Sterling Heights has completely been remodeled. It's a wonderful experience to go to Planet Fitness. And remember, they are hiring as well. So don't forget, your workplace could be your workout place as well. So join today. Like I said, great deal. $1 down, $10 a month. Planet Fitness. It's a judgment-free zone. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Oh, we had some good debates today between negative Lion fans and positive Lion fans, and whether the Lions did the right move by passing on Jalen Carter and going with Gibbs and LaPorta instead. As of now, 12 games through their NFL tenure right now.
Yes.
By the way, I also want to congratulate Frank Ragnow, who is the Lions' Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee.
Oh, good for him.
Mm-hmm. So, way to go. Other names on there that might have some local. Max Crosby from Eastern Michigan. He's the Raiders one. A lot of, you know what, John? Give your position a lot of credit. A lot of the linemen on both sides of the ball.
A lot of good dudes up front.
Yes, absolutely. And look, I've said this a lot, and I'm not saying it just because you're here or we have TJ. When you watch the guys on television, you know, whether you think they're good or not, the ESPN analysts on all the shows and things like that, I think the linemen are the best. They seem to me, except for Ryan Clark, who I think is outstanding.
Yeah, he uses a lot of words.
But like even guys like Damian Woody, and we've seen guys like Baldinger, Jeff Schwartz around, social media platforms. The line, I very rarely will see a lineman and say, "Oh my God, this guy doesn't know what the hell he's talking about."
No, you gotta be well spoken.
Mm-hmm.
You got to know exactly what you're talking about, and for analyzing an offense or defense, offensive linemen have to know similar things that the quarterback's got to know it all. They got to be able to read defenses, and as a lineman, you don't get a chance to see everything that's going on because you don't necessarily have that view. But you've got to know exactly what the quarterback knows. So you know when the ball's gone, you know where he's going to be setting up. You know all those different things, and it obviously helps you analyze defenses.
Theory on this.
Yeah.
Offensive linemen have to overcome preconceived biases.
Yes.
They'll just hire any quarterback or any whatever.
Well, because they're pretty.
But an offensive lineman, they actually know they got to do the work and actually
we got to do the work.
Yeah.
And we have to overcome the fact that we're probably not pretty.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're handsome, John.
Well, thank you.
You're a handsome man.
Not a lot of eye candy on the old line.
Did you hear what Deion Sanders had to say about his alma mater being left out of the college football playoff?
I did not hear that.
All right, he was on the Dan Le Batard show. They do this portal thing. Anyway, here he is. He's asked if he's upset that Florida State is not in the playoff. And he says there is a team who actually screwed this up for a lot of people. There's a big old smile there. I'll bet that he's not going to be in.
Probably not.
Yes.
No. But he's not wrong. If you could simply look at this and put the religion that is college football aside and look at it as entertainment and business, you'd understand it a lot more. And it would be easier to understand.
Oh, a lot of things in this world, in this media, you'd understand if it was realize what it's all about.
Yeah.
It's all about entertainment and money. All right. We tried to give somebody a chance to win $2,000 earlier today, and he came away with $25. So, Gator,
yes. I'm guessing you can go over.
You can go over one.
How do you get $25?
You got one.
You got one for each chance. You get 25 for each correct response.
I didn't realize.
Yes.
You get 25 mythical dollars.
Yes.
There's one automatic on here, so it's a guarantee. No pressure. This is a guarantee.
Yes.
Right.
And there's one here that I never even heard of this. So here we go.
Great.
Who is Florida State playing in the Orange Bowl later this month?
Georgia.
Who does Michigan's men's basketball team play tonight?
Indiana.
Who is the head coach of the Miami Dolphins?
McDaniels.
Who is the current starting quarterback for the Alabama Crimson Tide?
Milrow.
Canberra is the capital city of this country.
Is it Australia?
This MAC team is playing in the Quick Lane Bowl later this month.
Miami of Ohio?
This mayonnaise company sponsors a bowl game in North Carolina.
Dukes.
Peter Billingsley played this character in A Christmas Story.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Peter Billingsley played this character in A Christmas Story.
Ralphie.
He was named 2023 National League Rookie of the Year last month.
Somebody from Atlanta.
The 2023 Men's Final Four was held in this city.
I'm sorry, what was that?
The 2023 Men's Final Four was held in
New Orleans. I don't know.
All right, you got 7 correct. Let's see what you got wrong. Bowling Green is playing in the Quick Lane Bowl.
Quick Lane
Oh,
Bowl.
I assumed that was just
Took me a minute to figure you were talking about Canberra.
the MAC champion. But
Yeah,
I guess
Canberra.
they're not
Canberra?
Canberra.
Well, I said it wrong?
Did you?
No, I
is
said Canberra.
it McDaniel?
Canberra.
Oh, it's Canberra?
Yeah.
Oh, I never even heard of it before, so I was
It's
close.
okay. It's all
Well,
right.
it's spelled like Canberra, but
Yeah.
Well,
You lived there.
yeah,
so-
I did, and that's
Right.
what they called it when I was there. I don't know if it's
He lived in Australia.
I never knew that.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I went there twice.
Yeah. And Corbin Carroll was the National League
Corbin
Rookie
Carroll,
of the Year.
from-
And Houston was where they had the Final Four last year. Yes.
all right.
All right, what do you guys got? Go, yeah, Jared
Jared
Goff.
Goff, day 10:30.
All right, Carson Anderson next. Have a great day, everyone. 97 won the ticket.
And we're brought to you by the good people at CGC Water Treatment. Tigers extend the contract to manager A.J. Hinch. His original deal was set to expire in 2025. His record as Tiger manager is 221 wins, 265 losses. Terms not disclosed, but President Scott Harris did say Hinch will be the Tigers manager for, quote, a very long time. 4 Heisman Trophy finalists. 3 are quarterbacks. They are Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix, and Michael Penix Jr. 1 wide receiver, that's Marvin Harrison Jr. Monday Night Football, Bengals over the Jaguars, 34-31. That was an overtime. Trevor Lawrence left that game with an apparent ankle injury. 9-3 Lions, that's their best record. It's since 1962. They're 3.5-point favorites to go to 10-3. That'll be Sunday at Chicago. NFL announcing the 32 nominees for the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award. That's for players who excel both on the field along with a positive, lasting impact off the field. Lions nominee is center Frank Ragnow. College basketball tonight, Michigan hosting 6-1 Indiana. That's at 9 p.m. on our brother station, AM 950 WWJ. Michigan State is at home against number 23 Wisconsin. Red Wings in action tonight right here on the ticket at Buffalo. They'll drop the puck just after 7:30. Patrick Kane saying yesterday he will now likely make his Wings debut on Thursday night. It was originally expected he would play this evening. At the Ticket Update desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, happy Tuesday, everybody. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We got Jared Goff coming up today at 10:30. Barely even talked about the Lions yesterday, so we got a lot of catching up to do. But first, Gator, how are you today?
I'm fine. It was fun. My ankle's good.
Your ankle's good?
Well, Trevor Lawrence got hurt last night, so I thought I'd start with that. My ankle's good. Hand, not so much. Banged my hand against the door handle doing laundry. I was carrying a laundry basket.
Laundry can be dangerous.
Carrying a
You
laundry
would
basket.
understand, Doug.
Yeah, I mean, if you could only understand.
Yeah.
I had like 4 loads of laundry last night and banged my hand against
I feel
the
for
door
you,
handle.
Gator.
Yeah. Thanks, Kang. I appreciate it. I knew you'd have my back on this. Doug has no clue. There's a lot of laundry to do. Yeah.
Okay.
No, but watched that football game last night. Jake Browning, that is one hell of a game, man. I mean, he completed I don't have the box score in front of me. I probably should have the box score in front of me. But it felt like he missed like 3 passes all game, and he threw over 30 passes.
In a strange move, since he's a backup quarterback, the NFL has awarded that win to Alabama. Because, Cincinnati had a backup quarterback.
And it's odd because Harbaugh gets credit for the win, too. I didn't understand that. But he was unbelievable last night. It started off really slow for him. I was watching the Manning cast, and both of the guys are like, well, you want to take it slow. You want to get him some confidence, throw those short passes. And he's throwing these short passes, and they're not going anywhere. And he's doing these screens, and nothing's happening, and the wide receiver screens, bubble screens, and all that. And then Cincinnati they had not one, but 2 times they had the wide receiver throw a football. The first time he threw it back to Jake Browning, and it was behind the quarterback when they threw it, but he caught it. It was for a loss. Second time they threw it in the second half, it was picked off by Josh Allen. And horrible. But the rest of the game, he was outstanding. They end up winning it in overtime. It was very entertaining, but Trevor Lawrence gets hurt. That sucks because it's another quarterback that goes down. Looked a lot worse apparently than what it is. They're saying it may just be a sprained ankle, and that's great news for Jacksonville in the NFL because he's one of the really good young quarterbacks. But I just was stunned by Jake Browning. And then in the end, I saw a tweet last night, and I can't believe this. I refuse to believe this is true. I'm going to have to do some research. But it was a tweet last night that talked about Jake Browning's prowess and why he was prolific, I guess, at Washington. I remember the name in Washington, but I don't remember him being outstanding, but apparently set all these Pac-12 records. But did you know, in high school, his senior year, he threw 92 touchdown passes.
At one point, they put up his high school, his career stats in high school and at Washington, because he was like the Pac-12's leading passer too, and then he went undrafted. And I remember his career touchdown passes was some astronomical number, 200-something career
in high school.
Yeah, touchdown passes. I mean, look, I always wonder a little bit about high school stats because put the right guy in the right team in the wrong league, and they can rush for 5,000 yards. So it's
but nobody does it.
Nobody's done it that much.
Well, I mean, 92 touchdown passes.
Yep.
I don't think we threw the ball 92 times in my senior year in high school. I mean, that's how things have changed.
Well,
because it's everything's passing.
They're
now.
wearing leather helmets back then.
No bar on that helmet.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, seriously, it's amazing how football has changed even in just like the last 30 years, how crazy it's changed from in all levels. But the high school level, good grief.
Yeah. Yeah, it can be crazy. Can be absolutely crazy.
But he was impressive last night.
I will say this, though. Last night's a perspective game, right? Last night is a game that we need to recognize and acknowledge here in Detroit. And quite frankly, so was the Sunday night game in Green Bay. There are 2 teams that are battling for the number 1 seed in the AFC that both lost to 5-6 football teams. One of them, Jacksonville, lost to a 5-6 football team with a backup quarterback. These are teams that are battling for the number 1 seed in the AFC that played a game that I would guarantee that people would have chalked up as a win, and they lost. Does it mean Kansas City and Jacksonville are doomed? No, it doesn't mean they're doomed. But these kinds of losses happen. And that's why the Green Bay loss at home, I felt like led to panic. A 30,000-foot view of the league shows you stuff like this happens with teams that are in a better position than Detroit to get the number 1 seed. I mean, Jacksonville, it was all laid out for them. They were playing a backup quarterback of a 5-6 football team and lost. It's the NFL, man. It is hard to win football games. And that's why I actually saw a headline today, and we were going to make it a topic, and we decided not to, but I'll bring it up anyway. There was, like, on the Free Press, I was scrolling through, and it said, yeah, it was ugly, but Lions get win. And I'm like, what? It was ugly? Was it ugly? And then I clicked on the story, and the actual story, that wasn't the headline. That's what it said to make you click on the story. And when I clicked on the story, the actual headline had nothing about it being ugly. And I'm like, okay.
Bait and switch.
So anyway, long story short, it's
A misleading headline.
well,
And you clicked on the story.
yeah.
Is that what they call? Let me try to term a coin a phrase here. Clickbait.
I don't know. I look, it might be completely unintentional. I have no idea. But the point is, in the NFL, when you win a game, okay, it's an accomplishment.
Yeah.
And especially on the road against a team that's battling for their playoff lives.
In December.
So suffice to say, I felt like last night and Sunday night serves as wonderful perspective games for Detroit. That, I mean, there's a chance the Lions are going to lose another game. And it doesn't mean we have to panic. We don't want to lose games. You want to win them all. But you don't. Even if you're good. Even if you're good, you don't win them all.
I always say, right, guys? Respect the NFL, man. Any given Sunday.
Everybody said it.
I'm the first guy to say it, guys.
Any given Sunday. No, but you've pointed this out and you've talked about it a lot, sure.
Last night, everyone of the analysts picked Jags to win for good reason. They're playing Jake Browning. By the way, Jake Browning, you remember he was the 6th in the Heisman voting, by the way, right behind Jabril Peppers.
Was he?
That's how, in college, he was good.
Right.
But either way, their backup quarterback, Jake Browning, you don't expect him to win in Jacksonville. In Jacksonville, probably all their fans, I'm sure, thought, all right, this is one of those you chalk up.
Yep.
As a win. And it didn't happen because you got to play these games. So that's why you celebrate wins whenever they happen. That's why Dan Campbell, when they always show those videos after in the locker room, how excited he is after a win, because they're hard to come by, man. Even if you're supposed to win, right?
Yep. And hey, look, Lions are going to play some games here where they're going to be favored and just find a way to win. Finding a way to win that New Orleans game. And they did get back to a lot of what they do, right? They didn't turn it over. They actually ran the ball reasonably effectively. Goff was pretty good. The offensive line was pretty good. They got back to what had made them competitive. We'll talk with Jared Goff about it today at 10:30. Phone calls and feedback mixed in. Champ and Chump are posted on our website. Thanks for all your votes yesterday. It's Carson Anderson, open lines here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Thanks for being with us. Every day from 10 to 2 here on Carson Anderson. All right, so Lions win 33-28 over New Orleans. Lions are 9-3, 17-5 in their last 22 games. And, God, I actually did hear something last night that pissed me off watching the Monday night game. They were talking about the starting lineups. I think the game starts and Cincinnati Bengals, and here's their starting offensive line. They've been together the entire season. And I'm like, F you with that.
Well, I think I read it was
given they lost their quarterback, but
still. But the game on Sunday with the Lions, if it goes as expected, I think it's going to be the 9th different offensive line that they will have used in a game,
right?
Because of either Ragnar, well, really anybody being out, I guess. But
well, Ragnar, they did get positive news on the MRI, and he might miss this week against Chicago still, but at least it doesn't sound like it's devastating, and they might get Alex Anzalone back. But, we know what this is. It's a game of attrition, and they've kept the most important player upright, and we will talk to him today at 10:30. 248-539-9797. Justin, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Justin.
Hey, guys. I really, really appreciate the rational, down-to-earth, grounded conversation we open up with. I'm a passionate fan, and I watch every Lions game with my buddy. Shout out Mr. Matt DeWitt. He tries to keep me grounded, but I find myself just getting, I was upset Sunday. We won that game, and I was like, that's not good enough. And I'm really trying to change my perspective. Everybody talks about enjoy the ride. Right. I want to enjoy the ride. I don't want to be upset at a win. What are we talking about? So this week, moving forward, I'm changing my perspective. We should be excited. They're 9-3, all the talking points, and I love you guys. I appreciate Doug, the rational, calm, everybody, the rational perspective. That's what I needed today. So thank you guys for opening up the show that way. The Jacksonville argument was perfect. Yep. Everybody said Jacksonville's going to walk in there and this is an auto win, and it didn't happen. So the fact that we went into the Superdome, we got that win. Let's be excited. Let's celebrate. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
Right. No, I appreciate the phone call. And look, not everybody is going to appreciate our style or our take or whatever, but that's fine. New Orleans was a 5-6 football team. They were tied for first place in the NFC South. They clearly are battling for their playoff lives. Detroit goes in there, and you figure you're going to get their best shot. They have everything to play for. And what happens? The Lions win. The Lions just take care of business and win. Jacksonville was 8-3. A win would have put them in a virtual tie, atop the AFC in the battle for the number 1 seed. Cincinnati was 5-6 with a backup quarterback, and they don't have nearly as much to play for. And Cincinnati pulled out the win. Same thing happened. Green Bay was 5-6. Kansas City, with a win, would have got to 9-3 and been at the top of the AFC. And that 5-6 team won. And look, I don't know that the Lions aren't perfect, and there are things that need to be better. But just don't get lost. My advice is, I shouldn't tell you what to do. My advice is don't get lost in all the stuff that went wrong, and keep in mind that they did the most important thing. They won the game.
Yeah, it feels like several times this year after a win, we'll come in and do the show, and there's doom and gloom still. And I can understand you'd love to be able to win games as handily as the Cowboys do. When the Cowboys win, there's no question about it. Right? They just stomp teams when they win. When they don't, it's a whole different story. But the Lions, they are winning. They are winning. And the losses, they're painful, no doubt. But to see that this team is where they're at in year 3 is really kind of great. And I don't know if this is a special season. It's special in that I think they're going to win the division. I think they're going to host a playoff game, and I think they win a playoff game. That's going to be special because then we can stop doing, the last time we got it. We know.
Yep.
We were here.
Yep.
That's where it can be special. I don't know if down the road this is a team that plays in the NFC Championship or has a chance to play for the Super Bowl. I don't know. So this is why I guess I'm enjoying this ride as much as I can right now. I think it's it's almost like what we're seeing here is a baseline for what's to come for the next couple of years because they've built this team the right way. They've added the right mix of players, and they're gelling together, and they're playing better and better.
Well, keep in mind, too, is that, we talk about, I don't think Jacksonville's out of the running to win the AFC. Kansas City certainly isn't out of the running to win the AFC. Philly gave up touchdowns on 6 consecutive drives against San Francisco. They're not out of the running to win the NFC. San Francisco hasn't locked it up. Here's another example of how things change. 2 weeks ago, should be worried about Minnesota, man. Should be worried about Minnesota. They've lost back-to-back games. They've lost back-to-back games to a 500 Denver team and to a 4-8 Chicago team. So now should be worried about Green Bay. Should be worried about Green Bay. Hey, should be worried about ourselves.
Well,
should
that's
be worried
the thing.
about just win your games. There's other teams that have ups and downs too. There might be some teams trending up right now. I bet if you ask the football world who's going to win the Super Bowl, they'd say San Francisco after what they did to Philadelphia. A month ago, San Francisco was in a 3-game losing streak.
Right.
Like, seasons are long. Stuff happens. The Lions are positioned in a very good place, and I am choosing to be very happy about it.
Yeah, well, I think you said it. Lions should be worried about the Lions. Do what you can do, which is the game at hand. So right now, it's Chicago. All hands on deck. Everybody's paying attention, making sure your assignments. Yeah, I heard Dan Campbell this morning talking with the morning show, preaching how important it is that on defense that when you're going against somebody like Justin Fields, that everybody literally stays in your lane. You have to know what your responsibility is. Don't overreach, because the second that you get out of line, he'll kill you. He'll boom, and he's gone. And he kept showing example after example to the team from the game against Minnesota from 10 days ago. And I don't think you have to go to minutes. Just show the game against Detroit. Show the 2 games against Detroit last year where he can burn you if you're not responsible in what you're doing. And I think that lesson is drummed home. The difference now, I think, with Justin Fields is that now he's starting to throw the ball better. He does have weapons, and they're starting to use those weapons. So now, not only is it incumbent on the front 7 to do their job and stay in their lanes and keep them contained, but it's also very important that the guys in the back end know what their assignments are, and if they have to switch off, that they do it, seamlessly, so that there's not this large gap in a receiver getting way open, because the quarterback will find him.
Well, and what was most encouraging was just see the Lions get back to what the Lions do, right? I mean, they took care of the football, ran it reasonably well. They protected the quarterback. And I mean, you put in your show sheet, and you're 100% right. We didn't talk about the Lions virtually at all yesterday because of what ruled the day. No, we're not talking about Sam LaPorta enough. Sam LaPorta is a stud.
He's great.
Sam LaPorta, I'll call it what it is everything that I wanted TJ Hawkinson to be. He's everything that I expected TJ Hawkinson to be. And I was wrong. And Sam LaPorta is all of that. And he's doing it as a rookie. And if it weren't for C.J. Stroud, he'd have a real shot at NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Well, I was thinking of that myself this morning as well. Like, LaPorta is having this historic year for a tight end as a rookie, and yet he's not going to get any of the recognition because of what's happening with C.J. Stroud. But I mean, to be fair to you, T.J. Hawkinson is arguably having the best season of a tight end this year. I mean, he's got 80 receptions already and 786 yards. He's got 5 touchdowns. Maybe touchdowns could be up, but he's playing Minnesota. But he's leading that team. T.J. Hawkinson is an outstanding
He's really good.
End. He really is.
Really good.
And the Lions made the right decision in letting him go, because you start playing the game of, do we extend him or not? Because if you do, you got to pay him big-time bucks, and he got a monster contract from Minnesota. And obviously they couldn't do that. So what'd they do? Next best thing, go draft one. And the kid has been amazing in this rookie season. Not putting up the numbers that Hawkinson is, but ain't far behind. And he came up with massive receptions. It's why I named him my champ of the week yesterday, because it felt like every time he caught the ball was for a first down, or each yard he gained was so valuable to the team.
He's
a good blocker.
He's one hell of a player. And Moose Johnson said something about how for him it's the ability to start and stop and change directions quickly. Like he's not a guy that blinds you with speed, but his ability to start and stop is what makes him such a tough cover. And it's great to have him in-house. And we will talk to the guy that will throw him the football each and every week, Jared Goff, coming up today at 10:31. Just a reminder, you can stream the show with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today. Also, you can stream through our website, 971theticket.com, where the Champ and Chump of the Weekend are posted. Go see who the people selected as Champ and Chump of the Weekend. And you can stream with video, twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket, participate in the streaming chat. Also, stream through YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search up 971 The Ticket, and bam, there we are. Jared Goff next here on 97.1. Hey, if you're tired of itchy, dry skin and hair, call CGC Water and have a new Connecticut water softener installed that will keep your skin and hair feeling soft and looking great. Having soft and purified water offers so many benefits, so call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. Save up to $1,000 on a K5 drinking water system when you purchase a Connecticut Premier Softener. I fill up my water bottle every day with water out of the K5. Special holiday financing options are available with approved credit. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. Having fun on a Tuesday. Lots to be excited about. Yesterday, a ton of college football playoff talk. Obviously, Michigan and Alabama coming up on New Year's Day. Plus, you've got college basketball tonight. Michigan State taking on Wisconsin. Michigan hosting Indiana. Red Wings are off to a better start than I think many people expected, except you, Gator. I'll give you credit. You were the one that said playoffs from day one. They've got points in 16 of 23 games. They've won 5 of 6. Patrick Kane, not likely tonight. Looks like Thursday against San Jose.
Yeah, they said it was ambitious. I think both he and Lolone said it would be ambitious to think he could play tonight, but did practice yesterday and was on the second line with Joe Valeno and Alex DeBrincat. So I'm looking forward to Thursday.
I just feel like we have gotten to a point where we are moving through and getting near the end of what was a very dark era of Detroit sports. But the biggest story on the marquee of Detroit sports is, of course, the Detroit Lions, who did it again. And let's talk to the quarterback. Jared, as always, we appreciate your time. Thanks for being with us. And 33-28, you go to New Orleans and win. How good did it feel to bounce back and to just look like your old selves and get back on track?
Yeah, it felt great, man. We certainly started fast, and the defense getting the turnover on the first play of the game helps. We were able to capitalize, and scoring on the first drive. It all went into what we talked about all week, just coming out fast and getting back to who we are. We lost the game 10 days ago, 2 weeks ago, and getting back to who we are and getting the W.
Dan Campbell said that the 3 practices leading up to the game were 3 of the more intense, better practices you guys have had all year. Would you agree with that, and what does that say?
Yeah, I thought so. I mean, it speaks to what we talk about our team all the time. When when adversity hits, we tend to respond really well, and I don't see that changing anytime in the future. We've got a really strong group and guys who know how to respond, and obviously Dan kind of leads that charge with us, but I thought he did a great job getting us ready to play, and we were ready to go.
Part of that adversity comes with the ball security, and we saw the videos last week, or the ball security drills that you guys had kind of looked like human whack-a-mole. Is that more about the mental aspect, or is that physically similar to what it's like to have someone try to rip the ball out?
It's probably, obviously much harder in the game what they do. They're trying to simulate it in some ways, but that was a point of emphasis for us, and a drill that we wanted to do. I don't know if we'll continue. I'm sure we will continue to do it because it worked, and it was good.
21-0 start. You guys had a chance to add to it while still in the first quarter. That's kind of crazy. How does that feel like as a team to get off to a start like that? And then how hard is it to keep up that kind of momentum?
Yeah, we wish we could have kind of kept going a little bit offensively. We kind of slowed down there in the middle of the game, but it was good to get that lead and then find a way to finish it off in the end. But you'd love to find a way to score on a few more drives there in the middle and make it even a bigger lead and an easier win there towards the end.
We've made a commitment to talk more on this program about Sam LaPorta because he is just having a spectacular year. When did you know when you guys got Sam? When did you have a sense, holy cow, I've got a legit high-end tight end weapon here?
Yeah, you pretty early on. I'd say maybe the first or second day we were working together out in OTAs, and the way he catches the ball, the way he runs, the way he has feel for space, and something that's very particular to what he does that makes him so great is when he catches it, his feet don't come off the ground. You see a lot of guys that kind of catch and jump or, all around the league. And I've played with guys that do that and are successful doing it. But his feet don't come off the ground mainly ever when he's catching the ball. And that's a special trait for a receiver and certainly for a tight end to catch it and keep running.
Is he approaching Amon-Ra St. Brown territory with you? Just approaching it in terms of your trust and belief in him, and you kind of have that feeling that he's always going to be open?
Yeah, he's on his way. I think it makes it hard for teams to play man coverage against us right now. And against the Saints, they wanted to double St. Brown, and that leaves Sam one-on-one, and that's a matchup we're willing to take, every day of the week. And not just Sam, but the other guys as well in man coverage if they want to double Saint. So yeah, he's getting better. He's obviously such a great player already, but that trust him and I have has grown so much and will continue to grow. But yeah, he's doing a great job getting himself open and then finding ways to catch the ball too.
Can you take us through the play? I mean, every week we see the new wrinkles. Sure, Jamo's fast as hell. But that block, man, seriously, that may not go for a touchdown if you're not leading the way on a combo block. And all the time, I'm sure hitting the sled in practice for you really paid off there. But Can you take us through that play and what it was like for you at the start and then seeing Jamo finish it with that crazy leap?
Yeah, it's a play we've practiced quite a bit at this point. And, it's about time we called it. I know Ben had been trying to get it off the sheet for weeks, and this was just the right week for it. Anytime a play gets called, I get excited. I get to go lead block. I had one earlier in the year where I got to lead block for Khalif, and it's fun to get out on the edge and feel like I'm helping the team in that way. And Sam was blocking that defensive end, and I figured I'd help him out and finish it off. And seeing Jamo take off down the sideline was awesome. It was a great play for us, and that kid can really run. And anytime we can get the ball in his hands, it's a good thing.
A joke about it, but when was the last time you did hit a blocking sled?
I don't know if I've ever done
it. Do you want to?
No, I think I'm good. I'm good for 2 or 3 blocks a year, and I'm almost hitting my quota at this point.
The thing is, if you haven't hit it, the thing hits back. If you don't know, it's gonna push back.
I wouldn't know. I don't do those things.
All right, let's go to the end of the game. They put the ball in your hands on 2 third downs where you could drain timeouts. The first one came inside 3 minutes to go, and you find LaPorta on a 3rd and 7 between a pair of defenders. Take us through that play because it helped finish the game. You had 2 of them, but the first one, take us through the first one.
Yeah, again, it was man coverage. They doubled St. Brown. They probably figured we were going to go his way as we do often, and Sam had a good route on, and first man coverage. We loved the route he was running, and got some good separation. Was able to fit it in there, and he made a great catch. And then the last one, another play that we kind of expected them to be in some sort of man pressure, and St. Brown is running across the field, and Josh is running underneath him, and I had to move a little bit in the pocket and scramble, and was able to find Josh for first down.
For Josh, for it to be his first catch of the game, I mean, they obviously are focusing on, as you mentioned, St. Brown, LaPorta, but for him to stay involved, make sure he doesn't, he's there to make that catch. You were under duress. He had to reach down to get it, but what does it say about Josh to be able to be, shut out the entire game and then make that play?
Yeah, he's always been that way. He's just such a great teammate, and shows up when we need him. And I think he doesn't get quite the love he's may deserve, and how well he's played this year. And he's had such a tremendous year. I played with him, damn near almost every year of his career, just half of the 1 year where we picked him up. But he's just improved so much, and I trust the hell out of him. And I don't think he gets nearly enough credit for the success we're having on offense and what he means to our team.
I think a lot of people kind of mistake mobility from a quarterback standpoint as being a guy who can run, and I've always thought it's not that. It's about being able to buy yourself more time. And it seemed like in this game against the Saints, you were able to do that, and more so than maybe we've seen either all this year or certainly in the last couple of weeks. Was that something that you'd been working on? Is it something that you saw in film that you needed to improve on? And how did you go about doing that? Because it really paid off.
Yeah, no, I haven't been working on it. Just being aware of where I am in the pocket, and just trying to make the play when I'm needed to and when my number's called. And love when they put it in my hands late in the game. We've done that a handful of times this year, and being able to make the play to seal it.
5 road wins this year. 5 times it felt like from afar that it was a Lions fan takeover. You've had Kansas City, Green Bay, the Chargers, New Orleans, Tampa. Which one would you say the Detroit fans took over the opposing stadium the best?
Oh, that's a tough question. What I will say about this past weekend is I played there, and they're one of the most prideful fan bases, and loud and get into the game, and at the end of the game it was Lions fans there, and it was our fans being loud when we were on defense, which was pretty crazy to hear in the Superdome. And Teddy Bridgewater obviously played there for a couple of years. Asked him, he said he's never seen anything like that, and he's been the home team there for a long time. And so it's really impressive, man. It's really fun to play for, and doing that in a place like New Orleans that is known for their crowd is is really cool, and it's starting to become a regular thing for us, which is fun.
I got a feeling you're going to see the same thing on Sunday in Chicago, being so close, and the Bears not having a season that the fans might want them to. So there could be a lot of seats there for the Lions fans to go buy up. Can you talk about the difference for you and for this team playing outdoors, versus playing indoors? Because you guys don't play that many games outdoors, and this will be the last game you play outdoors until perhaps the playoffs.
Yeah, we'll be ready for it. We've played some games outdoors this year already, but we didn't have that many the whole year. Certainly not that many late in the year, but we'll be ready for it. I'm sure we'll practice outside all week and be ready to go.
8-3 in December and January over the last 2.5 seasons here. What is it about this time of the year that has you guys playing maybe your best football?
That's a good question. I don't know. I think, we just tend to come together late in the year. We did certainly last year, and even the year before, when things were really bad, we were able to find a way to win a few late in the year. And I think we just come together and, we put in all this practice time, and it's almost like, accumulation of reps starts to take place towards the end of the year, and you start to be able to do things with a little, with a little less thought. You're you're reacting, and you know what you're supposed to do based on how many reps you've done things. And I'd attribute it to that, but that's every team. I think, we've got something special here, and we intend to keep going.
Last night watching Monday Night Football, and Jake Browning gets his opportunity to play for the Bengals, has this big game, over 300 yards passing, leads the team to a win in overtime. But what stuck with me was finding out that he threw 92 touchdown passes his senior year in high school. What were Jared Goff's stats like in high school?
So Jake was another Northern California kid as well. So I followed his career closely enough to know that he was throwing 90-something touchdowns, which was insane. My senior year of high school, I don't know, I threw 35 or 40. Nothing like 90. I'd like to know, how often they were throwing the ball. I mean, they had to have been throwing it a bunch. But, Jake's a hell of a player, and I've known, about his talent since he was a high school kid. And, I'm happy he got a W last night.
Yeah, and then he has this great sophomore year at Washington, and yet goes undrafted. Is that unfathomable?
For him?
Yeah. And were you surprised that you followed a guy and he's undrafted and had this great year in college as well?
Yeah, I've always thought he's a great player. I think, he'd probably say it's, something that's driven him and made him great. And, I don't know. I mean, that was, a handful of years ago, but he's a great player. He's stuck around the league for a long time. He got his chance last night and made the most of it. And happy for him. He's playing well.
Well, Jared, so are you. We appreciate your time. Good win, and we'll talk again next week.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Jared. Jared Goff, Detroit Lions quarterback. You're on 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, guys, you ready to hit a home run with the best Christmas gift for your special lady this year?
I am. What do you got?
Listen up, Gator. Pajamagrams, famous naturally new pajamas will make your holiday great. You'll be a holiday hero. You've heard me talk about this, and let me tell you, this product is so good, they sell out every year. Naturally new pajamas are known for their ultimate comfort and style. These pajamas are so soft and silky, and even better than lingerie with the curve-caressing fit. Here's the good news. When you order Naturally New pajamas today, you will get a Naturally Nude nightie for your lady as well. That's a $75 savings on a luxurious 2-in-1 complete gift. But you got to order now before they sell out. Listen, we all know how good it feels to win, so why not win this Christmas with a gift your lady is sure to love? Order at pajamagram.com. That's Naturally New pajamas at pajamagram.com. Don't forget to tell them Doug Karsh.
Pajamagram.com.
There you go. Don't forget to tell them Doug Karsh from 97.1 The Ticket sent you. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Thanks to Jared Goff, who joins us every Tuesday here on 97.1. Always good to talk to the Lions quarterback. And I thought the most important and the most telling part of that game, and Gambling Dan Campbell had two opportunities to play it what is considered relatively conservative, and that is to run the football and drain a team's timeouts. They did it inside of 3 minutes to go after they got the fourth down stop, where I guess it was they ran on first down. And New Orleans used their first timeout, and it's 3rd and 7, and they throw to LaPorta. They didn't make him take their second timeout. They throw to LaPorta for the first down. Now, that one might be a little bit more conventional because they still had 2 timeouts. They had the 2-minute warning, so they were going to be able to stop the clock, and draining the 1 timeout wasn't going to put them in a world of hurt. The second one, though, inside of the 2-minute warning, when they're out of timeouts, and they're looking at 3rd and whatever it was, and he finds
3rd and 8 or something.
Yeah, they find Josh Reynolds. Now, not only did they decide to throw, on that play, the pocket collapsed.
Yeah.
Goff had to move around.
Moved up and to his left.
He got hit when he threw it, but delivered a catchable ball to a receiver running a crossing route who I could almost guarantee wasn't his number one option. They're probably not looking at Josh Reynolds, who doesn't have a catch all day. I'm not even sure he had a target. And Josh Reynolds makes a running catch at a ball delivered, I don't know, below the waist, knee-high level.
I would say knee-high.
I would not call that an easy catch, but I also wouldn't call it a bad throw, given the duress he was under.
Being that it was under duress, I don't think it was a bad throw at all. But as far as a normal throw is concerned, it's suboptimal, as you like to say. But Reynolds makes a nice plan to catch it, keep his feet, turn upfield, get the first down, and put the stake into the heart of the Saints. It was
awesome. The ball game.
Yeah.
They ended the ball game right then and there, and New Orleans never got the ball back. And that's Dan Campbell, Ben Johnson. I mean, it's not the most outrageous thing, but the conventional football wisdom is we run it here. We try to get the first down on 3rd and 8, but we're going to run it. And if we don't get the first down, we're punting to them. They're going to have inside a minute to go with no timeouts, and they have to go the length of the field, which is also a bad place to be if you're New Orleans. But they had no shot when they converted this.
Well, there was also another play in the game I think was absolutely key, and that was the self-inflicted wound of the Saints having that fumbled snap and the Lions recovering. You know, the Saints were coming off. I think they had a touchdown, and the Lions got stalled out. Saints get the ball back, and they could really make things interesting here, but they fumble. Lions get it and score and immediately go back up by 2 scores. It was huge that they got that play, because that's the kind of play that we saw last week against the Lions.
Yep.
You know, they're the last time they played anyway, the Packers game. That's what happened, right? You get the 3 turnovers, the 3 fumbles, get hit from behind, don't see it, and this was just a bad exchange, but we'll take it because you needed some kind of break, and they got the break.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Paul's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Paul.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Doing good, thank you.
Hey, I wanted to ask the both of you, and I've been in love with this team ever since I was a little kid, at the age of 7, and I've followed them forever. And just seeing them and how much success that they're having right now has just been wonderful to me and my whole family, actually, because, I mean, it's just been a tradition, but that's another story. But what I really want to know is, with the upcoming games that they have against Dallas and Minnesota, and even Denver, for that matter. I know Denver's been playing better lately. How do you think that these guys are going to fare, as far as the competition is concerned between the two of them? I mean, where they sit right now at 9-3, I mean, they haven't been that way since 1962. I mean, do you think they have an opportunity, not necessarily of running the table, but at least winning enough to where they can get a hold of the division first and then possibly getting a first-round bye? What is it going to take?
Well, winning the division, I think, that's well within their grasp. They need to win the games that are in front of them. I think you look at it, basically Green Bay has to run the table to have a chance of winning the division. Okay. I think they have 6 wins right now, Doug, so 5 games left, they would get to 11. The Lions have 9 already. So I'd feel very comfortable if the Lions, if they got the 12th win, I think it's academic, right? So that they need to win 3 of the last 5 to get there. It'd be fantastic if they did that in the next 3 games, so that maybe at the end of the season you can look at resting a guy here or there. But the tough one's going to be to try to get the first round bye.
Paul, I was reading in the Athletic today, and they cited a New York Times simulation that ran 192,320 simulations of the rest of the season.
Is that it?
And the Lions won the NFC North 96% of the time.
Wow.
The same
that's
thing,
great.
though, is the same simulation had the Lions the first round bye, the number 1 seed, 7% of the time. It's going to be tough. At this point, maybe the ceiling is to try and be the number 2 seed so that you're hosting either San Francisco or Philadelphia in a playoff game with a chance to go to the NFC Championship. Because that'd be great to play that game, the 2-3 game, to win the first round game. And I don't want to count that as chalk it up as a sure win, because it's not. But to win the first round game and to get to host in the next round before you go somewhere for an NFC title game.
See, I think both teams are beatable as far as Philadelphia and San Francisco are concerned. I mean, all the teams have their flaws, and and I know Kane says it all the time. And every given Sunday, it's very, very true. And if the Lions can catch these guys at the right time, I mean, you never know what's going to happen. One more quick thing, real quick. I don't know if you guys have been on Facebook at all, but there is a meme out there with JMO as Superman.
Yeah, I've seen it with
hysterical.
the cape. Yeah.
My God, it's hysterical. It's great.
They photoshopped a cape, a red cape on him as he's running by and diving into the end zone.
That's funny.
And they play the theme to Superman.
There were 2 things that Goff said that were interesting. One is something I'd never given thought to, and that was Sam LaPorta's ability to catch the football without leaving his feet. And I think back to like tight ends in the past, and a lot of them do. I mean, I can think of.
You can think of some. Well, the iconic catches. Some happen to be in the air. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, there's other ones that you don't need to leave your feet, but you're making sure you catch the football. But his point that LaPorta just keeps his feet on the ground and catches the football and keeps moving. A lot of that's the ability to keep your head still so you can see the ball all the way in and all that. But that was something I'd never given thought to.
I wonder if that's taught at Iowa.
That's a great question. B, when we're thinking about the job that NFL scouts do, are they paying attention to that? I suspect that they are.
Well, the other thing that has to happen for the tight end to keep his feet on the ground is the throw's got to be in rhythm. You can't.
Well,
you have to, the ball's got to be catchable while keeping
jumping. If it's in somebody's catch radius, like whatever their wingspan is, if you're able to just keep running and not have to leave your feet to catch it, yes. If you have to leap to catch an overthrow or to dive to catch something too far, east or west of you, but still, that's something I haven't given thought of.
And it's not like the guy's 6'6" out there doing it.
What's that? LaPorta? Yeah. No. But still, that was an interesting observation, something I hadn't given thought to. Then he said something else I want to get into, and we will do that today at 11:02 here on Carson Anderson. Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket.
And we are brought to you by the good people at National Benefit Plans. President Scott Harris says he will be the Tigers manager for, quote, a very long time. Speaking of, Tigers manager A.J. Hinch, who had his contract extended, terms are not disclosed, but his original contract with the team was set to expire after 2025. His record as Tiger manager, 221 up, 265 down. 4 Heisman Trophy finalists are in to be in New York. 3 are quarterbacks, Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix, Michael Penix Jr., and a wide receiver from Ohio State University named Marvin Harrison Jr. Monday Night Football, Bengals over the Jags, 34-31. That was in overtime. Trevor Lawrence banged up with an ankle, had to leave the game. Lions having their best season since 1962 at 9-3. 3.5-point choice at Chicago Sunday, of course, here on the ticket. NFL announcing today the 32 nominees for the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, going for players who excel both on the field along with a lasting impact off the field. Lions nominee is center Frank Ragnow. College hoops tonight, Michigan hosting 6-1 Indiana. That's at 9 p.m. and AM 950. MSU at home against number 23 Wisconsin. Wings in Buffalo tonight, 7:30 here in the ticket. Patrick Kane likely to make his NHL debut now on Thursday. NHL debut of the Wings, of course. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So, Gator, our conversation with Jared Goff, a couple things come up there. One is the Sam LaPorta comments, and what stands out to him is his ability to catch a football, secure catch, without leaving his feet. 2, though, and this is something that I want to talk about. These fan takeovers are remarkable. And I think about the years and years and years where, I mean, it's not humiliating, okay, when an opposing team is good and they come into your building and they buy a bunch of tickets, because typically it means your team's not good and people aren't going to invest as much time, money, and effort into going to seeing a product that isn't worth supporting.
But that's the humiliating part.
But it's we know they aren't good. Like, we knew they weren't good. We don't need, to see other fans come in to oh, that's right, we're not very good. But when somebody comes in and takes over your house, I mean, maybe humiliating is the word. I don't know. I used to be so envious of fan bases that had the enthusiasm and the reason to do so, where it didn't matter where the Cowboys were playing, there's always a Cowboys presence. It didn't matter where the Steelers were playing, there was always a Steeler fan presence. We have taken over the 5 wins. And it's weird because the Baltimore game, they're a good team. I think that was the hardest stadium to attempt to take over, although Kansas City would have been hard too. I didn't feel the Detroit fan presence in the Baltimore game. Obviously, I don't travel with this team. Maybe the people were there and they simply had nothing to cheer about, so we never saw them or heard them. Right. These takeovers, we're now doing it. We are now the team. We are the team where our fans... These people are showing up. They're showing up and getting great seats. At one point they cut to a shot of a section that the first 10 rows are all Lions fans. I've been to a couple of Lions road games. I was in Chicago with a bunch of Lions fans. In the uppermost reaches of that spaceship, and it was cold, and we were way up there. Now, Lions fans are taking these stadiums over
behind the bench,
in the front rows, and in big time numbers. What's going on right now is the climb to the top. We're leaning into it and we're having fun, and I'm excited.
I love it because, yeah, I've been to too many Lions games in the past where you would see, and typically it would be like Green Bay or Chicago, right? The division rivals, you'd see them come in, and the Chicago fans were always here. Easy drive.
Yep.
And lots of people from this area end up moving to Chicago for work or whatever, and they come back and, whatever, they become Bears fans, and it sucks. But you see a lot of them. The one where it bothered me the most, maybe 5 years ago, I forget how long ago it was, the Lions played a game at Ford Field against the Steelers.
Mm-hmm.
And Steeler fans came en masse, and I'm walking up into the stadium, get dropped off over by Comerica Park, and I'm walking on that street there that goes perpendicular right into Comerica Park, right into Ford Field. And you get by the Elwood Bar. The entire outdoor area there was absolutely, positively filled with Steeler fans. The whole bar, inside and outside, nothing but Steeler fans. And, I mean, they were even playing Renegade, which is their song, the old Styx song. They're playing that, and the crowd's going nuts. And I'm like, this is an unbelievable takeover. And then there were, of course, even more fans once you got into the game. But to your point, this is what's happening now everywhere.
Yep.
And it started with Kansas City.
Yep.
And continued on. They had a huge presence in Tampa, of all places. Didn't think, was it really going to happen? Yeah, it did. And now New Orleans had happened. And you can see these. We joked with Kang's buddy, Gil. Was it Gil? Was that his name? That, he and his friends had decided they were going to go to the Tampa. And we're like, Tampa, there's so many other better road trips to do. You could have done New Orleans. Well, a lot of people did New Orleans.
Yes, they did.
And I'm guessing there's going to be thousands of Lions fans that will be at Chicago on Sunday cheering on this team. And it's great to see.
I mean, Jared Goff, when the players are noticing that when New Orleans has the ball late in the game, down 33-28, and Jameis Winston's trying to lead a drive, and the Lions fans are making noise. When Teddy Bridgewater played there saying, I've never seen anything like this.
That's impressive.
What's going on right now is, I guess for lack of a better term, and it's totally anecdotal. I don't have any data to support this, but it feels like it's special. And it's really, really cool. 248-539-9797. Robert, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Robert.
Oh, sorry, Doug. I needed to put my phone off speaker.
It's okay.
Yeah, I was at Baltimore. I actually went to 4 games in a row, 2 road games, and the Baltimore game and the Chargers game.
Yep.
Baltimore was filled with Lions fans.
Okay.
I ran into a season ticket holder who told me, I've been to a lot of games, right? He's a season ticket holder. He says, we play Philadelphia, New York, close teams. He says he's never seen that many jerseys in his opposing stadium in his building. He was fascinated by how many Lions fans were there. L.A. was the same way. Thing in Baltimore was there was a big cheer that went up when the Lions got their first down because it was 28-0 at the time, something like that. There was nothing to cheer about, but there was a ton of Lions fans at that game. Same thing in L.A. L.A. was a bunch.
L.A. is kind of expected because it's not a great sports town.
Right, because they don't have any fans.
And there's a lot of transplants. And even that team plays second fiddle in their own stadium in their own town, which is just bizarre. And we talked to a lot of Lions fans before that game that were making that trip. And, I mean, it's too early to get into the Chicago game, but this is awesome. I mean, this is awesome.
And I also went to the Bears game and the Monday night game, the Raiders game. Raiders, I saw maybe 20 Raiders fans in the whole building, and same thing with the Bears. There were some Bears there, but nothing like some of the other games I've been to where the whole thing is, green for Green Bay. The whole thing behind the Green Bay sidelines has been all green before. I don't think Lions fans are selling their tickets anymore.
It's Robert, thank you. It's really, really cool, and it's making a difference, and my favorite part is the team is noticing. Like, the team is noticing. Now, I don't know that this makes any difference for a player when they are working on their next contract. But I think what we're making it very difficult for a player that has a legitimate offer to stay in Detroit to want to leave. I mean, the success, the support, saying things like, I've never seen that before. And I'm talking about Jared Goff here. Now, I'm not saying he gives a hometown discount, but this was the kind of place that we used to have to say, who's going to sign here? And that stigma is gone.
Well, if you want to just look at him specifically, it's, coming from L.A., where we've said the fans are just a different kind of fan, and not in a good way. I imagine this is all new to him and all fascinating for him. And for the rest of the team, when this team hosts a playoff game, you're going to see an atmosphere that we haven't seen in over 30 years, just realistically, because that's the last time we hosted it. We've had games, Monday night games, Sunday night games, and special games. We thought that this is a great atmosphere, but I can't wait until mid-January when they actually do get a chance to, hopefully, knock on wood here, that they get that chance to host that playoff game, and it should be amazing. And the way the crowd will react if this team wins a playoff game, the way that the crowd reacts and the fans react just en masse, not just the ones that are in the stadium, I think it'll be palpable, and the players will know. And now, does that mean players will want to come here? I think it'll help in the recruiting of some of those guys. I think your number one recruiter is your head coach.
Yeah.
And if he's successful with this team, that's ultimately what matters.
But whether it helps, I'll just say these are factors that won't hurt anymore.
No, they won't hurt anymore. That's a great way to say it.
And
it's no longer a hindrance.
You bring up what that first game could be like, and that's why I still am not. Look, you don't count yourself out. You don't, give up. I'm not really particularly focused on getting the first round bye, being the number 1 seed, but it is realistic to try and get that number 2 seed. So either San Francisco or Philly has to come to Detroit, and that's why these games are important down the stretch. 248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback coming up a little bit later on. Got another question about this team and something that they have to. Gator, I'd say they have to shore up. We'll get to that today at 11:30 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
It's another big football weekend coming up here in Michigan. We're talking football right now. And listeners, they're loving the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. That's right. It's the only app I recommend right here in Michigan. They've got odds, bets, slots, and games. Download the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app right now, and you can play all your favorite casino games right at your fingertips. The casino and the sportsbook are right in your pocket and go wherever you go in the state of Michigan. You can play popular online slots like 88 Fortunes, Cleopatra's Gold. That's right, Gator, she is Egyptian. And Wheel of Fortune, my favorite. New slots like Atomic Meltdown, Imperial Wealth. Play with a live dealer on your phone. Enjoy blackjack, roulette, baccarat. Check out Ultimate Texas Hold'em on the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. They got a great offer right now for new users. Download the Play Gun Lake app and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. That's the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's your time to play. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at playgunlake.com for details. You must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. So anything on your mind, fair game. We did talk with Jared Goff last hour, and he was discussing how noticeable it is for the players, the Lions fans' takeovers, and that Teddy Bridgewater, who played in New Orleans, said he's never seen anything like that. That a team came in, and it happened to be our team, and the Superdome is not a place that you can typically come in and take it over. And Lions fans made their presence felt. Bridgewater was there for 2 full seasons. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Creighton here on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Creighton.
Good morning, gentlemen. How's it going?
We're doing good.
Recovering from New Orleans. I got to say, man, the Detroit takeover is a real thing, fellas.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, before the game even started, the few days leading up to it, every street you walked down, every restaurant you went in, every bar you went into, it was flooded with Lions fans. And as a Lions fan, that it blew my mind. I even had people from New Orleans come to me and be like, "Why are you guys down here?" I said, simply put, we don't know what to do with ourselves. We are super excited. We're not used to this.
Yep.
So we are going to travel and support this team all year because we don't know what to do with our hands.
Yep.
So we don't know what to do.
Creighton, we've had this with other teams. We've had it with the Red Wings. We've had it with the Tigers. We've had it with the Pistons, Michigan and Michigan State, where you travel but we've never had it with the Lions.
This one feels different, man. I mean, okay, take the stadium, for example. If I had to gauge from what I saw in the stadium, it had to probably be about 45-55 in favor of the Saints. But the noise level
45? You think it was
that many?
Wait, you said, now are you talking about the actual fans? There were 45%
the
Lions?
fans in the stadium. It felt like 45-55, fellas. But the noise had to be about 50-50. I mean, because I'm telling you, because on the scoreboard they show fans' reactions. In the background of every Saints fans they put on the screen, it was a wave of blue. Like, it was amazing how we showed up and showed out in that game and in that city. By the way, New Orleans, everybody listening, amazing city. Get there before. It's good, amazing city, and you will eat so good there. And when I say good, Gator,
I know.
What would you eat? When you go down there, oh my goodness. Let me tell you something, fellas. I went down there expecting to put on 10 pounds, and I probably put on 9.7. My doctor will be upset with me, but that's okay. It was well worth it.
Well, Creighton, thanks for sharing. We appreciate it. 248-539-9797. We did the trip there, and it is
the shrimp and grits, the
I
po' boys, the beignets.
I enjoyed myself.
Everything there it's fantastic. Yeah.
Yep. There were options.
You know what? Now that he's mentioning this, if he thinks there were maybe 45% Lions fans, which I think is probably a really high estimate, I think it goes back to the time we spent in Sandersville, or is it Sanders? Yeah, Sandersville, Mississippi. I think we put the word out. Lions are coming, and hey, these people from Detroit doing a show here for a reason. Beware what's going to happen within about 10 years. And I think
the message
I think
that we brought was obvious. Yeah,
I think it exploded. People from Laurel, Mississippi, Sandersville, Mississippi, Hattiesburg, everybody is like, yeah, let's get on board. Let's tell the folks in Jackson, Mississippi, what's up. And next thing you know, Lions takeover.
That went from being the potential low point of our broadcast career to probably the high point of our broadcast career.
I don't know the high point, but it was
pretty good. It was pretty fun when it was all said and done.
We made chicken salad.
Yes, we did. So, I mean, look, this feels irresponsible, okay? But do not let us get to the game at the end. Don't let us get to that game.
Oh boy. Stop it.
Don't let us get to that game.
Just stop.
Because that takeover.
Stop. Stop it.
Do you remember when we hosted the game here in Pittsburgh? It was Pittsburgh versus Seattle.
Yeah,
and it was like a Steelers home game.
It was all Steelers. Yeah. For those that could actually get tickets. Yeah.
Yep. Oh, it's tough. It's tough.
People take mortgages out to do it.
I know, right?
That's what'll have to happen.
I know.
Stop it. We're not talking about it. We're not talking about it. I'm talking about the game against Chicago. I don't know what you're doing.
So, but let's think about it. If okay, the Lions make the postseason and win a playoff game and have to go on the road. It's one thing to take over a team battling for their playoff lives. It's another to take over a team that, Kansas City was defending Super Bowl champ. We took over that. I don't know if we took it over, but there was a definite presence. Can you do it in the postseason? I mean, can you show up in Philly or San Francisco and have the presence like we've had in the regular season?
No.
Yeah.
No, you can't. Philly fans are crazy. San Fran fans are crazy too. Those are places those fans buy up their seats. I can see it. What happens in New Orleans? You get a middling team. Kansas City, I was surprised by. But maybe Lions fans just bought those tickets way early, ahead of schedule. And I guess maybe that's how I can see that one. But these other cities, Tampa, I mean, it's not hard to overrun Tampa or Los Angeles, Chicago. Now, if you tell me that we got a huge presence in Dallas.
Yeah.
Okay.
The thing about Dallas is the stadium's massive. Like there's.
Yeah, no, they can, if they want to, they can get like over 90,000 there. But definitely 80,000.
248-539-9797. We go to Ken. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Ken.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Hey, I had been planning on calling. I've called once before after the Tampa game about the Lions fans that attend all these away games. I live in Florida, and I went to the Tampa game, but then I also went to the Los Angeles Chargers game. I was disappointed at the Chargers game because you really didn't get a good feel of how many Lions fans were there because they were wearing the same colors.
Right. No, it's a good point.
And I guess the question I had is I really kind of wonder, I mean, because, it's been, 60-some years, and I think the Lions fans are just really seeing the progression of this team, that it's not just this year's a really good year, but they're building something. And I just kind of wonder how we compare to maybe other teams, especially in the NFL, that go, is there anything to compare to the number of Lions fans?
I don't know.
To any other team
that's
that does it?
I mean, look, like I said, it's all anecdotal. I don't have any data, but it feels like Steeler fans, this is what Steeler fans do. It's what Cowboy fans do. It's what Bears fans and I think Packers and Vikings fans used to do here. But I don't know how to support any. It looks like it. It looks like we're doing it. Looks like we're doing what they used to do to us.
Yeah, I would support what the other caller said about it being 45% of the fans, but I don't know if it's accurate or not. It's really hard to judge, but it sure felt like it was 45%.
I mean, even if you dropped it down to 30%, it's a massive amount of people.
Well, remember, he said it felt like 45%. He didn't say it was. He said it felt like 45%, which means, I mean, I guess if you're going to show up at another team's stadium and you're going to make your presence felt, you're going to make noise. Like you're likely going to be cheering rather loudly. So, and when things are going well, you're way into it. Like the Baltimore game, he said, I'm not sure we took over Baltimore. And then somebody called and said, yeah, we did. We just had nothing to cheer about. So they had a lot to cheer about.
I think they had fans there. I don't know if they took over because I think you can tell by the jerseys in the crowd, at least from one, but you're only seeing half the stadium in most of the shots.
Yeah.
So it's tougher to really judge, but
248-539-9797. Mike, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, good morning.
What's up?
Hey, I wanted to talk about the defense, and it starts with Thanksgiving to Chicago and most recently New Orleans, and it seems to me there's something intrinsically wrong. I don't know what it is, but it has been a nail-biter for 3 games, and defense wins games. And going forward, I'm nervous, but, it's for example, with New Orleans, they're in-game adjustments. When Taysom Hill comes in the game, the guy is going to run the ball 9 out of 10 times, put a spy on him. I mean, there was no adjustments made to stop this guy, and I don't know what our defensive coordinator is thinking or not thinking, but I just wanted to get your thoughts on that. It just seems that there's something in a pretty pretty deep rooted that there's a fundamental problem here with, the scheme. And I'll just leave it at that. Your thoughts?
I actually not sure you're correct on a couple of things here, but we will get to that coming up because I do want to talk about the defense. We will get to that today at 11:31 and what needs to be better moving forward. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, if you're looking for a different kind of bourbon to try, if you haven't tried this yet over the last year, I don't know what you're waiting for. I keep talking about it. Flying Ace Spirits Bourbon. It's made in Holland, Michigan. It's part of the Coppercraft family. You know its quality. What you may not know is how versatile it is. You can drink it any way you want. Want to do shots with your friends to celebrate some event? Go ahead and do it. You want to mix it with cola or ginger ale? It's a great way to try it. You want to have it on the rocks or neat? It works that way as well. Listen, at only $30 a bottle, it's not going to bust your budget at all. Flying Ace Spirits Bourbon is delicious. The best part of it is the taste. It's got hints of vanilla and ripe stone fruit. It's so smooth that you're going to want to come back for more. There's nothing pretentious about it. It's just real approachable American-made whiskey for the maverick at heart. No gimmicks at all. So don't show up to a party or a tailgate party empty-handed ever again. You've got no excuse. Bring something that everybody's going to really be happy about, have a smile on their face. That is Flying Ace Spirits Bourbon. You can follow at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram and stay up to date on all of their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly and never drink and drive.
All right, just went through. So our guy there said spy Taysom Hill. They got to put a spy on Taysom Hill, and they made no adjustments. My first question would be, how do you know they made no adjustments? Like, I get that, you were unhappy that Taysom Hill was having success on the ground, but Do we know that they made no adjustments? Do we know that they let the offense or the defense be super vanilla in those situations?
No, we don't know. And, sometimes you've already got that personnel on the field. Like they may have Taysom Hill on the field already as a tight end, and then and they've done this where they put the quarterback, line him up as a wide receiver. So you're not changing personnel on the field, so you don't have an opportunity to, switch guys out there because, they can snap it quickly. The one thing I would agree with him is just that I think Taysom Hill is a run first guy, but the whole spy thing, I mean, if it were that easy, just hey, we're just going to get a spy on a guy. I mean, I don't think it's that easy. You take a guy out of coverage when you commit to that.
Well, Taysom Hill, first 2 carries went for 28 yards. His next 11 carries went for 31 yards.
No, I know.
So,
they only had a couple plays that were damaging, which is why, I was ripping my hair out for a little bit there because those plays where he gets the big yards, I'm just like, he's not a threat to throw the ball. But that's me because I don't have a whole lot of respect for him as a quarterback. I do as a player, not as a quarterback, but I have respect for him as a player.
So, but the defense needs to get better. And, they've got to sit down and they got to figure out if there's something they're doing wrong philosophically. And I have no idea. I'm not a coach. But Dan Campbell and his defensive staff have to figure this out and say, okay, given the personnel we have, are we getting the most that we possibly can out of this defensive group? And I find it hard to believe that the answer is yes, but it might be yes. Because if you are getting the most that you can out of the defensive group, it feels to me like then this goes back to one of two things. The injuries, they didn't have a large margin for error defensively, and they got some key guys hurt, specifically in the secondary and maybe your pass rush specialist, which all impact your pass defense. C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Emmanuel Mosley would be better options back there than what they're using, A. And B, James Houston is a bit of a wild card. I'm not comfortable saying I know he would be better than what they're parading out there, but I sure would like to find out.
Well, would you say a healthy, like if he hadn't gotten hurt, he's a better option?
I hope so. I hope so. I mean, I know.
Second half, man.
I get that, but so did Kerry Hyder.
Like this.
Fine, but I was hoping that James Houston could keep it up. I wasn't convinced he was going to be able to keep it up. You obviously are.
I'm totally convinced that he could have, yeah. But now, coming back from a broken leg, I don't know what to expect.
So the question is, did they just get a combination of injuries that have made the defense look worse? Because I'll say one thing, and it didn't feel like Cam Sutton was getting burned, right? That's as a product of, hey, hate to say it, but they just don't have, right now, they don't have the better players that they were planning on having. Now, in football, you have to account for injuries. Guys are going to get hurt. So you're trying to build a deep team. And they've been able to overcome it to get to 9-3. So it's bad, but it's not a crisis. A crisis is when they're 3-9. They're 9-3. The games have more premium. You want to play as well as you can possibly play. But is Cam Sutton getting burned a lot? It doesn't feel like it.
No, it doesn't. And I'm starting to wonder if Cam Sutton is as close to lockdown as they have, as the Lions have for sure. I think he's their best corner. Is it time where you say, and I don't think this is the case of the Lions, I think they just put a guy on either side, but where Cam Sutton's going to lock down on the other team's number one receiver. No matter where he lines up on the field, that's where Cam Sutton goes. Is that something they need to think about? Rather than, have the offense dictate what they want to do in their matchup, that the Lions can do that defensively.
Well, if Aaron Glenn, I'm pretty comfortable having seen what Dan Campbell did a year ago. I'm pretty comfortable with Dan Campbell being okay with making a change if there's something better in-house. And if not, then it's an off-season discussion of whether or not they need to get somebody else to run the defense. If James Houston comes back, if C.J. Gardner-Johnson comes back, can it take this defense, which I will characterize as struggling, and get them closer to average? Can it get them closer to average? Can you take an average defense? They got, 6 games to put it together here? Can they get
5?
5 games. 5 games. Sorry, 5 games. Math. Yeah, tough. 5 games to get it together here for the postseason. I mean, can they get these guys healthy and get them on the field? And then, I mean, of course, the problem with that is as soon as you get them back, somebody else gets hurt. But I don't know. It's the $1 million question, because I believe offense wins championships anymore, but that doesn't mean you can be crappy on defense. You want to do your best to provide some resistance defensively.
Yeah, and we know they have holes. Can those holes be closed a little bit? And that's, I guess, what we're asking. And I think the answer hopefully comes in the form of the guys that are getting back. But I did like what I saw from Bruce Irvin. Limited duty he got in the game on Sunday, but he did get a couple pressures. He got a quarterback sack, and he drilled Derek Carr on a play that he got flagged for. But nonetheless, he got home, and the damage was there. I like what we saw there, and Romeo Okwara got a sack, good, because we need to see Romeo Okwara step up his game, and maybe that's what it needs. Maybe the threat of losing snaps is what gets guys to play better. I hope that's not the case. I just hope that it's a case of maybe they're working through some stuff and now they're hitting their stride. But so much was expected of guys like Harris and Okwara coming into the season. I mean, they gave Okwara a big contract a few years ago.
Yep.
Because he was trending in this direction of being this consistent pass rush guy, not one of the elites, but consistent, where you thought, okay, maybe he gets 8 to 12 sacks a season, something like that, and has come nowhere near it because of injuries. Well, he's healthy. There aren't excuses. Get out there and get the job done. And at least he got home once on Sunday.
When he was the one that popped up that had the sack, it was like, there you are.
Hey, 95.
248-539-9797. Back to your open line calls. Percy, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Percy.
Hey guys, how you doing?
What's up,
I'm
Percy?
calling today, checking about just is Houston ever coming back this season?
He might.
Yeah, they
December.
They seem to think that it could be in a few weeks.
And also, what about the Michigan Alabama situation? This college football, it's almost a joke now. I mean, come on, y'all. What y'all think about this? Honest opinion.
Well, what do you mean? As far as the matchup, I think it's a great matchup.
I mean, is that justifiable wins or losses, or I mean, how do you judge that? I mean, from an expert's point of view.
Well, what are you asking?
I don't know.
Are you asking if Alabama belongs in a Final Four?
Florida State get put out.
We did it yesterday for 4 hours. I mean, their quarterback got hurt. That's why.
I don't like it. It is what it is.
No.
So embrace the matchup. It's an awesome matchup.
It is a great matchup.
I mean, greatest venue in college football, and you get
Two
Alabama
blue
and
bloods,
Michigan. That should be
helmets on the field
fantastic.
together, everything on the line. Love it. 248-539-9797. Marvin, you're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Marvin.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
We're great, thank you.
Hey, I was just looking at the NFL stats updated from December 2nd, and they have the Lions defense in the entire NFL at number 10, 5th in rushing and 20th against the pass. So if we stick closer to the facts, the Lions defense is not that bad, and those injuries did hurt. And we have developing rookies that are actually getting better and better. So, last year we're talking if we at least middle of the way, that we could go far. Right now in the NFL, they're number 10.
What stat are you using for number 10?
I went to the NFL site and I asked the top defenses right now in the NFL, and they got the Lions at 10.
In terms of what?
Do you know?
Like what?
Total defense. Total defense was the stat.
They're 14th in total.
I was going to say they're 14th in what? Giving up yards?
Yeah.
And they're 23rd in giving up points.
Okay, well, I looked at the total defense, and they had all of the teams ranked. You had Baltimore and different teams at the top. And you had Dallas in there like around the 5th, and then you drop down. Total defense. I mean, everything.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm on the ESPN site. They're 14th. So I'm not quite sure exactly what you saw. Either way, they've gotten worse as the season has gone on.
They've been great against the run.
And they were better earlier in the year, it felt like.
Yeah. But they're fifth against the run, giving up 93 yards a game. But they're 23rd in the league in giving up points. They give up almost 24 points a game. That's too many. Although, right behind them at 25 is Philadelphia, who's giving up 24 points a game.
We got to keep that in mind, too. We got to keep that in mind. And like I said, I said they are struggling, but the fact is, I'm short of calling it a crisis or calling them downright terrible. So 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback. Actually, Kang has a minor nitpick with the Lions that we will get to at noon. It's Carson Anderson. Minor. It's a minor nitpick, right? 97.1 the ticket. Hey, guys. Are you ready to hit a home run with the best Christmas gift of the year for your special lady? Then listen up. Pajamagram's famous naturally nude pajamas will make you a holiday hero.
I see what you did there with a home run.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Uh-huh. You've heard me talk about this. And let me tell you, this product is so good, they sell out every year. Naturally nude pajamas are known for their ultimate comfort and style. These pajamas are so soft and silky and even better than lingerie with a curve caressing fit. Here's the good news. When you order your naturally nude pajamas today, you will get a naturally nude nightie for your lady as well. That's a $75 savings on a luxurious 2-in-1 complete gift. But you got to order now before they sell out. Listen, we all know how good it feels to win. So why not win this Christmas with a gift for your lady that she is sure to love? Order today at pajamagram.com. That's naturally nude pajamas at pajamagram.com. And don't forget to tell them Doug Karsh from 97.1 The Ticket sent you. Pajamagram.com. Jared, as always, we appreciate your time. Thanks for being with us. And 33-28, you go to New Orleans and win. How good did it feel to bounce back and to just look?
Welcome back to the Carson Anderson Show here on 97.1 The Ticket. Taking your calls and text at 248-539-9797. Lions coming off a nice win over the New Orleans Saints, but I still get the feeling, Doug, that people are they don't like the roller coaster. They don't like the ride, even during the course of a game. Get out to a 21-0 lead.
Why was it even close?
Yeah, and then almost lose that lead. Take a bigger lead at the end of the game, and then it gets close, and then they have to convert that 3rd and 8, and they do. It's exhausting to be a Lions fan.
Well, it is, but the bottom line is that's life in the NFL, and it's exhausting being an NFL fan. You want your team to go 17-0 and blow everybody out, but that's just not realistic, and we pointed out at the beginning of the show. Last night, Jacksonville, who with a win pulls into a tie for first place in the AFC for the number 1 seed, loses to a 5-6 Cincinnati team.
Oh.
Actually, new pajamas commercials got me.
Nude pajamas.
A 5-6 Cincinnati team with a backup quarterback. Jacksonville lost to a 5-6 Cincinnati team with a backup quarterback. Kansas City with a win would have had 9 wins and also tied for the top spot in the AFC, and they went on the road and lost to a 5-6 Green Bay team. So, look, it's not an easy thing to win an NFL game, and we're just so, I think, probably preconditioned to think that every loss is the beginning of the end. But at some point you got to look at it and go, man, they've won 17 of their last 22. That works.
That's impressive.
I think when you lose, you look at warts become bigger, right? Like all the negative stuff is like, oh, that's a big problem. That's a big problem. And so and even when you win, you look at the stuff that didn't go smoothly, and you start making bigger out of it than it is. And you guys are right. You just got to relax. This is part of playing sports. Not everything's going to go perfectly, and the outcome is the main thing if you win the game.
Well, you can do you can do whatever you want. You can panic all you want, and you can say it's doom and gloom and it's unraveling. I'm just explaining why I don't. If they start stringing together losses, and here's the amazing thing, their last 6 losses, they followed them up with wins. Now, the first of those came at the end of a losing streak, so maybe we should eliminate that one. So since they turned this thing around, since in this 22-game stretch where they've had 5 losses, each of their 5 losses, they've followed with a win. So they've avoided sort of the lug nuts loosening and the wheels coming off by going out and winning the next game, which is ultimately what's important, although it seems like we spent all of yesterday debating how important the wins were. But yeah, and that's an important thing to be able to do. And we got an email from somebody that said when the Lions lost on Thanksgiving, because of the extra time off, it felt like forever. It was the equivalent of making a mistake. We talk about when you make a mistake, a factual mistake on the air, right before a commercial break, and then you throw it to break and the ticket text won't stop coming. That's actually wrong. That's actually wrong. And you can't correct it on the air until you come out of the commercial break, and it feels like forever. That's what the Thanksgiving loss felt like. It felt like forever. But as it turns out, both Dan Campbell and Jared Goff have talked about the 3 last practices leading into New Orleans being significant and helping them turn this thing around.
Well, it is important to come back with a W. I think we were really anticipating what it would look like to get the offensive line back, and then we're back for about 20 plays, unfortunately, and then Frank Ragnow got hurt. So it's another week during the season where I think we're going to have to continue to put on hold what we really expect this team to look like, because we still haven't seen it. This team can get better.
Yep.
They're 9-3, and they've got plenty of room to improve on. Obviously, on the defensive side, would love to see this team's offensive line stay intact at the end of the season and into the playoffs. Because if they can stay intact for a long period of time, this team can do anything offensively.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson. A lot of feedback coming up in on takeovers. My wife and I have been to a Lions away game. Hadn't been to a Lions away game until this year when we went to Lambeau Field. That's from an unnamed texter. I went to L.A. and Lions people were everywhere. In Hollywood, at my hotel, at the restaurant before the game. Everyone was a big family. It was the most fun I've had in years. That's from Sean in Portland. Lions always had good fans. Certain teams' fan bases travel better than others. When I lived in Tampa, Packer fans would come so strong. Mario in Allen Park says, I was at the Lions game against New Orleans this weekend. Fans in front of me said they've never seen anything like it. Closest they said was Atlanta fans, but that we had even more than them. So there you go. Taking over. I got a question for you, though. Does it actually, I'll get to the question next hour. I do want to mention that the Red Wings play tonight, and I know the Red Wings have also got people's attention. We do not expect Patrick Kane to play. Their most recent addition.
No, they said yesterday they would be pretty ambitious if he were to suit up tonight. That being said, he did practice yesterday with the second line with Joe Veleno and Alex DeBrincat. But they are, I guess, targeting for Thursday night when they return home against San Jose.
I'm not thinking that this is the signing that like really takes him into playoff contention. But I'm not counting it out either.
I don't want to allow myself yet to think that this is, oh my God, that they just land Patrick Kane for a paltry price of $2 million basically for the rest of the season. And they're getting, a Hall of Famer here, and he still has plenty left in the tank. I don't want to allow myself to think that just yet. But it would seem to reason to me that after skating like 70 times since his surgery, that he would kind of know whether or not, hey, how is he feeling? Now, obviously, it's different when you're taking bumps along the boards, but I feel like if there were setbacks, if there was caution, like I'm not sure this is going to work out, that he wouldn't be doing this.
No. It could be wishful thinking. It could be, I'm going to give this a shot. This is my last kick at the can. The comment that I'm going to be back and better than I was last year, heck, even 2 years ago. Point a game guy, keep winning, trade deadline, still money.
I'm going to look at like February 1st. And I want to revisit this on February 1st and see where we're at here, right? Because he'll have 15, 20 games under his belt by that point, and we'll see. How's he feeling? Is he productive at all? Or is this just, hey, you tried, didn't work out, and we'll see you later. It's unfortunate, but the way your career ended. But you gave it a chance. There have been other guys with this surgery that have tried and they've failed. Why will he be successful and where the others weren't? Is it just simply medical, marvels and everybody's different, the body heals differently? I don't know. I think once you get hit for a few games in a row, those are going to be real tests to see how he rebounds from that.
Very level-headed, Gator. I appreciate it. I like it. But for some reason, I'm oddly excited. And I expect a lot.
Excited.
And I expect like Patrick Kane, maybe not of old, of course, but like I said, I may be a fool here, and maybe it's just because the name Patrick Kane. But I'm really excited. I think he's going to be a really good addition, a really good player. I think Steve Yzerman got someone great on the cheap. I think hockey IQ is so high. DeBrincat talks about all the time when he played with him how smart he is on the ice. Obviously, it's about the body at this point. Can he take a hit? Can he go out there and skate shifts without pain and things like that? It's different when there's your obstacles in the way. But I feel like this is gonna be a great signing. I'm excited, man.
I'm trying to gauge where my excitement is in comparison to other guys that made their debuts, other future Hall of Famers that came to this team. I think the most I was ever excited for a player that came to the Red Wings was when Paul Coffey came over. So they just, is he serious? They got Paul Coffey. Loved it. And his first game, he had 2 assists as a Red Wing. I'm like, that's the guy. And then it was when they traded Paul Coffey and got Brendan Shanahan. And Shanahan gets in a fight in his first game and endears himself to the fans and goes on and has his great season and win the Stanley Cup. And then it was Chris Chelios. Chelly was different because I didn't like Chelios when he came over here. I'm like, I don't like this guy. He was so abrasive against the Red Wings, so much history with Chicago and Detroit. But he ends up endearing himself to Red Wing fans, wins a couple cups, and that was fine. But this guy is so far removed from being the enemy of Detroit because the Wings are no longer in the Western Conference and playing Chicago a bunch of times during the season.
He's been harmless directly to us for years.
Exactly, and then ends up playing with the Rangers for the last season, and now he's here. So I don't have. I guess it's somewhere between. I think Shanahan and Paul Coffey for me.
Well, for me, it was Dominic Hasek. Couldn't believe they got Dominic Hasek.
Still can't believe they got him.
But this is way down the list because my expectations are, I'm trying to keep them really low. 248-539-9797. All right, Kang's got a minor nitpick about the Lions. We'll get to that today at 12:02. Then more of your phone calls and feedback. 97.1 The Ticket.
And we're brought to you by Mother Waddles. He'll be here for, quote, a very long time. So says Tiger President Scott Harris about the contract extension of one manager, A.J. Hinch, who signed his original deal in October of 2020 with Al Avila. That had him here till after the 2025 season. So one can expect it's a few years longer than that. Meanwhile, Lions having their best start since 1962, 3.5-point choice at Chicago on Sunday. They're also the 7th choice now to win the Super Bowl at 20-1 odds. Behind, in order, San Francisco, Kansas City, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Miami, and Dallas. They jumped ahead of Jacksonville after the Jaguars lost last night. NFL announcing 32 nominees for the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award for players who excel both on and off the field. The Lions nominee is center Frank Ragnow. College hoops tonight, Michigan, Indiana at the Chrysler Center. That's at 9 p.m. and AM 950 WWJ. MSU hosting number 23 Wisconsin at the Breslin Center. That'll be at 7 p.m. Patrick Kane likely now making his Red Wings debut on Thursday night against San Jose. He was hoping to do it against Buffalo tonight. Wings are visiting Buffalo at 7:30 and 97-1 the ticket. Wings looking for their third consecutive win. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we'll get back to your phone calls in a moment. We have so much. Typically, I think, Gator, you and I skew positive, and I also think there's plenty to be positive about these days, which makes it a lot of fun to do this show, man. A lot of fun to do this show.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't dwell on the negative, but Kang said, I got a minor nitpick about the Lions. And I'm like, okay, all right. And I didn't ask you what it was, and I'll be intrigued. Should we do 10 texts and have people try and guess it? You're the only one that knows.
You know what? Yeah, let's
okay.
do that.
All right, well, let's see if people can figure out what Kang's minor nitpick is with the Detroit Lions with 10 texts. If you've never participated or heard the 10 text segment, the most amazing thing is we got God to voice it,
It's pretty
which
great.
was really cool.
I got him on Cameo.
Yeah.
You guys owe me some money.
Yeah, I bet. Anyway, I hope that's all we owe is just money to get God.
Yeah.
And a lifetime of gratitude.
Yeah. Anyway, so long story short, we'll take 10 texts. What do you think Kang's minor nitpick is with the Detroit Lions? Get your text in, the first 10. Make sure you sign your text. That's something else that God asks you to do.
Yeah, he gets really upset.
And if
you
God says so, I'd do it.
Yeah, because the thunder and lightning.
Yeah.
Damnation.
He'll strike you down if you don't sign your text. So make sure you put your name on your text. But we'll get to the 10 texts and see if anybody's got what Kang's minor nitpick is with the Detroit Lions. 248-539-9797. While we're getting that together, let's get back to your phone calls. Don, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Don.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
So I'm thinking to myself, if the Lions, let's go back 2 years. The Lions don't take Jameson Williams. They don't take Sam LaPorta. And they don't take Jahmyr Gibbs, right? And they take defensive players on those two drafts, right? We take Jordan Davis. We take Jalen Carter, right?
Yep.
Do you think that the position that the Lions are in right now would be similar, better, or worse?
Wow.
Because how can we equate the Lions offense is one of the top in the league, and at times they look like the best in the league. If you take all those weapons away, right, are we going to lose games 13-10, 16-13? Because we've got a very good defense, but we can't score the ball.
Here's the thing, Don.
Right?
I hate playing this game because what you don't know is how it shakes up everything else. Because if they take the defensive players earlier, that means they can take offensive players later. So instead of taking Jahmyr Gibbs and you take Jalen Carter, does that mean I get Devin Achane?
Sure.
You know?
Yeah, I understand that.
So that's why I don't like playing this game.
Right. But let's say this. Do you think that if Brad Holmes was behind closed doors with all of his staff, do you think that they say to themselves, we really didn't expect ourselves to be 9-3 at this point in our build, right? They had their plan. So 9-3, I feel like they feel like they're playing with house money right now. They didn't think they were going to be in the position that they're at.
Don, I think they'd be worse. Like your question, look, I shifted gears on this a couple years ago. It was a very difficult change for me to make. But I just kept looking at what was going on in the NFL, and I fully believe that great offenses, the better offenses, are a greater predictor of success than the better defenses. And so I approve of what they've done. It was I used to be a defense wins championships kind of guy. I personally wouldn't build my team that way in the NFL anymore. I'm not going to ignore defense, but I'm going to put all I can into having a complete offense, and they've done it, and I approve. I think this is the way you build a winning team in the NFL. Now, when we get to this offseason, if they can shore everybody up, keep Jared Goff, sign, get Penny Sewell locked up or whoever else, Amon-Ra St. Brown, those are the
Joe Jackson.
These are primary goals in the offseason, and then use whatever else resources you have to improve your defense. Well, then that's trending in the right direction. Then you're getting to the point where, you can be great offensively and as good as you could possibly be defensively.
As far as, do I think that Brad Holmes and his staff expect to be 9-3 this year at this point? I think after last season's 8-2 finish and knowing what they could do in the offseason, yeah, I kind of think that they expected this team was going to take a big leap, knowing that they had money to spend on free agency. And they did. They went out and they signed 3 defensive backs that were likely to be starters. Unfortunately, 2 of those guys got hurt. They used their draft to their advantage to add other weapons to this team. And maybe it is because they believe the offensive philosophy is the way to win in football, and that's what they did. They went out and they got LaPorta, and they got Jahmyr Gibbs. I think it's why when we looked at preseason predictions, I mean, I had them at 12-5, and I'm not backing off that. And I forget what the overall was from the fans, and it was at 13-4, or was it 11-6? It was somewhere in there.
Yeah, I've got it. We'll break it out in a few weeks.
But that's the thing, is the expectations changed. I think the trajectory of how quickly we're going to get to where they are now, it changed based on what happened at the end of last year. That 8-2 stretch was incredible. And they did it both with offense, and more importantly, they did it with a vastly improved defense where they shut down quarterbacks of the opposition. So they've got a ways to go here, but at 9-3, I think based on what happened last year, it's on schedule.
Feels like a huge game Sunday because
I think it is.
Look, Chicago is Justin Fields, right? I mean, Justin Fields is the primary focus of your defensive coordinator, and Justin Fields has given the Lions massive headaches the last 3 games, and the Lions have won them all. And the question is, do you change anything because you keep winning? Or, if like Justin Fields can't run the entire game. That first series in this game in Detroit, they went right down the field and it felt like he carried the ball 5 times. But you can't keep running your quarterback. It's going to take a toll. And so do you just say, we're going to deal with it? He's going to be an absolute pain in the you-know-what, but we're going to try and take away everything else and just win the game that way? Because they can't run him 25 times. And they may try, but... All right, we've gotten the 10 texts. People trying to guess what Kang's minor nitpick is with the Lions. I'll read these texts and then we'll circle back to Kang. Ray, in the back of his truck, they've gotten away from the run. Rick in Sterling Heights, their uniforms. Adam in Brighton, the Lions allowing 4th down conversions every time. Marshall in a truck. The nitpick is the lack of sacks. I don't think that's a nitpick. I think that's a big.
Yeah, that's a big one. That's a hole.
Drew and Warren says, Kang's upset we aren't getting J-Mo more touches with his explosiveness. Greg says the punts are almost being blocked. Nathan says the inability to contain mobile quarterbacks. Eli says jerseys in prime time. Jerseys in prime time. What does he mean by that?
What jerseys they were in primetime games?
They wore the whites this past Sunday. I was a little surprised at that. That's not my nitpick, but is that a primetime jersey?
As opposed to wearing, what, the silver or the gray?
Yeah, they wore the all-white pants, with the white tops. I'm not sure that's primetime, but...
All right. Frank in Clinton Township says, Kang thinks Dan Campbell should be wearing a visor instead of a traditional baseball-style cap on the sidelines. All right, we will get to what Kang's nitpick is today at 12:16. If any of these people got it, and get to more of your phone calls at 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, are you holding off on buying a new house because you're waiting for mortgage interest rates to drop? Well, at Hall Financial, they already have. Not only does Hall Financial offer the lowest fees, and best rates, but now Hall Financial will give you a 1% reduction on your interest rate the first year of your new mortgage for free. Why pay more for your mortgage when you don't have to? This is more than just a rate cut. It's a gift. Imagine saving nearly $2,000 in the first year alone on your monthly payments. If you're buying a home and not taking advantage of their Easy Start program, you're overpaying. Are you ready to step into your new home with an initial rate in the fives? Then give them a call, 866-CALL-HALL, or chat with them online at callhallfirst.com. Start your holiday season with a gift from our friends at Hall Financial, 866-CALL-HALL or callhallfirst.com. Get back to your phone calls in a moment. Kang, we had people guess what your minor nitpick is with the Lions. And we took the 10 text. Did anybody get it?
No one got it, which makes me think is this really super minor? Like that no one else thinks about this but me?
That's a great question.
Do you guys have a guess, or do you guys?
Is it Slow starts in the third quarter?
No. Doug, you want one before I reveal?
I really should have thought about this. I don't know why I didn't think. Why don't I come up with a guess?
Okay, you're saying really, really nitpicky.
I guess I thought other people would notice, but maybe I'm the only one. Maybe they will notice once I say it.
Okay, I'm going to go back to something I've said before. And is it not putting your mouth guard in?
No, but I like your guesses, man.
No, that's pretty good.
That does bother me. This is Lions specific because when I watch the Lions game, I think about this at least the last couple of times.
I have no idea, man.
All right.
Is it specific to a player or is it about
kind
the
of?
team?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a player at this point.
This is what I have. It's a nitpick, and it's not even a nitpick. It's just why do you do this? Is it when a player takes their helmet off, they immediately put a hat on?
No, but I now want to hear your nitpicks.
That bothers you, huh?
It's always, I don't know why. It's always like the quarterback. Like as soon as the helmet comes off, immediately they go with a hat.
All right, I'll give you one.
Why are you wearing a hat?
I'll give you one. When Aline McNeil was being escorted off the field, he dropped his helmet on the field, I think it was, and went and sat on the bench, and some support guy had to go pick it up and take it to him.
Oh, yeah, I don't like that. This is more specific to the Lions helping them win games. Guys.
Okay, all right. I don't know. What is it? What do you got?
I'm kind of done with Khalil Dorsey returning kicks. I feel like they go nowhere. Like this is like
I get it.
All right, right? Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong at all.
And I haven't looked up the stats and how he, compares to other kick returners. Maybe you guys can do it right now, but I'm like, dude, can we get a new kick returner? And it's nitpicking. Don't get me wrong. I don't want him cut or anything, and I'm not mad or screaming.
He averages 20.3 yards per kick return.
Okay, how's that compared to other kick returners?
Well, how about just on the team? Craig Reynolds did it twice, and he had a 29.5-yard average.
But he fumbled.
Just saying.
Yeah.
In 2 kick returns, he's got a 31-yard return, which is longer than Khalil Dorsey's 30-yard return at 12. Zonovan Knight returned 1 for 22 yards. That's more. Mo Ibrahim had 1 return for 22 yards. Again, more. So just on the team, everybody's done more. I get it.
Do they have it? Like, can we put Khalif Raymond back there?
Khalif Raymond has been back there.
He does punts, I know that. But
Yeah, but he has not had a kickoff return, I guess. So
is this just me? Is this returns I've watched?
No, I'm with you on it. I thought I'm watching the game against the Saints, and I'm going, got nothing. This guy's he's bringing it out.
He's got like no speed, no moves.
It's like
he's just
like you're running right. Okay,
Yeah.
right into the pile, and there's lines at first and 10 at 20. Like,
Right.
Okay, great. That's awesome. Maybe just let it go next time, and we get an extra 5 yards out of it.
It's pointless at this point.
Okay, this is where he ranks in the NFL with no minimum. So the guy who ranks number 1 is Britton Covey of the Eagles, who's got 1 kick return for 30 yards. And he averages 30 yards a kick return. That's the best in the NFL.
That can't be true.
Well, I'm on ESPN's website. Khalil Dorsey ranks 16th in the NFL, 20.3 yards per return.
Are you sure?
What are you telling me that there are 3 Lions ahead there are 4 Lions in the top 16?
Yeah, they're not listed, and I don't know why, because this dude Covey has 1 kick return. So I don't know why they're not listed. Jamal Agnew's got more, 27.7. Remember Jamal Agnew? Of course you do.
Yeah, I know that guy.
Yeah, I don't know why. ESPN's return stat, that's what it shows. But yeah,
do you notice that?
Yeah, he doesn't.
He doesn't return anything.
He hasn't shown to be dangerous yet. How many
guess-
kick? Hold on, let me go back. How many kick returns does he actually have? He's got 12.
All right. See, I found it. If you go to NFL.com
Yep.
and just anybody that's returned it, number 1 is Andrew Beck, who returned a kick 85 yards for a touchdown.
And I don't know why.
85-yard average.
ESPN's site doesn't have the correct stats then.
I mean,
This doesn't seem right.
Right.
But still.
Stupid ESPN site.
Yeah.
I want Putney, someone says.
Yeah, that's a good call. You pancake-eating MFer. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to DJ here on 97 on a ticket. Hi, DJ.
What up, dog? My dogs, y'all all right?
We're good. Thank you.
Real quick, with you guys, I agree with you. I think think the Dorsey kid, to me, it looks like he's returning just not to make a mistake. That's what it looks like. So that's why it don't seem like he does anything extra. It seems like he's just returning not to fumble. You get what I'm saying? So I'm with y'all on that.
Yeah.
But back to my original point. Going into next year, and, I call you guys all the time during the summer, and we talk about this guy getting cut. Going into the summer, and even right now, I think James Houston has made an outstanding case that we should never, ever, ever even question whether or not he should be on the bubble to be cut. Because if you go back to last year, our defense started playing exceptional when we lucked upon James Houston bringing that heat and the 8 sacks that he had. The fact that he's missing is like super glaring, and I think that it's just a credit to him. And I think that if and when he comes back, he will be like the thing that kind of puts us over the top, sort of what Bruce Irvin did, because he's like a miniature version of Bruce Irvin, actually. So I think that's what I wanted to say. I think James Houston stock should really be going really high.
Yeah, I mean, I said earlier in the show that I was hoping he could come back and have a similar impact on this season. Gator was more counting on it. And it definitely did coincide with his emergence last year, the defense playing better.
Without question. Because he didn't play in the first half.
Nope.
He was healthy, but he had to earn it and practiced hard, and finally they said, all right, we'll give you a chance, and boy, did it pay off. It paid off a ton. I remember watching in the preseason, his rookie season. I kept watching for him because I was like, this guy is so intriguing. With the last year he had in college football was like 20-something sacks.
At a lower level.
Yeah, but it was amazing. He played for Coach Prime. And I'm like, I want to see what he can do in the pros. And watching those preseason games, it wasn't much. There wasn't a whole lot there. Like, okay, maybe it's just whatever. It is what it is. But I hope he makes the practice squad or whatever. And he did. And finally got his chance to shine and shone very brightly. He was very good last year. That's why it sucks not to have him this year. Now, was I expecting him to come out and have that same type of year? Maybe I wouldn't expect 16 sacks or something like that for the full season, but I would have hoped he would have at least surpassed his production from last year. Now he breaks his leg early, and it's been a long road to come back, so the expectations change. The good news is there are reports that he's been seen on the sidelines at practices, that he's actually working with some of the other personnel there. But he hasn't been activated yet. They haven't started the clock on him to come back. But they've still got 5 games left. So as long as he gets in, I'm hoping by the second to last game of the season, so that he's got a couple games under his belt going into the postseason, I think that they might find their pass rush guy.
Let's go to Matt. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hey, guys. Good afternoon.
What's up?
I got 2 things. One is, I'm wondering, do you guys think we went a little heavy on offense because it's pretty much a foregone conclusion we're going to lose Ben Johnson after this year? Is that still, the assumption? And are you worried about a step back, in offense next year if that happens?
Well, no, because I'll say that quickly, because I think that they needed a tight end. They traded away Hawkinson, so LaPorta that made sense, or any tight end, but LaPorta, thank God. And 2, you looked at the wide receiver room, kind of thin. So, when they drafted Jameson, it was supposed to help out.
I think the big reason we didn't go after everything at the deadline was because we still need depth. We're not one piece away. And I worry that, losing Johnson might hurt us as far as, okay, now we need the depth and a new OC to run it. Second part is I read an interesting article yesterday talking about the possibility of a Rams matchup in the first round of the playoffs. What do you guys think on that? And how amazing would that be to beat Stafford in our house in the first round?
It's possible. The Rams have won 3 in a row. They've gotten themselves back into the mix. I mean, it's just, will the matchup happen, right? I mean, you've got the bottom 3 teams, all wild cards, all battling. It looks like Dallas is going to be one of them, and Detroit most likely will be too high. They'll be ahead of the NFC South champion if Detroit indeed wins this division, which is quite strong to quite strong. The chances of that. So Detroit's probably not playing Dallas, so it's kind of down to Green Bay, Minnesota, Seattle, the Rams.
If Stafford stays healthy, the Rams have a chance to make the playoffs. But would I relish that? Yeah, I'd love to see it.
Would you?
Yeah.
I'm not sure that I just want to go out and play a football game and beat somebody without the whole, because that whole week they're going to be dealing with Goff versus McVay, Stafford versus his old team, Brad Holmes versus Les Snead.
Well, you'll be doing the Brad Holmes versus Les Snead thing.
Well, whatever. It's going to get played up. It's going to get played up big time. And I just want to play a game. I just want to play a game without
That's
dripping
the
with
intrigue. Well, we want the intrigue. You don't want the intrigue?
I want to win a playoff game.
What, they can't beat the Rams?
I'm not saying that. All I care is can they win a playoff game. On top of that, if the Rams make the playoffs, they'll probably enter the postseason as one of the hottest teams in the league. Because they'll have to have won. They've already won 3 in a row to get back into this mix, but they're still not in a playoff spot.
Who are they? 6-6 right now?
I think so.
So they can go 3-3, or not 3-3. They can go 3-2 and be a 9-8 team and still make the playoffs, right?
I don't know. I haven't looked at who they're playing with. Probably, it's probable, but I'd rather. I don't know. I guess I haven't given much thought to the Rams.
I know you don't care, Doug. Of course, just win a playoff game, and I want to win a playoff game, and Gator wants to win a playoff game. But nationally, there'd be some storylines there, man.
God,
I mean, I think they'd want, if they had a committee and they could pick whoever they wanted, I think they'd pick the Rams. I think they're right. If the owners got in a room and said, what playoff team should we have? I think the Rams would be a good match for the Lions for ratings.
Instead, they'll probably take Alabama.
Have them play in the Rose Bowl.
248-539-9797. All right, we haven't had a chance to talk about this. Happened during the game. On Sunday, we will get to that at 12:34. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. Great to be with you on a Tuesday. Let's get back to your open line calls. Next up is Greg. You're on 97.1. Hi, Greg.
What's up, boys? So first, us thirsty basement dwellers are very excited that the pajamagram read is back. Thank you very much. And over in the Twitch chat, we're just fired up about it. Right?
That's great. Yeah.
But and then I think that comment that Goff said earlier about Sam being able to run after the catch, basically, and stay on his feet.
Yep.
I kind of think that was almost like a direct hit at Hawk. Like, in all the games I've watched, there is zero yak for T.J. Hawkinson. He can catch ball, fall down, you know?
Yeah. Maybe.
And I think that's not – go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna, he had some big plays with the Lions after the catch too.
Yeah, I know. But in games I've watched, Gator, that's
fair enough. No, there's your SID license right there. It's games you watch. Fair enough.
Yep.
But I think that's something that Colson Lovin can work on too, to make him get up his great stock. Because I mean, he could be great, just like all the other tight ends in the league, the really good ones. Just feet on the ground, run, catch. So, but anyways,
yes.
We're kind of missing out on some draft talk, I think, with the Lions being so good.
Without question.
So that's why I called in, though. I think this next draft, it's going to be, again, the same story where we're going to – a lot of people are going to want defense, but it's going to be offensive line, offensive heavy, because Ragnow, that might be a trend with him being hurt all the time. Decker's getting a little long in the tooth. Sorsdahl ain't it. So, I mean, I'm thinking they're going to have to use some high draft capital to at least get one or two on the starters for this year or the next.
I wouldn't give up on Sorsdahl.
I wouldn't either. I'd say everything you said there, I think you might be right. I think it's too early to say that on Sorsdahl. In fact, this morning, Dan Campbell said that he had a better game this week. So,
okay.
Yeah, I'm feeling decent about I think there's still a chance there. Let's just say that. Now,
I don't disagree with the offensive line draft pick.
No, and there's definitely a difference between just getting a guy and getting a really, really good one. Like, they have built this offensive line. We've seen Lions teams invest in all kinds of first-round picks and high draft picks and not build a great offensive line. Where you guys were okay, Riley Reif, okay, and then you also have your Stocker McDougals of the world. Like, there's a bunch of swings and misses.
Lake and Tomlinson.
Yeah, but this group, they got a whole bunch of hits. A whole bunch. They really did it right, and it's awesome. But they might have to use high draft capital on another offensive lineman next year.
Well, it's awesome if they can stay healthy, and that's been an issue. So it wouldn't surprise me if they use their first-round pick on an offensive lineman, or if they use one of the top two, their first or second-round pick on an offensive lineman. I know they need defensive help, but that's so far down the road because that can also get addressed in free agency.
Yep.
And through trades. So we'll see what happens. But the fun thing is it's December 5th. That's the first draft call we've had in a long time.
No, I thought
and I don't even want to talk about the draft.
I thought the fun thing was it's December 5th and we got 20 more days to Christmas for the naturally new pajamagram read.
Well, there's that.
Yeah, there is that too. All right, something we haven't talked about at all. The dude from the chain gang's leg in the Lions-Saints game.
Oof.
All right, so full disclosure. The plan Sunday was to get up in Indianapolis and be on the road by 8 a.m. to be back in plenty of time to settle in for the Lions game. The plan wasn't to still be up at 4 a.m., but I was.
Oh, you regaled with the team, did you?
No, but I was up late. So 7:15, 7:30-ish, I get up in the morning, drive back. It was a struggle. I get back and I'm like, I got to go in the bubble. I wasn't planning on it, but I'll never make it through this game. So I hit record. Lay down in bed at 12:40. I'm out. My phone rings. It's 2:35. And it's my son. And I answer. I go, hello? And he goes, oh. And I'm like, what? And he goes, you see that? And I'm like, I'm in the bubble. And he goes, oh, sorry. Well, it has nothing to do with the game.
Wrong number.
He goes, it has nothing to do with the actual game, but One of the officials on the sideline got destroyed, and it's bad. And I'm like, okay. So then I go down. Now I'm awake. Go down and start the game. I know it's coming. I kind of forgot about it, and then it happened. It was a member of the chain gang, and it was Alvin Kamara, and he hit him in the leg, and you could see a shot with him laying on the ground, reaching down, holding his leg, which took a turn, man. It took a turn.
Yeah. Yeah, it was awful.
I saw the official diagnosis. Do you know what it was?
They say it wasn't a break, was it?
No.
It's like a knee issue. He tears some ligaments?
It was a dislocated knee.
Oh.
Yeah.
When that happened, and I was watching it live, and I saw every square inch of it, I'm like, oh no, that's terrible.
Yep.
And the announcers are like completely blowing it off. They're like, oh, you guys are in on the sidelines. They're going to tend to him, and I'm like, they're not just going to have to tend to this guy. This guy's going to get carted off.
Yep.
And they keep talking like nothing happened. Meanwhile, the cameramen all know what's going on. They are not showing shots of this guy because they know better. So you see shots of, oh, here's Jared Goff on the sideline talking to his teammates.
It's the director, right?
Yeah,
He's saying,
doing the
okay.
right job, right? Do not show these guys again. And again, they're not really talking about it. And every 20 seconds or so, they might say something like, well, yeah, it looks like they had a collision on the sidelines, and they're attending to one of the members of the chain gang. Looks like he got rolled up on. And looks like he got rolled up on is what they said. Mm-hmm. Then they start to show a replay from the sideline view. And here comes Alvin Kamara coming to, and I'm watching with one hand over my eye, no, I don't want to see this.
They weren't showing it. They weren't showing it to show the injury. They were
just showing it. We're going to show a replay. And then as it's about to unfold where Kamara comes out of bounds, they cut the camera, go to another angle. I'm like, thank God. And you don't see the play again. And then they go to commercial break, and then come back and they go, well, we're not going to show this again. And I'm like, yeah, you're not going to show this again. No kidding. Because that was awful. And meanwhile, there's a 10-minute delay because you've got to get this guy off the field in a safe manner. But it was just horrific. And he's writhing and screaming and the whole bit.
We all saw it instantly.
Oh.
The guy literally is holding his leg, and it only showed for a split second.
Yeah.
But you could see it.
But everyone saw it. You're right. The announcers were.
Do you remember last year?
It just kept getting delayed and delayed.
There was a play like this last year with an official. I forget, it was college or pros, and I saw it, and I took a video of it, and I sent it to you guys. I'm like, I can't believe this guy. Look where his shoe is. Now, it was an optical illusion because he was wearing black. The official's wearing the black pants and the black shoe, and the shoe flies off. And I'm like, his foot just came off. It was the way that he fell down in the shadows and everything wasn't anywhere near as severe as what I thought it was initially. This one was.
TMZ is reporting it's a dislocated knee as well as a fractured fibula. Now, there's a couple things about this story I want to follow up on because I spent 16 years doing sidelines and never saw anything like this, but I saw some stuff, and it almost always happened the same way, but this one wasn't like that. We'll get to that coming up, though, 12:48. Plus your open line calls. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, after hearing a story like that, you're going to want a good night's sleep. Trust me. And everything matters, man. The mattress matters. The pillows matter. The adjustable base you can get matters. I went and did something about it. I got a great night's sleep now because I went to True Sleep. And I splurged. I got the BedTech BT 6500, the adjustable base. It's top of the line. And it's worth it. Look, you can raise your feet with it. You can raise your head with it. It's got lumbar support. You got some USB ports to charge your phones. It's got a massage to massage your head with 3 different modes. Massage your feet with 3 different modes. It's absolutely incredible. And right now, you get 0% financing for up to 48 months. Find your perfect sleep system at True Sleep in Troy, Warren, Shelby, or Lake Orion.
Jared, as always, we appreciate your time. Thanks for being with us. And 33-28, you go to New Orleans and win. How good did it feel to bounce back and to just look like your old Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. Okay, so we were talking about this injury that the member of the chain gang suffered in the Lions-Saints game, and I'm going to guess that many of you saw it if you were watching the game and just happened to have your paying attention to this poor individual laying on the ground with his leg kind of curved. It was his left leg kind of curved as he laid on his back and he was reaching for it. I guess initially diagnosed as a dislocated knee, but also a broken tibia. But it was nasty. I mean, it was really, really nasty. So I saw some stuff like that. I saw people get hit, I should say. I didn't see injuries like that. I saw people get hit on the sidelines. And it happened most frequently on plays where the football was in the air. Kickoffs and punts, when there are people running down the field, gunners running down the field on both kickoffs and punts, the guys on the edge running closest to the sidelines, and the ball's in the air, everybody in the sideline is either looking up at the football or looking back at the return guy. Meanwhile, there are players flying down the field being blocked near the sideline,
out of bounds, yeah.
Near the sidelines, and they can get knocked out of bounds very easily, and people would get laid out. I learned early on that when the ball is in the air on kickoffs and punts, you don't really need to watch the ball. And so you can keep your eye on people making their way downfield until you get the all clear. But it would happen during pass plays too, because people will be watching the football gets thrown overhead, and stuff can happen behind the play, and you can get wiped out. Long runs, play runs past you, you're looking down the field, there's still blocking going on behind the play. This one was different. It was just, and I did see a few nowhere to goes. It happened on the most crowded sidelines, the most crowded big games at the Big House, although they did a pretty decent job compared to the two places that had the frequent nowhere to goes, where there's too many people and somebody's getting pushed out of bounds and you got nowhere to go. Penn State, Nebraska. Now, I was at Penn State, Nebraska for the Michigan game, so it was probably one of their bigger games in terms of sideline attendance. So I don't know if it was a problem all their games. There was a photographer for the Michigan Daily a few years ago that broke their leg on a play at Penn State. Somebody got shoved out of bounds.
Well, Don Shane got
blasted. Yeah, and that was one of my first years down there. And that happened where Shane got launched. I mean, he got launched. And then did the post-game interview with all cut-up face anyway. Dared on, right?
He was great.
Yep.
Yeah, that's always watching these things, and I think you're right, because sometimes it just happens so fast you can't move out of the area, like going to your left or to your right. Your last recourse is just jumping up straight up, and look out for the monkey barrel coming at you. Right? It's unbelievable how these things happen. But when they don't see it, being on the chain gang, you're right there. You are the sideline. It's not like you're
the front of the sideline wall of people.
Yeah. And you've got nowhere to go because you got people all around you. I remember because I was part of the chain gang in high school. I did it for a couple of games, for some JV games just to make some extra money. And they would tell you, okay, when the play comes, just drop the stick.
Yep.
Just drop it and walk away. I'm like, okay. And that's when they're like, oh, this is how you do it. But the game is so much faster when you get to the professional level, obviously, or even in the college level, certainly. Your reaction time, you don't have a whole lot of time to react. You see it coming, you know it's coming, but what do you do?
So then the other thing is I don't think it probably happens in the NFL. The college level, I swear there's like boosters and fans that get down there and get passes.
Oh,
and
yeah.
recruits parents, and you just never know.
But usually they're from like the end zone to the 20, right? Like they don't typically hang out right behind. Do they? Between the 30s?
No, there's this specific space that you can get right up to basically the white line, although there's a dash line behind it because there's officials that work the area where the white line is. There's a chain gang. There's network TV that can go ahead of the dash line. But yes, there's no danger between the 30s because that's behind the bench and nobody can get to you. So that's where the damage is done, is inside it's either the 30s or the 25. They moved it this year, but so we were talking about this in the office, and I was stunned to find out, Kang, you've always dreamed of being one of these guys. What?
I want to work the sideline somehow, whether it's the guy with all the footballs, or the chain gang, or the guy who even holding the big mic, that big clear
parabolic
spear.
mic.
Yeah, I don't know why, but it's always something that, like, one time, I just want to do one game and just be down there for all that. And I'd have my head on a swivel, Gator. I would be definitely, I've seen enough. I've seen many injuries where I feel like, hey, man, you gotta pay attention, be light on your feet, right? Look around, be aware of your surroundings, but also do your job. But action's live, man. This is live.
So down there's always two guys. One in the NFL is big orange oven mitt guy.
Yep.
Who's got the giant oven mitts.
He's in charge of TV timeouts.
And in the college games, it's red cap.
Yeah.
These are the most underrated, hated people in all of sports. Everybody hates to see you.
You're going to delay the game.
We hate you. We can't stand you. You step onto the field. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield. I know. Okay, we're going to go to commercial break. The red cap guy.
Got to get paid.
I know.
Got to find a way to pay for all this. Here we go.
That's exactly what it is. And then, people are starting to connect the dots of which networks sends red cap out there more frequently. You get to I can't stand this network doing the game because they send red cap guy out there more often. Would you even want to be that guy?
Wait a second. The commercial breaks are the same, aren't they?
I don't think so.
The frequency of the commercial break.
That's not. I got a log here. I can go see if I can still have the logs.
Would have thought it was uniform.
Well, some networks don't quite sell as well as others. Some of them that might be affiliated with specific conferences. But
does red cap guy have like swag to him, or how's he walk out there? How's he doing? Does he know everyone hates him, or does he embrace it?
Yeah, is he like Conor McGregor going out there strutting?
He doesn't strut.
No.
The Vince McMahon walk.
He's not sheepish either.
Oh,
but he's got to get way out there so everybody sees him.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, everybody. Right hand. Hi. Sorry, folks. Got to stop the game for a little bit. Got a little problem here. Seems he's dislocated his knee and broken his leg, so we're going to take some time out.
Still broken? Yeah, guys. Still, yeah.
How's it going over there? No. See, that's Bone. That's Bone. I saw Bone. Yeah, that's no. He's out for a while. I'm gonna stay right here for a little bit. Oh wait. Oh, they're telling me we can come back for 30 seconds, then throw it back to commercial. Hang on. Okay, I'm gonna walk off the sideline.
Yeah, red cap, kickoff. Touchdown, extra point. commercial. Kickoff, commercial. Those are the sequences. Those are the ones that people cannot stand.
Oh, that's what happens when you get a 10-play, 81-yard, 7-minute and 32-second drive. They're expecting to have like 2 commercial breaks, and then they don't have any. They got to make up for.
But Kang, you want to do this, huh?
I do. One time. I just got to experience it. Now I know. I've been on the field of battle.
Do it at a high school game.
I want a pro game, man. Just elevate me.
You got to start at the high school level, man.
Dude, you want to go straight to the league?
Dude, if LeBron and Kobe can do it, I can do it.
You think you're a straight to the league red cap guy?
You couldn't handle the red cap. You think you can handle orange gloves? You can't handle orange gloves.
I think I want the gloves.
You want to be orange glove guy?
I don't want to be that guy, but if that's what they had open, I'll take it.
One of my favorites is dude with the K. He's got the big K. He's got the kicking footballs, and he's got an orange K on his.
Football guy would be cool because he's always like, "You want this one? You want that? No, ready? No, all right."
So eager.
Yeah,
I got balls. Yep. Which ball you want?
That guy's super eager. He wants someone use my balls.
You want the left one, the right one? Which one you want?
I got them both.
Whatever ball you need, sir.
Wait, do you have a third one? I'll take that one.
Guy's just ready to go, man.
Gotta have it.
All right, Dan Campbell joined the morning show. We'll play some of the best of what he had to say. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, just following up on something I said last hour. It's the network that has some networks have longer break times than others.
But by 30 seconds is the variable, right?
It can be 30 seconds to a minute. Most of them are one network. They're almost all 2:30. They have a couple of 2-minute breaks. Another network, they're almost all 3 minutes. 3:05.
So one network is clearly making more money than the other.
Well, they're definitely putting aside a little bit more commercial time per commercial break. 248-539-9797. Mark, you're on 97. Want to take it? Hi, Mark.
Hi, yeah. I've been doing the parabolic microphone for 20 years or so. Been on the sidelines, and one of the games, play coming right at me, and I couldn't back up because it was right before halftime, and the band had just moved in behind me, and I got nailed. The parabolic microphone exploded, and boy, I paid the price. But Brad Nessler was doing the commentating, and he said, wow, that parabolic microphone operator is going to feel that in the morning. Pretty cool story.
I got hit once, and it was one of my first times ever on the sideline. I was holding the camera for a Lions-Tampa Bay Buccaneer game, and Barry Sanders was carrying the ball. It kind of bounced a run outside in the red zone and was running towards the pylon, and the defender met him at about the 3 and spun him out of bounds, and he ran right into me and knocked me down. And it was my inexperience, because when I watched the highlight later, like the TV highlight, everybody else on the sideline backed up except me, intern, WEYI, Channel 25, holding the camera. And I wasn't a paid employee. I got drilled. Thankfully, the equipment was okay. But the sports director at the time, Scott Cool, would have gotten in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, well.
Letting an intern shoot.
Don't think Depker didn't notice.
It's probably why Depker got the job.
Yeah, he's not as reckless.
Effing Depker. All right, we mentioned before the break we play some of Dan Campbell. He was on with the morning show. We like to play the best of what the Lions head coach had to say, including the play of the quarterback. Needed to get better after the last couple of weeks, and Jared definitely settled down, had a much better game, throwing for a couple of touchdowns, didn't turn it over, most importantly, and here's what Dan Campbell said about him. He's 100% right. If you go into a game saying, I'm not turning it over, I think you could accomplish that. I think most quarterbacks could accomplish that. They probably won't accomplish much else. But he threw a couple of passes. He mentioned the 2 third-down plays in the last drive where they put the game away. There was another one, I think, to Amon-Ra, where it was like just beyond the outstretched fingertips of a diving linebacker and just in front of a safety. We're just like, man, that is a small window. And the irony is, the game did kind of start with a fumble. It turned out to be a false start, but the first snap of the game,
right? Oh yeah,
exactly. was actually a fumble, but it was a product of a false start. But it was still like, oh.
Right, here we go.
Yep.
And fortunately, it was a 5-yard penalty, and what did they do? They overcame it. I think it's I thought we saw a different quarterback on Sunday with the mobility. Not that he was running for 10, 15 yards down the sideline, but that he maneuvered himself within that pocket to buy himself the extra time. It wasn't, pocket collapsing, I'm getting crumpled in amid all this. No, he'd step up, take a step to his left, find an extra second, an extra beat, and then you'd throw the ball. And that pass to the first down pass to Reynolds at the end of the game, that is, it's the play of the game.
Kind of is.
It really kind of is the play of the game because he was under heavy duress, extricated himself in that situation, and then found the receiver who's there, makes a difficult pass, receiver makes a difficult catch, and turns upfield, gets the first down, and the game is over. Timeouts have already been spent by New Orleans. They're not going to get a stop here. It's time to take knees. And, he had a number of plays like that. I think there were at least 3 plays that I can remember where he made plays with his feet to buy extra time and to make the throw. As far as, his accuracy on some other passes, he made some amazing throws. I mean, the touchdown pass to LaPorta, brilliant pass. I mean, just laser right there. You mentioned that pass to St. Brown that he had earlier in the game. I think we kind of take it for granted. And we're looking at quarterbacks because we're in an era now where your starting quarterback is expected to complete 64% of his passes. So when you see Jared Goff go out there and he's completing passes at a near 68% rate, we'll get used to it. And you shouldn't get used to it. That's phenomenal.
Yep.
To complete passes at 67.7%.
Well, and when he's not turning it over, and he got back to that, it definitely makes a huge difference. All right, more from Dan Campbell from the morning show. Only 11 snaps for Bruce Irvin, but he did have a sack. He did obviously knock Derek Carr out of the game with what turned into a roughing the passer call. But is there something there to work with, something that can get better, something that they can get more out of him moving forward? Here's what Dan Campbell said. It's interesting. He said a sack. He got a couple of sacks. Is he counting the one that he got the roughing the passer that came after the ball got released?
I think he is. It wasn't actually a sack. Well, the team got it in 2 sacks, but yeah.
So he's, can he catch Justin Fields? Good luck here, right? I mean, if he makes an impact this week, they might have found something.
Yes. Well, and that's, the emphasis again was stopping Justin Fields is don't go out of your responsibility. Mm-hmm. Maintain that edge. Don't give it up. Don't over pursue. Kind of try to keep him in the pocket and let the pocket kind of collapse on itself, and he's got nowhere to go as opposed to forcing him out of the pocket. You don't want to force Justin Fields out of the pocket. So hopefully Bruce Irvin's not going to go out there and say, I'm just going to pin my ears back and go after the quarterback, because you do that, you lose contain, and next thing you know, he's 25 yards down the field.
Well, you got to do what you're assigned to do, yes. Whatever that is, and however they decide to approach trying to defend Justin Fields. Yes, you absolutely have to do what it is you're assigned to do. All right, the secondary. Dan Campbell talked about the secondary and the way they played. Derek Carr was 17 of 22, had a touchdown, had the 1 interception, but there were some guys running open. But ultimately, here's what the coach had to say about the play of the secondary.
Don't make the poopy face.
See, you know what's funny is that obviously makes people laugh and all that, but he's right. He doesn't want to say, "Oh, that was bad luck." Remember when he first got here and we had problems with officials' calls, and he wouldn't address them. He wouldn't talk about them. He wouldn't say anything about officiating because even wins, losses, whatever, he didn't want the team driving away saying from the stadium, hear him say, well, we got robbed by the officials, because that sends the message to the team that what we did as players was good enough. It was taken from us. He didn't want them to ever believe it was good enough. And he doesn't want them ever to show a poopy face because they had some bad luck. Right?
Correct. I think it's also, I think, part of the mantra of, hey, whatever happened, move on.
Mm-hmm.
Don't dwell on it. We got another play here we got to step up for.
All right, Sam LaPorta, his emergence. Hear what Dan Campbell had to say about Sam LaPorta at 118. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. I put the stat up during the game. Lions PR just tweeted it out. The Lions still lead the league in explosive plays of 20 or more yards. The Lions have 64, number one in the NFL. Think about that. And who's their biggest big play threat?
Well, you would think it'd be Jameson Williams, but Amon St. Brown has 16 big plays.
Exactly. But Jameson Williams has all the makings of being their primary big play threat, and he is only scratching the surface of what he could be. Man, this could be a good run. It really could be. Stay healthy.
Please stay healthy.
Stay healthy.
I mean, and his excitement to be part of it is so obvious. He can't wait to do something special. You know, and he couldn't wait to get in the end zone. He stopped, jumped at the 30-yard line and jumped halfway into the end zone, doing a forward flip. I don't need to see that anymore. But
don't hurt yourself.
Yeah, like we saw it the one time. It's great, but I mean, that's just he's so excited to help this team out in any way, and that's what makes him a really good teammate is even when he wasn't making plays by catching the football, he was blocking, and now they're finding ways we got to get him the football. There's no question we got to get him the football, and you know they had I think one target to him he caught, and then obviously that end around was fantastic.
Kang was the first person that brought attention to it, our producer, and then I heard it being said more and more, and then I started paying attention. In a position that unfortunately has a lot of divas, this is a guy who never gave any indication that he wasn't willing to do all the work that was being asked.
Yeah.
When he wasn't making catches, he was blocking. He was downfield blocking. He was celebrating with his teammates. He wasn't moping. He wasn't pouting. Then you get into listening to the coordinators talk on Thursdays, and you would hear Ben Johnson say, yeah, he's a full, everything we ask him to do in practice, he's doing it. And you're right, his enthusiasm to contribute. I think when you are sitting out at the beginning of the year and the team gets off to a good start and you like do things like go to Kansas City and win and go to Green Bay and win, and you're not able to participate, I think some people, it makes them hungrier. And that's the sense I'm getting here. It made J-Mo hungrier.
Yeah, and yet he still only has 13 catches in the 8 games that he's played, but that number is just going to go up and up and up because they trust him now. Because they remember Dan Campbell said, well, we welcomed him to the pack, you know, or to the herd. And yeah, that's exactly it. He's accepted by the coaching staff, by the players, by Jared Goff. And we need to see a taking off point. I think, you know, getting that touchdown run, it's just another thing that team's going to have to worry about. When you see Reframing on the field and Jameson Williams on the field at the same time, now it's in your head, who's going to get it? And then you throw St. Brown in there too, because Amon St. Brown's had some carries. Also, it's guys can do it at any given time. It's the fun part of the offense is designing plays for them.
Obviously, the big splash play, the touchdown run, is what everyone's talking about. Not just locally, but nationally. You see the NFL tweeting it out because his top speed was like 20 miles per hour. He's got the explosion, right? The explosive play ability. The catch, though, because you mentioned when he had 2 catches. The other catch might be the bigger play, guys, that no one's talking about because the fact that he caught the ball with the guy draped all over him, and that's big for him. The Lions tweeted out the 3 improbable completions by Jared Goff. 3, 2, 1. Number 1, percentage-wise, of not being a completed pass, but they completed was the Jameson Williams catch, where he had no separation. It had like a 30-some% chance of getting completed. It was completed. Jameson Williams caught it, of course. And that might be the biggest confidence builder right there. Like, hey, you can catch the ball in this league. You can catch the ball when covered. You can catch the ball in a tight window. And hopefully, not just the touchdown, but that catch also is a big springboard for Williams in the rest of the season.
Okay, and we've talked a lot about Sam LaPorta more and more today, and the numbers he's putting up are remarkable. Here's what the head coach told the morning show about the Lions rookie tight end. he's like St. Brown. That's a heavy statement.
Well, he's dependable. He's reliable. I think that's what it means, is that he's another guy that's worked at his craft. He came in with all these accolades for being this tremendous tight end. Was it George Kittle that said that he's the best tight end to come out of Iowa, out of all of us? And he's fantastic. He's hit the ground running in his rookie season. He's 4th in the National Football League among tight ends in yards receiving. And he's tied for first with 6 touchdowns. He's got 32 first downs out of his 64 receptions this year. The guy's been just rock solid. And Sunday was the day that, that wasn't his coming out party. We've known this here in Detroit because we watch him every week. But for the NFL, put the rest of the league on notice. 9 catches, 140 yards, and a touchdown. Whoa. Those are big-ass numbers.
Yep. Okay, Gator, news yesterday that the Detroit Tigers have signed A.J. Hinch to an extension. Now, I like this. Hinch has won me over, and I think he knows what he's doing. I also think, I also now believe that he is maybe the best weekly interview I've ever heard in terms of his ability to provide insight as to what's going on. I get scared that sometimes listening to him talk, I confuse that with being a great manager. But I like that they signed it to an extension. Is it weird that they didn't say how long? Nobody has reported.
I thought it was weird.
Do you? Okay.
I reread that article this morning in the Free Press like 3 times. I'm like, wait a minute. So how long is this? His original deal has him managing through 2025.
Mm-hmm.
So this is an extension beyond that. Okay. I don't know what it is. But nobody knows. 1 year, 2 year, 5 year, 10 year, who knows? What I do like about it is that Scott Harris, he likes A.J. Hinch.
Yep.
A.J. Hinch likes Scott Harris. Having those two guys working together is key because I do think A.J. Hinch is the right guy for the job. I think he's a hell of a manager, and I think the situation he was in Houston when he first started there is very similar to what they've got here in Detroit. Now it's up to Scott Harris to make sure that they continue drafting well and draft the players that makes sense for this team and go out and acquire free agents and make the right trades to get more talent here. That's what Houston did very well. And Houston did it really with an international market too, which the Tigers have gotten into, but haven't reaped giant benefits out of it yet. So hopefully this is going to change.
The Major League Baseball draft lottery is tonight. And the Detroit Lions have the 11th. I'm sorry, Detroit Tigers have the 11th best chance, I guess 10th because Washington doesn't have a pick, 10th best chance to win. Their odds are 1.4% of winning it. I brought up the Tankathon website. I'm going to simulate this lottery.
Uh-huh.
Are you ready?
Yep.
All right, I'm simulating the lottery, and the Tigers did not win.
No way.
Colorado won. They're tied with Oakland and Kansas City as having the best odds of winning. Colorado followed by the Angels, Oakland, St. Louis, Chicago. I said Oakland. Are we still calling them Oakland? Whatever.
For now, they haven't moved yet.
Kansas City drops all the way down to the 6th spot. The Tigers will pick 12th according to this simulation.
We got screwed again.
Yep. So let me see. Do we have a mock draft that goes along with this? We really don't. So.
Somebody from LSU. And then they have the Rule 5 draft is tomorrow.
So who do we leave exposed on that one? It's the kid, right? That we really don't want to lose, but nobody would keep him on the Major League roster for a year.
I forget. Was it a pitcher? Is that who it was?
No, it was one of our international players.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that guy.
They signed him as like a 16-year-old, and now he's like 20.
Mm-hmm.
But hasn't made it to Double-A yet.
Yeah, and so
Roberto Campos.
Thank you. But nobody, the likelihood of somebody taking him because you have to keep him on the Major League roster
very low.
Very low. So, but I will admit, if somebody takes him, I think I'm going to be pissed.
I think I will too. I've heard his name forever, right?
Yeah.
And when he signed a kid at 16, and you're like, let's see him. I want to see him play. Well, he doesn't even get high enough in the minor leagues to register stats that you can understand until he's like 18. It's tough.
All right, Jared Goff Lions quarterback. Hear what he has to say to the question, what makes Sam LaPorta special? That is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Jared, as always, we appreciate your time. Thanks for being with us. And 33-28, you go to New Orleans and win. How good did it feel to bounce back and to just look like your old selves and get back on track?
Yeah, it felt great, man. We certainly started fast, and the defense getting the turnover on the first play of the game helps. We were able to capitalize, and scoring on the first drive. It all went into what we talked about all week, just coming out fast and getting back to who we are. You know, we lost it. We lost the game, 10 days ago, 2 weeks ago, and getting back to who we are and getting the W.
Dan Campbell said that the 3 practices leading up to the game were 3 of the more intense, better practices you guys have had all year. Would you agree with that, and what does that say?
Yeah, I thought so. I mean, it speaks to what we talk about our team all the time. When, when adversity hits, we tend to respond really well. And, I don't see that changing anytime in the future. We've got a really strong group and guys who know how to respond, and obviously Dan kind of leads that charge with us, but I thought he did a great job getting us ready to play, and we were ready to go.
Part of that adversity comes with the ball security, and we saw the videos last week, or the ball security drills that you guys had kind of looked like human whack-a-mole. Is that more about the mental aspect, or is that physically similar to what it's like to have someone try to rip the ball out?
It's probably, obviously much harder in the game what they do. They're trying to simulate it in some ways, but that was a point of emphasis for us, and a drill that we wanted to do. I don't know if we'll continue. I'm sure we will continue to do it because it worked, and it was good.
21-0 start. You guys had a chance to add to it while still in the first quarter. That's kind of crazy. How does that feel like as a team to get off to a start like that, and then how hard is it to keep up that kind of momentum?
Yeah, we wish we could have kind of kept going a little bit offensively. We kind of slowed down there in the middle of the game, but it was good to get that lead and then find a way to finish it off in the end. But you'd love to find a way to score on a few more drives there in the middle and make it even a bigger lead and an easier win there towards the end.
We've made a commitment to talk more on this program about Sam LaPorta because he is just having a spectacular year. When did you know when you guys got Sam? When did you have a sense, holy cow, I've got a legit high-end tight end weapon here?
Yeah, you pretty early on. I'd say maybe the first or second day we were working together out in OTAs, and the way he catches the ball, the way he runs, the way he has feel for space, and something that's very particular to what he does that makes him so great is when he catches it, his feet don't come off the ground. You see a lot of guys that kind of catch and jump, or all around the league, and I've played with guys that do that and are successful doing it, but his feet don't come off the ground mainly ever when he's catching the ball, and that's a special trait for a receiver and certainly for a tight end to catch it and keep running.
Is he approaching Amon-Ra St. Brown territory with you, just approaching it in terms of your trust and belief in him, and you kind of have that feeling that he's always going to be open?
Yeah, he's on his way. I think it makes it hard for teams to play man coverage against us right now. And against the Saints, they wanted to double St. Brown, and that leaves Sam one-on-one, and that's a matchup we're willing to take, every day of the week. And not just Sam, but the other guys as well in man coverage if they want to double Saint. So yeah, he's getting better. He's obviously such a great player already, but that trust him and I have has grown so much and will continue to grow. But yeah, he's doing a great job getting himself open and then finding ways to catch the ball too.
Can you take us through the play? I mean, every week we see the new wrinkles. Sure, Jamo's fast as hell. But that block, man, seriously, that may not go for a touchdown if you're not leading the way on a combo block. And all the time, I'm sure hitting the sled in practice for you really paid off there. But yep. Can you take us through that play and what it was like for you at the start and then seeing Jamo finish it with that crazy leap?
Yeah, it's a play we've practiced quite a bit at this point. It's about time we called it. I know Ben has been trying to get it off the sheet for weeks, and this was just the right week for it. Anytime a play gets called, I get excited. I get to go lead block. I had one earlier in the year where I got to lead block for Khalif, and it's fun to get out on the edge and feel like I'm helping the team in that way. And Sam was blocking that defensive end, and I figured I'd help him out and finish it off. And yeah, seeing Jamo take off down the sideline was awesome. It was a great play for us, and that kid can really run. And anytime we can get the ball in his hands, it's a good thing.
Joke about it, but when was the last time you did hit a blocking sled?
I don't know if I've ever done
it. Do you want to?
No, I think I'm good. I'm good for 2 or 3 blocks a year, and I'm almost hitting my quota at this point.
The thing is, if you haven't hit it, the thing hits back. If you don't know, it's gonna push back.
I wouldn't know. I don't do those things.
All right, let's go to the end of the game. They put the ball in your hands on 2 third downs where you could drain timeouts. The first one came inside 3 minutes to go, and you find LaPorta on a 3rd and 7 between a pair of defenders. Take us through that play because it helped finish the game. You had 2 of them, but the first one, take us through the first one.
Yeah, again, it was man coverage. They doubled St. Brown. They probably figured we were going to go his way as we do often, and Sam had a good route on, and first man coverage. We loved the route he was running, and got some good separation, was able to fit it in there, and he made a great catch. And then the last one, another play that we kind of expected them to be in some sort of man pressure, and St. Brown is running across the field and Josh is running underneath him. And, I had to move a little bit in the pocket and scramble and was able to find Josh for first down.
For Josh, for it to be his first catch of the game, I mean, they obviously are focusing on, as you mentioned, St. Brown, LaPorta, but for him to stay involved, make sure he doesn't, he's there to make that catch. You were under duress. He had to reach down to get it, but what does it say about Josh to be able to be, shut out the entire game and then make that play?
Yeah, he's always been that way. He's just such a great teammate, and shows up when we need him. And I think he doesn't get quite the love he may deserve, and how well he's played this year. And he's had such a tremendous year. I played with him, damn near almost every year of his career, just half of the 1 year where we picked him up. But he's just improved so much, and I trust the hell out of him. And yeah, I don't think he gets nearly enough credit for the success we're having on offense and what he means to our team.
I think a lot of people kind of mistake mobility from a quarterback standpoint as being a guy who can run. And I've always thought it's not that. It's about being able to buy yourself more time. And it seemed like in this game against the Saints, you were able to do that. And more so than maybe we've seen either all this year or certainly in the last couple of weeks. Was that something that you'd been working on? Is it something that you saw in film that you needed to improve on? And how did you go about doing that? Because it really paid off.
Yeah, no, I haven't been working on it. Just being aware of where I am in the pocket, and just trying to make the play when I'm needed to, and when my number's called. And love when they put it in my hands late in the game. We've done that a handful of times this year, and being able to make the play to seal it.
5 road wins this year. 5 times it felt like from afar that it was a Lions fan takeover. You've had Kansas City, Green Bay, the Chargers, New Orleans, Tampa. Which one would you say the Detroit fans took over the opposing stadium the best?
Oh, that's a tough question. What I will say about this past weekend is I played there, and they're one of the most prideful fan bases, and loud and get into the game. And at the end of the game, it was Lions fans there, and it was our fans being loud when we were on defense, which was pretty crazy to hear in the Superdome. And Teddy Bridgewater obviously played there for a couple of years. Asked him, he said he's never seen anything like that. And he's been the home team there for a long time. And so yeah, it's really impressive, man. It's really fun to play for. And doing that in a place like New Orleans that is known for their crowd is really cool, and it's starting to become a regular thing for us, which is fun.
I got a feeling you're going to see the same thing on Sunday in Chicago, being so close, and the Bears not having a season that the fans might want them to, so there could be a lot of seats there for the Lions fans to go buy up. Can you talk about the difference for you and for this team playing outdoors versus playing indoors? Because you guys don't play that many games outdoors, and this will be the last game you play outdoors until perhaps the playoffs.
Yeah, we'll be ready for it. We've played some games outdoors this year already, but we didn't have that many the whole year. Certainly not that many late in the year, but we'll be ready for it. I'm sure we'll practice outside all week and be ready to go.
8-3 in December and January over the last 2.5 seasons here. What is it about this time of the year that has you guys playing maybe your best football?
That's a good question. I don't know. I think, we just tend to come together late in the year. We did certainly last year, and even the year before, when things were really bad, we were able to find a way to win a few late in the year. And I think we just come together, and we put in all this practice time, and it's almost like accumulation of reps starts to take place towards the end of the year, and you start to be able to do things with a little less thought. You're you're reacting, and you know what you're supposed to do based on how many reps you've done things. And I'd attribute it to that, but that's every team. I think we've got something special here, and we intend to keep going.
Last night watching Monday Night Football, and Jake Browning gets his opportunity to play for the Bengals, has this big game, over 300 yards passing, leads the team to a win in overtime. But what stuck with me was finding out that he threw 92 touchdown passes his senior year in high school. What were Jared Goff's stats like in high school?
So Jake was another Northern California kid as well. So I followed his career closely enough to know that he was throwing 90-something touchdowns, which was insane. My senior year of high school, I don't know, I threw 35 or 40, nothing like 90. I'd like to know, how often they were throwing the ball. I mean, they had been throwing it a bunch, but Jake's a hell of a player, and I've known, about his talent since he was a high school kid. And, I'm happy he got a W last night.
Yeah, and then he has this great sophomore year at Washington and yet goes undrafted. Is that unfathomable?
For him?
Yeah. And were you surprised that
I
you followed a guy and he's undrafted and had this great year in college as well?
Yeah, I've always thought he's a great player. I think, he'd probably say it's, something that's driven him and made him great. And, I don't know. I mean, that was, a handful of years ago, but he's a great player. He's stuck around the league for a long time. He got his chance last night and made the most of it. And happy for him. He's playing well.
Well, Jared, so are you. We appreciate your time. Good win, and we'll talk again next week.
All right, guys. Thank you.
There he is, Jared Goff, Detroit Lions quarterback. You're on 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, as the weather gets colder, the NFL offers Stay Hot on FanDuel. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any $5 money line bet. So think about that. Just bet a money line, take a huge favorite. If they win, you get $150 if your team wins. Seems simple. If you're thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug to get in on the action and take advantage of that $5 money line bet on any team to get $150 in bonus bets. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
Do you like power rankings, Doug?
Do I ever, Gator? I look forward to this time of week every week.
The Athletic has come out with a Week 14 power rankings.
Yeah.
And the Lions are on them.
Along with every other team in the NFL?
Number one. Who's number one?
San Francisco.
Number one is San Francisco, up last week from number 4. Helps when you beat Philadelphia, 42-19. Yep. Number 2?
Miami.
Number 2 is Baltimore. They were number 2 last week. Number 3?
Miami.
Number 3 is Dallas. They were number 5 last week. Number 4?
Miami.
Moving up from number 6 to number 4. Number 5.
Knew it. Philly.
Philly is number 5, dropping from 1 to 5, but you knew that because I said that earlier. Number 6.
Detroit.
The Detroit Lions, moving up from 7 to 6 with a win over New Orleans.
Okay.
It says, worst case, it was all a mirage. After losing to Green Bay on Thanksgiving, Detroit had to hold on to beat reeling New Orleans on Sunday. The Lions are probably fine. They remain 4th in the league in touchdowns per drive at 29.3%. Rookie tight end Sam LaPorta had 9 catches for 140 yards on Sunday, and he's tied for the most touchdowns by a tight end and has the 4th most receiving yards among tight ends. Were they listening to me? But it would be cruel to this team's fan base if it didn't finish strong. So there you have it.
It would be cruel to the fan base if we didn't finish strong. I guess it depends on the definition of finish strong. Finish strong is win the division is a huge accomplishment. Win the division and win a playoff game. I don't want to say we're into house money territory, but we kind of are. Because when you win a playoff game, you get Super Bowl aspirations. And I can respect that. And I'm, chances are they're not going to win the Super Bowl. But they got a shot.
Yep.
They got a shot.
Other interesting numbers here. The Rams are at 10 in the power rankings. The Packers are at 12. Seattle is at 13.
So those are teams that could be lined up across from.
Yeah. The Broncos, they play in a couple weeks. They're at 15.
All right. According to Lions might have just made a signing here. Tom Pelissaro is reporting that the Detroit Lions, who's he citing here? Per his agent, Lions are signing veteran defensive tackle Tyson Alualu.
Alualu?
What's that?
Alualu?
Alualu. Tyson Alualu, who is a 36-year-old defensive tackle who last season played in Pittsburgh.
Yep. Went to Cal.
Mm-hmm.
Well before Jared Goff. Wow, he's been in the league for a long time.
He has. And he hasn't done a whole ton.
Well, when you saw the list of the inactives on Sunday,
yeah,
Broderick Martin was Bugs, I think was one, and Levi Onwuzurike.
Mm-hmm.
Those are 3 defensive tackles.
Yeah,
tells you maybe they need to find someone that can practice, can play, whatever the case is. But, 17 games last year, only started 2.
Alualu.
13 tackles, a couple of quarterback hits, half a sack.
Well, anything's worth it. Anything worth a kick at the tires. Hey, Jim Leland is going to the MLB Hall of Fame.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah. What do you make of your guy going in?
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Now, it's because you got a World Series with the Marlins.
Yep.
Been to the World Series a couple times with the Tigers. And then coached some of those really good Pirate teams of the 90s that didn't. I don't think they didn't win a World Series. I don't think they got to a World Series, but they had some really good teams there with Barry Bonds and Bobby Bonilla. He's been through it all, and we love him in Detroit.
He's a great dude, great storyteller. Loved being the manager of the Tigers. He still obviously is around.
I love the guy. I'm very happy for him.
Oh, you love doing impressions of him.
Well,
for sure.
you're not supposed to chew on yesterday's breakfast. But, how else are we going to decide if we're going to be a Hall of Famer now? You got to look at what the hell I've done. Yeah, apparently I did a lot. So I'm in the Hall of Fame. I'm going to be in the Hall of Fame. Think he'll let me introduce him in the Hall of Fame?
I think it'd be awesome. And I'll be shocked if he doesn't ask you.
Yeah, I will be too.
Let's call it what it is.
I'll wait for the phone call.
Yep. So I got a question about Alualu.
Yeah.
Why Alualu and not Sue? What has happened? Ndamukong Suh before the season I can't remember where I heard him. He was talking so confidently that he was, hey, I didn't want to sign during training camp because I didn't want to go through all that, but I'm ready. And it's just a matter of where.
Yeah.
What happened?
I don't know what happened, man.
Is that the wrong thing to say? I don't want to work as hard as teams are going to ask me to work.
He played in 8 games last year with Philadelphia, had 10 tackles, hit the quarterback twice, had a quarterback sack. Basically the same thing that Alualu has done.
Yeah.
And it's strange because he started all 17 games in 2021.
I mean, I wouldn't. The way he was talking, it didn't sound like somebody who I should think that the career is over. But it's not. I mean, here's Detroit. They got a Lee McNeil banged up. You mentioned all the scratches. And they're bringing in Tyson Alualu and not Ndamukong Suh. But nobody's brought in Ndamukong
Nobody's
Suh.
brought him in. No.
No.
Oh, well. I mean, what does it tell you? It tells you it not the right fit for this team. The way he's talked, that's not going to endear him to anybody, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. I'm more disappointed that we haven't heard. Is Broderick Martin been hurt? I mean, he's practicing, right?
I'm with you, Gator. I'm like, where's Bugs? Where's Broderick Martin? Where are the other guys that are on the team?
Like they don't show up on the injured list and the practice list there. So I'm assuming that Broderick Martin's healthy, but we don't get to see him ever.
I can only think that those guys are getting bumped up. Somebody's not going to be available this week, but they'd rather have Tyson Alualu than Ndamukong Suh.
Is Broderick Martin a real person?
I don't even know. He's played in 1 game this year.
Think about their 2 third-round picks.
No.
Broderick Martin, who might be a cardboard cutout from the COVID era, and a quarterback in a wheelchair. Think about how the 2 third-round picks might have changed the dynamic of the team. Maybe a corner and a D lineman. Or maybe a corner and some O-line depth. That's really what's biting them in the ass a little bit.
Well,
everyone wants to bomb Josh Paschal. I'm saying, like, look at just the rookies this year. You took the 3rd round, fellas, and just did nothing.
As you know, I'm a big fan of Hendon Hooker, so I don't mind that pick.
They knew they were doing nothing with that pick.
But and it's compounded when you draft Broderick Martin.
But when you trade all these assets, there's so much movement to get Broderick Martin.
Like, Broderick Martin could be your surname on the road when you're calling games. I don't know who Broderick Martin is. I don't know if it's an actual person. I'm just, you know what I'm saying.
When I check into a hotel, so that people don't bug me.
They've had injuries up front. You can't give this guy 5 snaps.
Well, what does it tell you about how he's practicing then?
Well, it tells me we've vaporized the draft.
Has he played in 2 games?
1 game.
2 games. 1 game.
Wouldn't know.
1 game with 1
Who
tackle.
are you?
He's got a tackle though.
Well, they're not going to hit them all.
No, I know. It's just like, can I get some depth?
No.
Can you help me?
Well, here's Tyson Alualu.
Great.
Yes. What do you got planned coming up next?
We're going to try to make sports great again.
Oh.
I think hockey does something other sports need to do.
Ooh.
We're going to talk about it. It's something a little off center, but we're going to talk about it. And then Rico has his NCAA saving the day, ruining the sport more, whatever way you look at it. Did you see that today, Ross Dellinger?
Yeah, I'm not sure what to make of it.
My question would be, why would any school sign up for it?
Live. It feels like the Live PGA breakaway.
No, it does, but
It does.
when you read it, it's like, hey, we'll let you pay your players. And it's like, the schools don't want to spend the money. They have donors doing it.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like, what's
I'm not
the
quite
incentive?
sure.
Which isn't how it's supposed to be anyway.
On top of that,
I don't understand this thing with NIL where everybody's
There's no
complaining
proposal.
about, let's get some coffers together. Everybody donate money. But no, that's not how it works.
You know what's funny is I don't like I know people or have friends who have the ability to do NIL at a pretty big level. I don't know a single person who does.
I know one person who has.
Okay, but like generally speaking, you're like me. These people are like, hell no, I'm not doing that. There's no tax benefit. I get no return on my investment.
And
I don't even know who's handling the money.
Now the schools, because look, they get like Big Ten schools get over $100 million a year. You could afford to pay your own players.
It's for people who don't know, we haven't talked about it because we figured we got to sit down and read the whole thing before we. But it's okay. It's just there's this proposal out there that schools will be able to pay players directly, and you can opt in to do this, and it would create an NCAA subdivision of just the schools that decide to do this.
I think it's a super conference that we've all been saying it's going to happen.
I'm not sure everybody's going to want to do it, and the next thing you know, you're going to have some of the schools in and some.
We arrive, flow chart. Doug and I are at the end of it, waving to everybody. You killed your sport.
This is the super conference we've been talking about, where there's going to be 30 teams, and
if they
your title comes.
But
and how is it?
I think there's some good schools that won't want to go in it won't, and so we'll have a split of schools that are.
It's
it
why
looks
all
like it
the
could be a
schools
giant.
get angry and say, "Why do you need Rutgers? We don't need them anymore."
He made the right move not discussing this because I'm already starting to get angry.
Wow.
Wait a minute, you're going to start the show angry?
No.
Newsflash.
No, I actually have a happy topic. I do. I'm going to try to fix something in sports because something happened and I'm like, man, if this were hockey, this would have gone this way. And instead it went this way, which was wholly unsatisfying.
Stay safe and treat each other with respect.
Drop the gloves.
All right. We're going to get to the Lions at 3 o'clock. I wanted to have a little fun because something struck me in the world of sports. We're not going to start out with Rico and his beloved NCAA and this new Super League destruction of the sport that red-blooded Americans like myself love. No, we're going to start with this. I'd like to make sports great again. I take you to the NBA. LeBron James and Ime Udoka, the head coach of the Rockets. Did everybody in the room see this exchange? LeBron and Udoka damn near came to blows. I mean, Udoka stopped bitching. At one point, I think he called him a soft ass, either bitch or boy, depending on who transcribed it.
The lip reading.
Yeah, LeBron firing back. And Udoka's like, don't walk over here like you're going to do something about it. You know what I thought of? I thought of goofy-ass Kenny Cott. And I said, if this were hockey, this would get settled right here and now. I mean, think about this. Why is it okay in hockey where you're on chef knives for shoes, you're on ice, and whatever protective equipment you're wearing is thrown to the ground? They don't keep their gloves on. And they settle their differences. And at a certain point, the refs step in and go, all right, hope you had your fun, we move on. Udoka and LeBron, why not square it up? You got enough referees there. Let's have a little kerfuffle and make sports great again. Like,
you can't.
Why? See, you say that, and then I go to Kenny and go, Kenny, why is it okay in hockey?
It gets settled immediately. You move on with the game.
Right,
no problem.
But if it's player versus player, but player versus coach in hockey, Kenny, has that happened?
Not usually.
Mike Milbury beat someone to death with a shoe in Boston.
That was a little bit of a while ago, Mike.
Right.
But yes, that did happen.
It's no Kenny, you're not helping.
It's
Hold
like
on.
was it Greenlaw and the Phillies security guy?
I would have loved to have seen it. Square up. Let's take a quick TO. Dominic Acerno or whatever his name is versus Dre Greenlaw.
I think if it's players on the field, I'm with you.
Udoka's the same age as LeBron. It's essentially player-on-player crime. Now, if you took a chair to Greg Popovich's spine, that's different. I'm just saying, doesn't hockey have it right? I mean, who wants to see, like, the NBA is the ultimate jokester league. No one's ever going to do nothing. But LeBron and Udoka, and I mean, we're busy throwing people out of games for calling somebody a bitch. Square up. Hell, go to the trainer room, drop a box of weapons, let them each choose their weapon, get after it for 2 minutes, put it on the Jumbotron, be done with it.
A box of weapons. What, they put on ninja stars?
Nunchucks? I don't know. What are we doing? What did Raphael, the Ninja Turtles with the forks?
What did you guys put in his coffee?
No, I thought
Get some
about it.
nunchucks and settle it on the field. Go
All
on,
right,
whatever.
how about a bow staff? I'm just saying, hockey, when you have these boiling points, you get to see it settled, and we view it as normal. Okay. Yet when I bring this up, Rico wants to leave. Why?
I'm not leaving. It's just
I would have loved to have seen it because nobody respects LeBron. No one thinks LeBron is Charles Oakley.
No, but see, here's the thing. I think that, yes, if it were players on the court, I've often said, just let them fight. You don't have to toss them out the game. They'll end up hugging it out anyway. But he's coach, Mike. Now you can't separate it. What, you got a special wristband? If you're over 50, you wear this wristband. Over 6, Popovich, you can't touch him, but you could touch Ime? No, come on.
Why?
Did Ime play in the NBA?
Yes.
Then he can fight LeBron James.
Yes.
Former player, go at it. Let's do it.
I'm making a point when you see, like when Beef
so if all of a
Stew.
sudden you see Pat Riley on the sideline, you can go and hit him.
Wait a
because
minute.
he played in the league.
Yes.
First of all, Pat Riley is royalty, and he's frail. He's 100. I'm making a point. Hold on. All I was trying to say is that was the most entertaining thing in the National Basketball Association almost this year. Why not settle it? Why is it normal in hockey, but you have that? You're clutching your pearls like you're a member of the View over here.
No, I'm not. I'm saying I don't care when players get into, like when Draymond put the chokehold on. I didn't care. Fight it out. Fight.
No. He got suspended.
And I'm saying let them fight. They're players. You can't have a player and coach or player and fan or player and security guard. There has to be some boundaries. But players on the field, like the dumbest thing the NFL does is when guys want to punch each other with face masks on. You're dumb, but if you want to break your hand, go right ahead because there's nothing there. But when you see the skirmishes happen, I mean, when I'm watching the Niners and the Eagles, that was entertaining at the end of every snap. About 10 people were pushing and shoving and trying to fight.
Is whether
and nobody got kicked out.
Greenlaw with the security guard was largely more entertaining than the game. LeBron versus Udoka, more entertaining than the game. Hockey, what's the thing that gets everybody standing up? Make sports great again. Let's carve out a little battle royale space and give the people what they want.
You cannot go after coaches. Coaches and players, not the same. Now, you're looking at Ime and LeBron.
You allegedly can't do certain things with members of the front office. I don't think that stopped Udoka. Allegedly.
Coming up next, Mike wants Billy Blanks and Last Boy Scout.
I am making a point. We have a member of the hockey elite here. It's normalized in hockey, yet in other sports it's demonized. Why? What truly, like, I grew up a child of the 90s. My God, in the NBA, man, Robert Parrish and Bill Laimbeer squaring up at the free throw line. What? Why, Kenny, why is it so normal in hockey? Teach a neophyte like me.
It's because it used to be normal all of the time, and then they kind of had to reel it in and go, hey, God, maybe not everybody on the bench needs to get out
Mike,
there.
You're old enough to remember, I don't know about Kenny and David, was it Nolan Ryan and Ryan Ventura, the fight?
Robin Ventura, yeah.
Robin Ventura, yeah. That was amazing. Like, yes, you know what, guys? We're going to give you 30 seconds.
That's it.
Do what you got to do.
Udoka, LeBron, 60 seconds.
Yeah.
We could have Mason. Here's how you start the fight. Go! And it's 60 seconds, and that's it.
Box of weapons, probably
Maybe
not.
a little too far.
What do we always complain about in the NBA, though? They're not trying, even playoff time, there's no effort. In hockey, you never hear that complaint. This might fix it if you introduce some violence.
Again, Udoka stood there and said to LeBron, what are you coming over here? What are you going to do? You will do nothing about this, you soft-ass bee. Right then and there, they should have just gone, all right, let's get after it. 60 seconds. Let's settle this.
Because it would have been looked at as, well, LeBron went after somebody that, was older than him. He shouldn't have attacked a coach.
Is Udoka older than him? I don't know that he is.
He's older. You can't attack a coach.
Udoka's 46.
That's the same as LeBron.
Pretty much.
Can't attack a coach.
LeBron's 70.
Okay, all right, now all of a sudden Draymond goes after Popovich.
I like it. Pop has annoyed me for years.
We've had that in the MLB before. Why not? Pedro Martinez. Let's do it.
Yeah, he threw Don Zimmer to the ground.
Yeah. Let's get back to those days.
Let's make sports great again.
You know what, David? You win.
It should be in every
and you
sport,
know what?
too.
Like the other
that
night.
May have been the saddest thing that I ever saw.
It was horrible.
It was just like, really?
It was horrible.
Even if I'm his teammate, like, I can't support this. I can't.
Don Zimmer's lifeless body bouncing off the grass.
Yeah, you know what? You on your own.
Don Zimmer looked like he was stop, dropping, and rolling.
That was one of the saddest fights I've ever seen.
I mean, the Red Sox are scumbags. Everyone knows it. Look at Thursday Night Football. I mean, Clete Blakeman and that crew calling 19 penalties for 275. I wouldn't have minded if Geno Smith went out there with a chair. Hey, Clete, enough. That's it. Enough out of you.
Yeah, put it in every sport. You're golfing, someone's moving too slow, take them out.
That's right. There you go. I just know that moment between LeBron and Ime was the most exciting thing I saw, and I go, why not just let these two just settle this?
From here on out, I will make sure that I am here extremely on time. I can't let you guys sit around.
Why?
Seriously, it's gonna be like the Last Boy Scout when at the end.
If what I suggested was pastor approved, what do I have to fear?
It also helps that I hate LeBron and I want him to be the first one.
I might be guilty of that too. The point is, Ime showed no fear, and it would have heightened it to. And it was like, wait, so a fight here is viewed as impossible and unsavory, but yet if a fight breaks out in the Wings game tonight, it's just viewed as legislation.
Now here's how I do see this with those two. You're not getting kicked out. Now, if you want to get up in each other's face, fine. Guys, can't have you hitting each other. But if you want to go and woof,
what are they going to do? Thumb wrestle?
No, I'm just saying, if you want to get in each other's, it's Mike, it's the NBA.
Well,
when was the last fight you really saw in the NBA?
A real one?
A real fight.
I mean, it doesn't
not a bunch of third graders on the playground windmilling.
I mean, Draymond choking Rudy Gobert. That wasn't really
And what did
a
his
fight.
teammates do? Draymond, you stop that. Stop it, Draymond.
I don't really have a good answer for you.
Don't make me come after you, and then all of a sudden,
Plus, it's always
Edwards
funny.
slips and falls.
It's always funny
Oops.
is NBA players can't fight.
They can't. That's
It's
what
hilarious.
I'm saying.
They look like those balloon people outside of the car dealership.
It's not that they can't.
It's unbelievable.
They don't want to. I think the last people were maybe like Mason and Oakley for the Knicks.
Oh, now let me
those
tell you,
two,
those are fights.
You know what? Hey, you know what? Mason and Oakley want to fight. Hey, you're on your own.
Yeah, you know what?
I don't like you that much of a teammate.
Thank you, Bob. Charles Oakley indeed was. 248-539-9797. Yes, we're starting with something irreverent. We'll get a little college football or pro, bottom of the hour, David's choice. Lions at 3. NCAA, they're back from the clouds. Oh, they're here to fix college football, you say. I'll let Rico take you through it. I may walk out during that. Oh, and the Tigers made a huge signing. One problem. The dude doesn't play a position.
You've seen this before.
Yeah, getting a little concerned. A lot to get to today. 97.1.
It is the 12 days of fitness at Planet Fitness, judgment-free zone. Unlike sometimes what you get in the studio, they won't judge you. Why? Because they want to help you prepare and get into your fitness needs. And it's simple. You know the new year is going to be coming up. You're going to make the New Year's resolution like you always do. I'm going to get in better shape. Planet Fitness can help you right now through the 12 days of fitness. It's very simple. You can join right now for $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment whatsoever. And if you say, I would join, I don't have enough time, you can get a full body workout in just 30 minutes with the 30-minute circuit. That's all at Planet Fitness. And you also get fitness training that comes with the membership. So what are you waiting for? $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment. This offer is going to end soon. You can go to any of your local Planet Fitness to join, or you can simply just go online, planetfitness.com. Remember, $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment whatsoever. Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone.
Jared, as always, we appreciate your time. Thanks for being with us. And 33-28, you go to New Orleans and win. How good did it feel to bounce back and to just look like your old selves and get back on track?
Yeah, it felt great, man. We certainly started fast, and the defense getting the turnover on the first play of the game helps. We were able to capitalize, and scoring on the first drive. It all went into what we talked about all week, just coming out fast and getting back to who we are. You know, we lost it. We lost the game, 10 days ago, 2 weeks ago, and getting back to who we are and getting the W.
Dan Campbell said that the 3 practices leading up to the game were 3 of the more intense, better practices you guys have had all year. Would you agree with that, and what does that say?
Yeah, I thought so. I mean, it speaks to what we talk about our team all the time. When adversity hits, we tend to respond really well, and I don't see that changing anytime in the future. We've got a really strong group and guys who know how to respond, and obviously Dan kind of leads that charge with us, but I thought he did a great job getting us ready to play, and we were ready to go. You know,
part of that adversity comes with the ball security. And we saw the videos last week of the ball security drills that you guys had. Kind of looked like human
about to walk up out of here.
Perfect
temperature to
more
sleep,
about the mental
68
aspect,
degrees.
or is it physically similar to what it's like to have someone try to lift the ball
control
up?
yourself. It is 68 degrees.
It's probably,
the best mattress ever made, the iComfort Eco by Serta Supportive. Designed to keep you cool, comfortable, feeling restored. Or Serta's perfect sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta mattresses, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. David, I would love to hear some of the ticket texters on this, and then we will get to a football today. 3:30, we are going to have some fun with something. David and Kenny have been in the lab, and the ridiculousness of the bowl game system in 2023, where if you don't make the playoff, no one plays in your bowl. We have to discern. They have a selected list, and we have to decide, is this game real or fake? Is it a defunct bowl or an active bowl? Is the location of this bowl what they say? Kenny and David are going to put you and I through the ringer. Okay.
We'll do it at 3:30. Like an example, if you're Georgia and Florida State and you're facing each other, did you see the coaching press conference?
Did you send the grad interns up there?
It was a battle of 2 coaches of who could be less excited to be there. No one's playing in that game. Adam Sandler's running out there as the water boy. No one's playing. But we'll do it at 3:30. David, ticket text.
Someone says the reason why they fight in the NHL is because it's on ice, Mike. Well, the ice, the challenge players would literally kill each other.
Wait a minute, time out. On the ice? Ice is going to hurt you more than the hardwood. Ice is going to hurt you more than grass. You ever fallen on the ice? Hell of a lot different than falling on and by the way, you're wearing a butcher knife for a sneaker.
Very true.
Well, yeah, I was about to say that right there is why I would never fight in hockey. You got on blades. Nope. I don't need anybody accidentally.
Congratulations. You're Pat LaFontaine. All right, let's keep it moving.
Mike, Rico.
I'm never fighting.
Not in hockey.
You know why. The NBA is soft. He was right. LeBron wasn't going to do anything. LeBron is soft.
Right. I thought it was the coolest thing ever that Ime did what he did. Because he's not some 80-year-old. That wasn't pop flexing. That's a former player who's not that far away from being a player and still in relative good shape.
It may have a lot of hostility.
Right. Like if LeBron rolled up on Hubie Brown in his coffin, that's different. Hubie's also a national treasure. I'm just saying, I was ready for those two to go at it, and I'd be like, why not? Let's settle this. Let's get it done.
Yeah, they played against each other in the Spurs-Cavs NBA Finals. He knows LeBron well. He had battles with him.
Yeah, but see, now then it goes to, okay, is our owners now fair game? Because they sitting courtside and they're yelling.
Boy, I'd love to say something right here. I will leave it alone.
I think we thought of the same thing, Mike.
Not where I was playing. You know what?
I didn't go anywhere. I said I'm not saying.
No, but with owners sitting courtside, I remember when Ishbia got into it with somebody. And now, okay, is that fair game? Mark Cuban, is it because he sits there.
Absolutely.
Is that fair game?
Yes.
I've wanted guests to fight him on Shark Tank.
But now,
absolutely.
But you get an older owner who sits on the court, then no, they're exempt with their grandfathered in.
No. I would have loved to have seen someone hit Donald Sterling with a 2x4.
Cuban says, I'm out on that deal, and he gets punched in the face.
Man, I put my life into this. That'd be amazing.
Oh, man. Somebody says, nice topic, funny topic. Can we just get Anchorman War like in the movie?
Oh.
Brick, you killed a guy with a trident.
You know the rules. No hitting the face. And that's it.
Another person texts in and says, box of weapons, and we probably shouldn't let the Memphis Grizzlies be involved in this.
Okay, yeah, all right. Keep Ja Morant out that night.
Keep Ja. Make Ja great again.
I do want to tell you something. I'm at a point where I'm spiting the Pistons. I got a bad feeling they're going to win tomorrow. I want them to keep losing because tomorrow we're going to talk about their ridiculous leak from the organization about where they're at and how they, quote, don't want to hit the panic button. You're 4 years into a rebuild. You're on the cusp of being 2-20. Panic button? Yeah, you're right. You have the same patience. I guess the guy who captained the Titanic didn't want to hit the panic button either.
Memphis, Xavier Tillman and all his kids
buddy,
versus the Pistons.
Buddy, Memphis minus one. That looks terrifying.
It does look terrifying.
It's Xavier Tillman's kids versus the Pistons. 248.
Gilly at work says, how do we get the 97-1 box of weapons as the official dispute resolution tool of the NBA?
Right, I never said they had to be deadly. You can put a couple of sticks in there. I don't care.
Could you imagine on TNT they pause and say, now we have the 97-1 the ticket box of weapons?
I'll give you an example.
The fact that he said, and that's what people are going, it's a box of weapons.
Hey, my grandma Carmela had a wooden back scratcher in the kitchen. Put 2 of those out there. Those things hurt like hell.
Oh, yeah, the paint sticks.
See? You took it to a bad place. You're like, oh my God, we're going to have chainsaws. No.
What are you, box of weapons? What, you got Chinese stars up in there?
Like my mom went to Catholic school way back in the day. The nuns used to hit them with rulers. Wow, LeBron versus Udoka, 2 rulers. Let's get after it.
We just had the old school paddle. So.
What, you mean like a ping pong paddle?
Ooh, like a real, paddle.
The long one? Yeah.
What do you mean a paddle? Like a boat oar?
No, a paddle, like a fraternity paddle, like a.
So at your fake high school, they had fraternity paddles.
Grade school.
You got hit with those.
Yeah. Principal would listen to your story.
The 40s were a wild time, Kenny. Oh. Up next, Rico's bus was a Model T.
Oh, Principal Mr. Went.
And Mr. Went would just beat the hell out of students.
No, he wouldn't beat the hell out of you, but after, I remember me and my boy got into a fight. We flipped over desks. We did everything. We had to go to the principal's office, and he was sitting there. We gave our side of the story. We apologized. Like, you know what? This was so unchristian-like and unbecoming.
What happened?
He was like, okay, grab your ankles.
And then he just goes chair to the spine?
You got 3 hits.
Oh, my God.
And that's when I found out what old man strength really was.
That's what we should start doing on technical fouls. Forget the free throw. Hey, you cheap shot somebody? Fwap.
I mean, old man strength. Like, how is this old man here?
Isn't it remarkable when you're a kid and you're trying to hoop it up with your dad and you're like, how the hell is this old man this strong?
Both of us walking back to class trying to hold back the tears. Like, no, I'm good. You good? No, I'm good.
And that should have been Udoka and LeBron. Conflict resolution. The 97-1 box of weapons. That'd be amazing. LeBron, Udoka. What if? All right, you don't want open combat. You ever see these new slap fest things? Kenny, you see those? Where the 2 dudes are squared up at like the arm wrestling tables, and you gotta.
They line up with the powder on their hand and
right.
Smack
LeBron,
each other in the face.
Udoka, you each get. We're doing this until one of you collapses.
Yeah, I've seen that. I saw one, and the guy was already slapping himself. No, I'm opting out. You're
see
crazy.
These guys, they have like big welts on their face. Their eyes are all
and then
swollen.
LeBron's got to finish the game in like a Rip Hamilton mask, or he's got to have his head bandaged up, and he finishes the game. But like, I didn't understand why anyone got thrown out. That was my whole premise.
No one shouldn't have gotten thrown out. Absolutely not. I am not a big fan of that. I think that, you know what, handle it like man, and we're done.
I'm
now,
shocked
fighting
at the school you went to. I mean, getting your hand hit with a ruler is one thing.
Bruh.
Man.
He kept it in his office, hanging on the wall.
Principal had a boat oar at Rico's school. That's incredible.
He didn't want to go to the office. Let's just put it like that. Old man.
Now you can't even give a kid a bad grade.
Oh, we laugh. Like, you can't do. But yes, that's a true story.
Seriously, though, what year was that?
80s.
18 or 19?
Your mother.
All right, that's perfect ending to this. Let's get to some football, shall we? David, why don't we do a little pro football, especially now that Trevor Lawrence has one leg. Hungry Howie's, they're always designing something new. Look, it's a miserable weather day here. Maybe you don't want to cook. Maybe you just want to get dinner on the table quickly and effectively. No problem. They got you covered. Hungry Howie's, the Kenny Cott pizza, the mac and cheese pizza, limited run, $10.99, $2 more. You had the buffalo chicken or jalapeno bacon. And again, it is limited time only. The mix and match, the standard stuff, hey, that's where it's at for me. $6.99 each. Dinner's on the table, 20 minutes, and you are ready to roll. Offer doesn't last long. Mac and cheese pizza available for a limited time only. So head over to Hungry Howie's and get yours today.
Obviously much harder in the game what they do. They're trying to simulate it in some ways, but that was a point of emphasis for us and a drill that we wanted to do. I don't know if we'll continue. I'm sure we will continue to do it because it worked. And it was good.
21-0 start. You guys had a chance to add to it while still in the first quarter. That's kind of crazy. How does that feel like as a team to get off to a start like that? And then how hard is it to keep up that kind of momentum?
Yeah, we wish we could have kind of kept going a little bit offensively. We kind of slowed down there in the middle of the game, but it was good to get that lead and then find a way to finish it off in the end. But you'd love to find a way to score on a few more drives there in the middle and make it even a bigger lead and an easier win there towards the end.
We've made a commitment to talk more on this program about Sam LaPorta because he is just having a spectacular year. When did you know when you guys got Sam? When did you have a sense? Holy cow, I've got a legit high-end tight end weapon here.
Yeah, you pretty early on. I'd say maybe the first or second day we were working together out in OTAs, and the way he catches the ball, the way he runs, the way he has feel for space, and something that's very particular to what he does that makes him so great is when he catches it, his feet don't come off the ground. You see a lot of guys that kind of catch and jump or, all around the league. And I've played with guys that do that and are successful doing it. But his feet don't come off the ground mainly ever when he's catching the ball. And that's a special trait for a receiver and certainly for a tight end to catch it and keep running.
Is he approaching Amon-Ra St. Brown territory with you? Just approaching it in terms of your trust and belief in him, and you kind of have that feeling that he's always going to be open?
Yeah, he's on his way. I think it makes it hard for teams to play man coverage against us right now. And against the Saints, they wanted to double St. Brown, and that leaves Sam one-on-one, and that's a matchup we're willing to take, every day of the week. And not just Sam, but the other guys as well in man coverage if they want to double Saint. So yeah, he's getting better. He's obviously such a great player already, but that trust him and I have has grown so much and will continue to grow. But yeah, he's doing a great job. Getting himself open and then finding ways to catch the ball too.
Can you take us through the play? I mean, every week we see the new wrinkles. Sure, Jamo's fast as hell. But that block, man, seriously, that may not go for a touchdown if you're not leading the way on a combo block. And all the time, I'm sure hitting the sled in practice for you really paid off there. But Can you take us through that play and what it was like for you at the start and then seeing Jamo finish it with that crazy leap?
Yeah, it's a play we've practiced quite a bit at this point. It's about time we called it. I know Ben has been trying to get it off the sheet for weeks, and this was just the right week for it. Anytime a play gets called, I get excited. I get to go lead block. I had one earlier in the year where I got to lead block.
All right, let's get a little football today. Lots to
to
discuss in the NFL. David, some music, please.
Sam was blocking that defensive end, and I figured I'd help him out and finish it off. And seeing Jamo take off down the sideline was awesome. It was a great play for us, and that kid can really run. And anytime we can get the ball in his hands, it's a good thing.
Joke about it, but when was the last time you did hit a blocking sled?
I don't know if I've ever done it.
Strike that from the record.
Nope.
That Rico was not speaking in that. Do you want to?
Nope.
Speaking of quitting,
unbelievable.
It may be.
I'm almost hitting my
It may be over for the Jags.
The thing is, if you haven't hit it,
let me
the
tell
thing
you
hits
what
back
they
if
had
you don't
going
know.
for them before the game last night.
I wouldn't
They
know.
controlled their
I
own
don't do those
destiny
things.
for the AFC's #1 seed.
All right, let's go to the end
and a playoff bye. And then they decided to go out there and crap the bed and lose to the Bengals. But not only that, they lost their quarterback. He has a high ankle sprain, blew their opportunity. But I've seen this going around with or without Lawrence, though. Doesn't matter because they're an average team. You agree with that?
The headline last night is not even about Trevor Lawrence. They still scored 30 points.
Correct.
How do you allow Jake Browning to carve you for 400 yards passing? I was in disbelief at what I was watching.
Right. I mean, I see the weapons that he has, but still,
that's Jake Browning. Yeah. David, I think you're right. Certain losses mean more. Certain losses the Jags, whenever you're on the verge of taking them serious, they had the clown car performance against the Niners and lost like 40-3. They rebuild their equity. They go out and bleep the bed, as you so eloquently stated.
I remember when they came to Ford Field last year.
And just no-show. There's something about this team. You're right, Rico. And David, look, conservatively, high ankle sprain for a franchise player like Trevor Lawrence, that's a 4-week injury conservatively.
That's why I played it. He had to grab his ankles. All right? Full
David,
circle.
Please. Rico getting hit with a boat oar by his principal, and you're taking him out of context.
All right, let's get to the Jets here. There's a couple things going around with the Jets. There was a report yesterday saying that the Jets were leaning towards elevating Zach Wilson back to the role, but that he didn't want to.
He was reluctant
to play that role. But I think a more important story is based off what you said last week with Aaron Rodgers, Mike, because the story about him is Aaron Rodgers isn't expected to return to the field this season if the team is out of the playoff race. So catch this. He would be cleared. He would be on the 53-man roster, but he would be the emergency quarterback instead.
This is one of the greatest look-at-me attention whore routines I've ever seen, and no franchise deserves it more than those abject losers, the cousin Eddie of the NFL, the New York Jets. More so. This is why you needed to release Zach Wilson. You were never putting him out there in front of the fans if you had a brain.
The cousin Eddie.
They are. Honestly, the New York Jets, Woody Johnson should wear a dickie to the league meetings. It's an embarrassment. Well, now they want to play Zach Wilson, and Wilson's like, no, I'm not down for this.
The Jets out there putting the porta potty stuff in the
sewer.
Yeah.
100%. Hey, Clark, look at the set on this dog. That's the Jets.
Well, let's get to the AFC North because I had a question on a football today about a month ago regarding that division being the best division in the NFL and the possibility of getting maybe 3. I don't know. People were talking maybe 4 teams.
Cutscene. Every quarterback's dead.
No Watson. Pickett gone. Burrow is gone. They're going to get just one team in the playoffs now, right?
The team with the last QB standing. It's going to be Baltimore. And it's a shame because, David, it really was shaping up as one of the best divisions you've seen in a while.
For a while, everybody had a winning record. This is going to be like every game means something. It would have been kind of cool to see the entire division in the playoffs.
And instead, you end up with Joe Flacco versus now? What is it? Not Jake Plummer. What the hell's his name? Jake Browning.
Yeah.
But now I look and say, what, the NFC North, you got 2 teams in the wild card right now? If the playoffs were to start right now, who would have saw that you get 3 teams in the playoffs from the NFC North?
Yeah, things have changed. While we're talking about the NFC North, let's touch on the Chicago Bears for a quick minute. This story is not so much about the Bears, but about the coach that's rumored that they may be interested in. And the Chicago Bears are already beginning, of course, their potential candidates, putting together a list in case they get rid of Matt Eberflus. But according to CBS Sports,
it's happening, isn't it?
The Bears are expected to have interest in Washington Commanders offensive coordinator Eric Bieniemy. So let's talk about Eric Bieniemy for a quick second. He's always been talked about, never got a job, seems to be doing a decent job as OC with the Commanders. With the potential of maybe 7 to 10 jobs being open this year, does he get a job?
I think he gets a job, but I don't think it's the Bears. I think you got to be careful because the leaks coming out right now are from the agent side. And I also think you're floating things out to gauge reaction. I just wouldn't go too far with it. I think his best chance for a job could potentially be right where he is. Does Josh Harris like what he sees? Does he want the offensive-minded coach? Does he think that Sam Howell could be a franchise QB, et cetera? But, David, it's now or never. This is going to be an offseason of record attrition. I think Jim Harbaugh's won. Bieniemy's won. If you don't get a job now, you're not getting one.
I look at the Bears, and, man, if Bieniemy can get that, it's going to be a prime job. You sit there and you look at the 2 top 5 draft picks, and then you have a quarterback. Now, if you think that Justin Fields could be your guy, you can go out and take 2 of the – you can flip one of those picks, go out and just land all the skilled players or offensive linemen or the best defensive player that you want to kind of jumpstart this team. If you want to take a franchise quarterback, you could take the quarterback and somebody else. Like, it's going to be a job that I think if you're the Bears, you're going to have the pick of whoever you want for this. It's not like the Panthers are just the opposite of that. Like, I don't know who would take that job. But the Bears – for Bieniemy, I'm happy because I've been waiting to see what this man can do because he just keeps getting passed over year after year.
So, guys, I want to introduce you to someone. We've heard of Matthew Stafford before. Well, let me introduce you to Matthew Stafford Jr. This guy's getting talked about just like Matthew Stafford used to get talked about. A former defensive coordinator in the NFL is saying Justin Herbert is absolutely – he has incredible talent. He's smart, athletic, huge arm, and I totally believe he's the complete package. Here's the problem. They sit at 5-7 this year, and in his career, and I get win-loss record for the quarterback is whatever with it, he's 30-31 in his career, and he blew a giant lead in his only playoff game. In January. So it's great to have all the talent, but this will be Matthew Stafford Jr. He was always talked about like that.
David,
never competed.
It's the same too organizationally. Look, the Spanoses are notoriously cheap. The Chargers are nomadic. They don't have a fan base. They have a horrendous head coach. They've made terrible personnel decisions. I mean, they drafted Quentin Johnson. The next 8 receivers after Quentin Johnson are more productive than he are. Herbert does the best that he can like Stafford did. Now, do I think he lacks a little bit of killer instinct? I do. But a lot of this is out of his control, like a lot of it was out of Stafford's control.
Yeah, I think a lot of the killer instinct, the lack of, is he doesn't know what it's like to win. Because he expects, if you fail enough times, you're just a failure, and you expect to fail. And that's where he's at right now. He needs to either go to a team that wins or get a coach that can break that cycle. I mean, It's what you're seeing right here now with Dan Campbell. And you often wonder, like, man, if Stafford was still here with Campbell, would you have had the same results? Would all of a sudden we'd be saying, wow, he revived Stafford's career? But, yeah, you're right. The Chargers, they don't have a fan base. He's just out there. He's getting paid in sunshine because he's not getting any wins.
You have Matthew Stafford and Matthew Stafford Jr. both out.
Hey, by the way, real quick.
Ironically enough, in the same stadium.
How is it the Jaguars have a swimming pool in their stadium but not a cart? Did you notice that Trevor Lawrence had to walk off the field last night or be carried off?
All through the tunnel as well, yeah.
I was just thinking about that.
Yeah, because I was really –
when did you meet Will Smith?
I was hoping that he just said, no, I'm not going off on the cart. I'm going to man this up and walk off. Because it made no sense to me. Like, So there's no cart at all, nowhere in the stadium.
I don't know what they do down there.
Were
but
they all unplugged and not?
Visited that stadium this past summer. I visited that stadium this past summer.
What is
it
it,
poor.
Jim Costa drives an injury cart?
Right.
Yeah, that's a poor stadium.
Yeah, somebody go get your hybrid. Go get him.
Everything's bad down there. It's
Sorry.
Jacksonville.
I'm just assuming that he just really wanted to just be tough guy. No. I'm going to walk it
that's
off.
great. You're worth $500 million.
Thank you.
Sit your ass in the cart.
We'll roll you up to the
Right.
Well, either
Right.
that
Put him
or,
in a sleeping bag and roll him out of here if you have to.
Well, either that or they just didn't have any carts in the stadium.
Yeah, possible. That is in football today.
Duval.
All right, Moranby with
They put the
GMC, they
ball in
make
your
car
hands on
buying
2
and
third
certified
downs where
car
you could
service.
drain timeouts.
Reeves,
The
Moreno,
first one
make sure
came
you are
inside
ready
3 minutes
for
to
the
go, and you
holidays.
find LaPorta on a
The
3rd and
Acadia
7
with
between
seating
a
up
pair
to
of
7
defenders.
Moranby with GMC. You
Take
can
us
lease
through
a
that
23
play
Acadia.
because it helped finish the game. You had 2 of them,
They
but
got
the first one,
GMC
take us through
Sierra
the first
double
one.
cab.
Yeah,
$344
gave us
a
many
month.
cars. They doubled Sam Brown. They
RandExpress.com.
probably, figured we were
You'll
going
know
to go his
exactly
way as
what
we
you're
do
looking
often.
for. And whether
Sam
something's wrong with your current car, you take it in for certified service.
Moranby
with GMC, unlike others, they give you a
was able to fit it in there, and he made a great catch.
It's fast,
and then the last
it's
one,
easy.
another play that we kind of expected them to be in some sort of
GMC,
man
where you
pressure.
always get the best price period. It's on Telegraph.
St. Brown
Just
is
north of
running across
Eureka
the
and
field,
Taylor.
and Josh is running underneath him.
RandExpress.com. It's Moranby with GMC.
I had to
We
move a
are
little bit in the pocket
professional
and scramble, and was able to find Josh for first down.
For Josh, for it to be his first catch of the game, I mean, they obviously are focusing on, as you mentioned, St. Brown, LaPorta, but for him to stay involved, make sure he doesn't, he's there to make that catch. You were under duress. He had to reach down to get it, but what does it say about Josh to be able to be, shut out the entire game and then make that play?
Yeah, he's always been that way. He's just such a great teammate, and shows up when we need him. And I think he doesn't get quite the love he may deserve, and how well he's played this year. And he's had such a tremendous year. I played with him, damn near almost every year of his career, just half of the 1 year where we picked him up. But he's just improved so much, and I trust the hell out of him. And yeah, I don't think he gets nearly enough credit for the success we're having on offense and what he means to our team.
I think a lot of people kind of mistake mobility from a quarterback standpoint as being a guy who can run. And I've always thought it's not that. It's about being able to buy yourself more time. And it seemed like in this game against the Saints, you were able to do that. And more so than maybe we've seen either all this year or certainly in the last couple of weeks. Was that something that you'd been working on? Is it something that you saw in film that you needed to improve on? And how did you go about doing that? Because it really paid off.
Yeah, no, I haven't been working on it. Just being aware of where I am in the pocket, and just trying to make the play when I'm needed to, and when my number's called. And love when they put it in my hands late in the game. We've done that a handful of times this year, and being able to make the play to seal it.
5 road wins this year. 5 times it felt like from afar that it was a Lions fan takeover. You've had Kansas City, Green Bay, the Chargers, New Orleans, Tampa. Which one would you say the Detroit fans took over the opposing stadium the best?
Oh, that's a tough question. What I will say about this past weekend is I played there, and they're one of the most prideful fan bases, and loud and get into the game. And at the end of the game, it was Lions fans there, and it was our fans being loud when we were on defense, which was pretty crazy to hear in the Superdome. And Teddy Bridgewater obviously played there for a couple of years. Asked him, he said he's never seen anything like that. And he's been the home team there for a long time. And so yeah, it's really impressive, man. It's really fun to play for. And doing that in a place like New Orleans that is known for their crowd is really cool, and it's starting to become a regular thing for us, which is fun.
I got a feeling you're going to see the same thing on Sunday in Chicago, being so close, and the Bears not having a season that the fans might want them to, so there could be a lot of seats there for the Lions fans to go buy up. Can you talk about the difference for you and for this team playing outdoors versus playing indoors? Because you guys don't play that many games outdoors, and this will be the last game you play outdoors until perhaps the playoffs.
Yeah, we'll be ready for it. We played some games outdoors this year already, but we didn't have that many the whole year. Certainly not that many late in the year, but we'll be ready for it. I'm sure we'll practice outside all week and be ready to go.
8-3 in December and January over the last 2.5 seasons here. What is it about this time of the year that has you guys playing maybe your best football?
That's a good question. I don't know. I think, we just tend to come together late in the year. We did certainly last year.
All right, David, a few ticket texts. We get to the Lions top of the hour. It's a question. Dust is settled. We bickered about the win. But I want to know if you're happy. I'll explain. It's a little more complex than that. But it is, you come to the realization sometimes that it's going to be good but not great. And I wonder if you're okay. I will explain in 10 minutes. Also, Jim Rome apparently agrees with my opinion. I'm just not yelling Duval. How did you not have a cart there? David, ticket text, please.
Yeah, someone's saying it's sad, but they may have run out of medical carts because they had a number of players injured in last night's game.
Then go to the parking lot and steal someone's car. It's Trevor Lawrence.
It's Jacksonville. You got a bunch of golf courses. Seriously, is it that hard to find a cart?
Also, a ton of meth labs. I mean, you've got to be able to procure some form of vehicle.
I mean, right outside the stadium, I see plenty of golf carts when I was there. And home.
You've been to Jacksonville?
Yeah, I went out this past summer. I was in Florida. Took the opportunity. Took my son. He's a Dolphins fan.
Was this against your will?
No. It was a Dolphins game, preseason game. My son's a Dolphins fan, so I wanted him to see his team in person.
Does your son still speak to you?
Yes.
Jacksonville in the summer?
It was the best I can do. We were close enough, so I took him and drove to Jacksonville.
Wow. Normally, kids wait till they're a teenager to tell you they hate you. You may have expedited that process.
He loved it.
My God.
Until he saw the stadium, it looked like it was about to fall apart.
It is. All right, go ahead.
Dre Johnson and Cortland Finnegan was epic. I want to see those fights again. Cortland found out real quick.
Yeah, Andre Johnson absolutely bludgeoned him.
Someone says, remember Sprewell and PJ Carlissimo? Maybe that was the last fight in the NBA. Hunter from Clarksville.
That's going in the Wayback Machine right there.
I mean, technically,
what?
Wasn't when Draymond hit
Gobert?
No, the dude in practice.
Oh,
Jordan Poole.
Jordan Poole. That wasn't a fight though.
No, he knocked him out. One hit.
Yeah,
yeah.
No, maybe PJ. Yeah, maybe that's why you can't have players fighting coaches.
This is for you, Mike. They say, the reason why there can't be fights anymore. Remember the Malice in the Palace? That would be why.
Yeah, that's different. You had the Pacers trying to square up with dudes from Southfield and from like Grosse Pointe Woods. You can't. It's a little different. Hey, it's Steven Jackson versus Bob from Macomb. You can't do that.
Another one says, would absolutely love to see the hockey-style fighting in all sports, especially golf.
I know.
Never going to happen.
Let's go on the board. I want to explain something. Okay, so I'm going to explain something. I gave you yesterday, I told you I wasn't going to mess with the under last night. Thank God, because there were about 80 points in that game. But Kenny was asking me about the system that's not a system, but sure as hell plays like a system.
It's back?
No, I told him I'm not quite ready. I think we need more data. But I said, Kenny, if you want to test run this, let's run it all through the tabulator, and I'll see if anything fits the bill tonight. So remember what this is. Last year, we ended up on a 22-2 run with this. And it evens out a little bit, but we finished well above 65%. College hoops, home teams only, and it's one of two things. It's either home, unranked, favored over ranked, or home team, losing record, 2.5 points or less against team with winning record. That's the system that's not a system, but it plays like one. So tonight, if you want to test run it, you got Missouri State 6-2 laying a point to 4-5 Middle Tennessee State on the road. And you go, but Michael, what do you know about these teams? My answer is nothing. Just like last year when Cookies and I were betting on teams like the Presbyterian Blue Hose. Losing record, at home, short spread or favored against good team with winning record. That's it. There's no emotion. There's no handicap. I'm not going to start this in good faith until January 1, but I wanted to at least offer something because I didn't have a pick last night. Tomorrow, I am going to have my worst idea yet with on the board because I'm telling you, we might be betting the Pistons. Rico, what do you got for the people?
Is that risky for the biscuit tomorrow? What you going to do?
Memphis -1. Really?
I'm waiting for the system that's not a system.
That
thing was
hot.
It was hitting at about a 70, 80%.
It was nuts. Yeah. But here's the key. We need more data points.
We do.
I told Kenny New Year's Day, in good faith, it'll be back. But Kenny was like, I must bet on something. Okay, well, here you go, buddy.
Yeah, sorry about Christian Kirk. Didn't realize
he got hurt.
Yeah.
He caught a 26-yard pass, gets hurt. This is why I hate player props.
Well,
it's not your fault. It's just
going back to the player prop.
Don't you feel like we should talk to the people at FanDuel? Like if a guy on his first catch of the night gets hurt, they ought to refund.
You should just nullify the bet and give it to him as a bet credit.
Jeez.
Well, here we go. I'm going to go tonight. I'm going to go to East Lansing, Michigan State taking on Wisconsin.
Oh, God.
Go Tyson Walker to score 15 points. Chucky Hepburn from Wisconsin to score 15 points. And A.J. Hoggard to record at least 4 or more assists at plus 500.
What time's that game? 7. Don't care. All right. Kenny.
Wow.
I am going to
David,
Buffalo.
they went from number 4 to unranked. I have a right not to care.
Doesn't mean you can't make money off of them. Okay, then you don't make the money. Let the people make the money.
It's broken. Oh, my God. All right, it's unstuck. We're good. Kenny.
I looked at this hockey board and I absolutely hated it. But what I did not hate was the Red Wings same-game parlay, if you like. I have the Red Wings to win. Buffalo's not that good. The Wings should beat the Sabres. And the Wings and Sabres both allow some of the most scoring opportunities off the rush.
Okay.
The Red Wings only score off the rush. So that works in our benefit for the over 6.5 plus 220.
What about a Red Wings team total?
Absolutely not.
No?
No.
Tied for second most goals in the East?
You just want goals. I don't care who they come from, where they come from. Wings to win.
What about a player prop in the mix here? Give me something to root for you.
Do you want a DeBrincat goal scorer here?
How about DeBrincat shots? Can you give me one of those? Remember we were hot with the McDavid shots last year? Jazz it up for the people
Plus
tonight.
1 shot on goal you want?
3.
3 shots on goal.
The Cat Man's going to have a big night tonight.
Alex DeBrincat, 3 shots on goal. That brings you up to 385. Still not that great. But.
No, but it gives me something to root for you besides a win because we know they're going to win.
Win and over.
Because all right, the
Plus
Wings.
220.
The Wings are back, people.
Yes. The Wings are back. Bring back the car flags.
We're on a playoff drive.
Octopi are flying left and right.
Fantastic. Enjoy your Joe Bucks. All right, David.
Yeah, nothing tonight. Sports sucks, so there's nothing going on tonight.
David, tomorrow.
No, man.
Are you willing?
No.
Join me.
No.
Join me in my Pope Mobile.
No.
And we're going to bet the Pistons getting 1.5 tomorrow.
No.
They're going to end their losing.
I like money. I'm not going to lose it. So
David.
I'm good.
Okay. We'll touch base tomorrow. I'm telling you, we may end up on the Pistons tomorrow. Kenny, go very, very tepid. People, if you're going to attempt to do the system that's not a system that plays like one, do not go crazy. This is a flare, if you will. This is just a test beacon. January 1st, it begins.
Now, what was it again?
I'm not explaining this again. Okay. Odyssey.com rewind. That's on the board. I will explain to Rico in the break what it is. Right now, it's simple. $5 money line wager for new users. Get $150 in bonus bets from FanDuel. And again, if you've been thinking about joining, good time now. We're in the sports solstice. Every sport is playing except baseball. And, well, who cares? Betting baseball is a pain in the ass. The app is easy to use. Spreads, props, over-unders, and more. Just visit FanDuel.com/ticket. And get involved with the official betting partner of the NFL and 97.1 The Ticket. Must be 21 and up. Present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117. Okay. So I have a question for Lions fans. Oh, don't worry. Rico's going to ride in like a Marvel hero later and save college football with this new NCAA nonsense. But the Lions, here's what I equate to our current situation. You planned on getting a new gig. You don't hate your current job. You like your current job, but you wanted the new job. And you were convinced you were getting it. Your best friend put in a little recommendation. You got through all the interviews. Somebody else got hired. And now you got to go back to your job. Are you happy? See, for the Lions, for a time, we thought they were a Super Bowl team. We thought that they could make it to NFC title game Sunday. We thought for a moment in time, hey, maybe they're as good as the Eagles, or when the Niners were losing 3 in a row, or Dallas. And now I think reality is set in. You're not. In fact, in the case of the Niners, you're nowhere close. But you're still good. You're still going to win the division. I think you have every right to believe you're going to win a playoff game. Is that good enough? Or did the dream state ruin reality? Like, are you able to move forward? Think about it. You went to New Orleans, and for the first time since 1962, Rico, they're 9-3. But what are we talking about? Well, the defense is not good enough. We're not going to be able to compete with these teams. We can't go to a Super Bowl. Well, step back for a minute. Maybe you dreamt about stuff that was never real. I'm guilty. But the difference is, I think I'm okay with where we're at, which is win the division and, for God's sakes, put up a banner. The only banners you have at Ford Field are like dinner napkins. You have a banner that says we won a division. Literally get a giant banner that says did stuff. That's a start. Win playoff game. Make customers happy. That is a massive success for a team that a year ago at this time had just tried to dig out from 1-6. So I want to know where you're at as a Lions fan. Are you happy? Or is it a bit of a come down based on a few short weeks ago, Tony Romo priming your pump? This is a Super Bowl team, Jim.
You know, the funny thing is when you spoke of last year, and last year, after the first 7 games, we were all burying this team, and then it was like, wait. Maybe not.
Yeah.
And first 7 games this year was like, yeah, this team, why not go to the Super Bowl? Why not be the number 1 overall seed? You had the easiest path. I remember doing that show, comparing your schedule to everybody else. To God, you handle your business. But in the end, I think we've come full circle where the expectation at the beginning of the year, get a home playoff game, win that game, and that's a successful year. I think that's where we are. We're right back where we started.
So, being back where you started, being back at the old office. Oh, you were ready to move to California. You had your place picked out. You were ready to go. There was nothing wrong with where you were. But you were in a dream sequence for a minute. You thought you were getting the lead role in The Young and the Restless. So I'm just, hey, I'm
nailed that interview.
I'm going to be starring opposite Tom Selleck. It's a weird spot for Lions fan to be in, and it takes time. It takes time to sort through it because it's hard to think, wait, we get a chance to, no, we don't. I just don't think you're good enough. And in the end, they have a plan. They didn't make the move at the deadline. I still think they should have because getting Montez Sweat is signing Montez Sweat, and I stand by it. But I want to know if you're happy. Are you able to find happiness knowing, no slander towards Rico because we have a fun bit with the privilege thing, you're not within 2 touchdowns of that team? I don't know if anyone is.
I didn't see that Eagles game going that way. I'm going to be real with you.
One of us did.
Mike, I didn't see 42-19.
Okay, 32-19. The point is, it was the BGB for a reason. You guys are a freight train.
Right, but you thought, like, same thing I thought after the first 2 series, like, okay, whoops, mistakes were made. I was just expecting all this Brock Purdy slander, but
I know.
Then,
No,
the light clicked on, and man,
I will hold the slander back.
And they did that on the road.
Real quick, have Kenny pause screening for a second. 248-539-9797. Because, Kenny, I want your opinion on this. David's not a Lions fan. He's a scumbag Steelers fan who's now kind enough to screen calls for you. David, you're a good person. Kenny, are you able to be happy now that reality is set in?
So my goalposts were basically what we're talking about at the beginning of the season. This is what I expected this team to do. This is what we were talking about, going to a playoff game, winning a playoff game. This is where our expectations were to start the season. This is where mine were, at least. So the winning was fun, stacking all those wins back to back to back to back in those double digits, thinking, hey, this team could be a Super Bowl caliber team. But at the end of the day, my expectations at the beginning of the season are my expectations. That's the bare minimum. And if that's what we end up being, that's just fine with me. Next year's a different story. Next year I expect free agency. Yes.
It's okay to go back to your original goal that you had. Win the division, home playoff.
At the very beginning of the season, that's where I had it. And if we fall back, if we regress to that, maybe we weren't as good as we thought when we were stacking all those double-digit wins. That's just fine with me. Because the goalpost that I had at the beginning of the season, that's exactly where we can land. And I have no issue with that.
All right, no, and I mean, Kenny, you understand why I'm asking it. I respect the hell out of someone who goes, you know what? I'm not. I let myself dream. It's really hard to accept that, like, we were on this magical ride. And at 6-2 and winning the Charger game the way they did, you're like, okay, like, this is happening. Hell, national media was saying it was happening. Now, you have concerns. You think you're going to win the division, and I'm with Kenny. If this year ends without winning a playoff game, I will call it a failure.
Absolutely.
And people are going to be upset at me. But, guys, here's the deal. It's like life. It's a make or miss league. You don't get awards for trying. You have to accomplish things in your life. The Lions eventually have to begin eradicating this odious history of theirs. And winning a playoff game is part of that. You know what the comparison is? What Rico and I lived for most of our adult life. Until or unless MSU was able to win the Big Ten and go to the Rose Bowl, 1987 hung over their head, and it was a stink bomb.
Yep.
You either do it or you don't. No one gave them credit for winning the Big Ten in 2010. No one cared that you tried real hard against Russell Wilson and had your hearts broken. Doesn't matter. They had to do the thing.
Right.
The Lions have to win a playoff game.
Right. Yeah, because what was it, a three-way tie in 2010?
Correct.
Yeah.
It was a four-way tie in 90.
Yeah.
And clearly Holmes didn't think that we were as good as everybody in the national media said we were by not buying at the deadline. You could have added pieces to this defense to make yourself one of the 2-3 best teams in the NFC. You didn't do that. And that's fine so long as you win a playoff game this year. If you do not, this season has been a failure.
I'm willing to say it. I don't say it to be provocative, and I don't want people to think badly of me. I am the guy who's driven the playoff bus here. But I do have standards. There is no scenario. Oh, well, what if Goff falls down the stairs the night before the game? All right, thank you for your anecdotal, final destination situation. Work with me on this. All right? No. If Jared Goff ended up like the linesman in New Orleans, okay? I get it. No, I'm just saying.
Yes.
I don't want to deal with that call.
If a catastrophic injury kicks in, then all bets are off the table, and nobody's going to be like, "We'll see," because we couldn't forecast that was going to happen. But looking at this team right here, right now, we were talking Super Bowl. We were talking at least. If you weren't saying Super Bowl, you were saying number 1 overall seed, hosting all the games here in Detroit. Is it okay if you back down your expectations to your original expectations? Win the division, home playoff game. 248-539-9797. Xfinity connects me to more.
Wait a minute.
Oh, I thought you were.
I was going to go to Ken. You know what? You're so damn excited to talk about Xfinity. I wanted to hear some ticket text.
Oh, go. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You know what? Unbelievable. You don't care about your audience.
I do. I'm just trying to be timely.
Hey. Here's your time right here. Ticket text, please.
It was good enough for this year, but once free agency was over and we did nothing to better that defense, I came to terms with not making a Super Bowl run. 9-3 is hella good this year. Guys are doing great. Hope they expect more as a team, but we fans are already proud, not fully happy yet, though.
Hella good?
Hella good.
Who speaks that way?
Hell
For
yeah.
show.
I just hear you over. Hell yeah. How you living?
Okay. Here, I don't care. Whoops.
When was the last time we won a playoff game? This is absolutely good enough if that's what ends up happening.
See that. Yep. But if they don't win the playoff game, that's failure, guys.
If you don't win the playoff game, you are what you mocked in the Vikings.
Yes. 248-539-9797. Do you think I've missed the mark on this? 2 open phone lines. You want them? But I think it's time to check in on the emotional state of Lions fan. Now, Rico would like to tell you in a very emotional way about Xfinity.
I'm allowed now? Okay. Well, as Mike said, and so is Xfinity because it connects me to more of the great games that I love. You got college hoops going on. You got the bowl game soon coming up, the college football playoffs. With Xfinity, I get the speed I need at a great price. And you can get the speed you need at a great price thanks to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. You can enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. It allows you to stream all your favorite shows and all your games without interruption. That means you get the latest scores right as they happen. If you were watching last night, the latest injury updates, fantasy stats. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, very simple. Call 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com or just stop into a local Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
Hi there. Sorry, I was just getting yelled at by David. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games at the biggest viewing experience on the planet. 6 pools, 3 levels, biggest outdoor sports book on the globe. It's Circa, it's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, let's get to it. Just trying to see if good is good enough, or did the pursuit of greatness kind of ruin the fun? Let's go to Doug, 97.1. Doug, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
Not bad, sir. How are you?
Excellent.
You know, we all have to sit back and remember for my entire life, which is 34 years, I used to dream of the playoffs, and now that's pretty much a good certainty. What do we have to win 3 more games? And remember 2 years ago, we barely had 3 wins, and now we've tripled that? I'm content. Now, I agree we have to win a playoff game. That is the bottom line standard for this year. And anything beyond that, I'm hopeful, any given Sunday, can we possibly take down a higher-up team? Yes, but is it a certainty? No. That's house money, but we have to win a playoff game. But I am very proud of this team. They've shown a new way of culture and resilience that I have never seen before in any Lions team in my entire life. And I used to have to do the mathematics of, if this team loses or if that team loses, we'll get in. But no, we're pretty much going to get in. So we have to be content. We are growing. Like Kenny said, it's about next year it's different. But we need to win that playoff game. You guys got to be walking out of that box in your tuxes with a victory.
That's right.
Hoping for a divisional lucky game.
That's no, I'm with you. And Doug, understand, I've never had the ability, and it's so sad, but I've never had the ability to talk about home playoff games here. And I've been here for 20 years. But as
Mike,
a Giants
remember
fan,
all those agonizing. I still play those YouTube clips of you calling Caldwell a nincompoop, and he'll find a way to screw it up.
I know.
And I still go back to your agonizing, and you've been so supportive.
Well, but here's the thing.
Let me we're at, man. It's a new world.
Doug, here's the thing, and this is key. People, it's not a threat. It's just how it is. I cannot tolerate home playoff losses. As a Giants fan, one of the things I held against Eli Manning, home playoff loss. You cannot come out after playing all year and earning a home playoff game, turn it over 3 times, and get blasted by the Carolina Panthers. Can't happen. The line, all the goodwill Jared Goff has built up, if you want to see me turn on him, lose a home playoff game. They've got to win home.
You'll turn into cookies?
Honestly. Home play losses, like what Aaron Rodgers did his last 2 years in Green Bay. Well, 2 of the last 3 years, because last year they didn't go. When you have these gaudy records and gaudy numbers and you earn the bye week and as the 1 seed in the NFC and you lose your home opener in the playoffs, unforgivable. Unforgivable.
No, you're right. You earned it. You got there, and then you just gave it all away.
They must win a playoff.
It's what makes Wild Card Weekend so much fun, but you don't want it to be you.
I wouldn't. Yeah. Okay. Let's go to Ed, 97.1. Hello, Ed. Eddie.
Hey, Rico.
Hey.
How's it going, Valenti? No, I'm thinking Super Bowl. I'm not going to let you kill my joy.
Well, I'm not killing your joy. I was asking the question. You have every right to. I'm not mad about it.
If their offensive line could just be healthy for 3 or 4 games straight, that seems to be our biggest problem. We can't keep the offensive line healthy.
Listen, I still go back to this. Doug and Scott were having a conversation, and I brought it up. It's like, look at your 3rd round pick, and Ed, I apologize, your connection, something is wrong there. I look at your 3rd round. Broderick Martin, who I'm not sure if he's a real person, and a quarterback in a wheelchair in Hendon Hooker. Think about how different your season looks if you had drafted an O lineman and a D lineman who plays. or an O-lineman and a corner. Your third round was vaporized. And I understand. Well, Ragnow's now hurt. Earlier in the year, okay, Jonah Jackson. Guys, you have to have depth on the O-line. You can't expect your 5 starters to just play in continuum every week. It's hard.
Yeah, you really did. I mean, when you put it that way, you wasted your third round on players with the quarterback, Hendon Hooker.
I hated the pick on principle. But Broderick Martin? And we're sitting here complaining about the defensive line? Or if you don't pick Martin, but you pick an O-lineman because you knew, Jonah Jackson was headed to free agency. Or you knew, Vaitai couldn't be counted on.
Right. Or you just knew that, you know what? We're going to have to start replenishing some of these guys. They're getting a little long in the tooth, and yeah.
Right. So I think some of the things people bring up, it does go back to your draft. For a team who didn't want to play the free agency game, your draft is that much more important. And while they hit on LaPorta and Gibbs, Campbell I'm indifferent on, but you get the point. Branch has been good. You can't whiff. Think about if they had taken a depth corner in the third round, what it would look like right now. Because I'll tell you what it would look like. Jerry Jacobs wouldn't be playing.
Yeah.
Things like that are where you're going to have to accept the reality of the situation. I mean, Broderick Martin could be a cardboard cutout from the COVID era. I don't know if he's a real person. I think he's played one game. Broderick Martin has as many pressures as Kenny Cott.
Yeah. Mistakes were made.
Now, when you're this useless as a rookie, it's kind of scary. Let's go to Nick, 97.1. What's up, Nick? How are you, buddy?
Good, Mike, Rico. Pleasure chatting with you guys. How's it going?
Hey, Nick.
Super.
Good, glad to hear it. So I just kind of want to take one step back. For me, it's tough to realize that we're only a third year into a quote-unquote rebuild. It's tough to call at this point with all the success that we've seen. And kind of looking long-term, bigger picture here. In a hypothetical, if we do have a home playoff game and we do lose that, I'm kind of curious where that puts you. Obviously, you're saying it's unacceptable. Does that mean that you're done with Goff? Are you questioning this regime at that point?
No, not the regime, but I'll be straight with you. And this is an emotional response as you asked me on December 5th. So be fair if you're going to call back and bust my chops. Nick, I'll be honest. I would have to pause on a long-term contract. He could still be my QB, but I'd probably take. Now, if you lose a 41-38 banger and Goff is electric, but this defense is just garbage, that's different.
See, I think I've come to the point where the long-term deal is off the table for me, and we're just going to do the Kirk Cousins franchise as long as we can go, 1 year at a time.
Wholeheartedly agree. I just being kind of 5 weeks now separated from the trade deadline, as well as the eagerness for wanting a home playoff win and wanting this defense to get better. Do you feel like the potential contractual obligations with all the great players and rookies that we have that's going to be coming in years, in the future years, do you think signing a Chase Young and having to deal with this contract could really hurt this team long term?
No, I'll tell you why. And this is not a cop-out, and I'm not being disrespectful. It's a good question. But, Nick, the salary cap isn't real. I just continue to see teams like San Francisco violate it. The Saints being $80 million over, but still able to sign Derek Carr.
In theory, they should have folded this year.
Right. It's just, Nick, the cap's not real. I just...
You brought up the Saints, and that's exactly what I thought, so it's a great point. For me, the regular season, I'm going to know exactly where the Lions stand in those final 3 weeks when we got Vikings twice and the Dallas Cowboys, and I'm not going to make any playoff predictions until I see those 3 games.
Yeah,
that's where I'm at with the team right now.
My fear, I don't want to speak negativity into reality, but Nick, my fear is a rematch with the Pack. And I'd be very nervous because that team is turning it on. I swear to God, if this season ends with a home loss to the Packers, I'll lose my mind.
See, mine is if you somehow ended up in a 3 out of 4 games with the Minnesota Vikings. Like, you don't want to play any team.
Don't worry.
3 out of 4 times.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Don't worry about
it. So you're okay with that?
I'm fine with it.
If they play 3 times in 4 weeks.
One team has a quarterback that is clearly ascending and has pedigree.
You are correct.
The other has a homeless person in a helmet.
Maybe. But the fact that you're that familiar with each other, you don't want to play any team that many times in a row.
Lions won't play anybody in the finale. They'll all rest. Be just fine. Everybody just calm down.
Maybe you need that finale to
All
not.
right. You know what? David, where do you stand on this?
I'm back to where I was at the beginning. Just win the division, win a playoff game. That's where I'm at. I know.
But is happiness there? Can you be happy? Can you be satisfied? Or did dreaming of more mess you up?
Yeah, see, no, I come from a different place. Yeah, seeing more as they were better and getting better throughout the season and seeing, oh, man, NFC championship game and the possibility was there. So, no, I'm not happy anymore because I think they may have ruined those chances. But it's the NFL. There's a month left in the year. A lot of things can change. Let it play out.
Emotionally conflicted.
Let it play out.
I've heard that. 248-539-9797. Let me tell you, Mike Papura, if you are in the market for health insurance or you purchase your own business or solo, you got to get with Mike Papura. The time to shop for 24 is now. National benefit plans. Mike shops every health insurance plan available. He makes sure that you and your employees have the best plan. He's got 30 years of experience. He's going to save you time, money, and probably a headache. He'll show you a variety of options, including the least expensive ones. He's a free consultant. All you need to do is call Mike Papura, 877-734-2200. That's 877-734-2200, or you go on the web to nbphealth.com. And remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. Real quick, I know we're knee deep with the Lions here. Can I just quickly bring something up? There's actually something maybe happening in college football I like. Maybe. It's just refreshing. Texas making the playoff and Quinn Ewers. And look, Quinn Ewers was the $1 million baby and left OSU, goes to Texas, plays. The prevailing thought is that Quinn Ewers will stay in school. Another year of development will help him for long-term success. Let me tell you, that's 100% correct. I think Ewers is good. I don't think he's great. He needs to stay in school. But you know what I'm more happy to hear? That Arch Manning is probably not going to duck and run and hit the portal.
See, I thought that Manning was going to leave if that happened.
Report right now I was just reading is, look, first thing people forget is, yes, his last name is amazing. Do you know where he played football at in high school? Some tiny little school in New Orleans.
Private school.
Carson Newman or whatever it is. Frail, tiny football. Get his body in order year one, learn the playbook, etc. If he sat behind Ewers next year, what's really the harm? He's already making 7 figures. He will still be in line to be the starting quarterback at Texas for up to 2 years. And let's face it, if Arch Manning's good as a junior, he'll be the number 1 pick in the NFL draft. Like, what's the problem? It's actually refreshing to see 2 guys making what I think are decent choices here.
I think the only problem for Texas is you hope that he's not like DJ Ungalungalele. I think I said that right.
You know what that means in Polynesian?
No, but where
guy stinks.
No, but you waited thinking, okay, well, this guy's sitting behind our guy, and he's going to step in, and he's going to be the next QB.
When he was sitting behind Trevor Lawrence,
and he wasn't.
I know. You can't bat 1,000.
Right? No, I'm saying that's the only risk that happens is you just all right, we're going to keep this train rolling, and it's off the track.
I told Cookies, CMU ought to give DJU a call. That's probably the appropriate level.
No.
He barely completes 55% of his passes.
Congratulations. You just described pretty much every quarterback in college.
Okay.
So, I mean, at some point...
what major program should welcome that kid to that? Tell me where he should go. Mind you, he went from Clemson to Corvallis, Oregon.
Either you take somebody like that or you just go with a true freshman who probably kills your season anyway.
DJU to Toledo. Light the candle.
I was going to say Idaho.
They don't have a program anymore, but thank you for playing.
No, I still think he's powerful.
Well, then that's exactly where he should go.
He's still going to go power.
Just keep him as far away from East Lansing as possible. Let's go to the ticket text, and we'll get to the callers. And we've got our bowl madness to do. David and Kenny have been hard at work in the lab on this. David.
The expectation before the season was win a playoff game, but we all got a bit too wrapped up in those early wins. Hosting a playoff game and winning is still the goal.
Yes, agreed.
Lions are 14-3 and can play with anyone. They will be in the NFC Championship game. Those are my expectations.
I think you have a great chance to be disappointed.
Told my friends the expectation for the Lions should be 11-13 wins, division home playoff game, second round exit. We are still there. I am happy.
Right. Like if they finish the year 12-5, win the division, host a playoff game, win it. Smashing success. But they got to win a playoff game. My happiness will be tied to winning a playoff game.
The deal breaker is winning the playoff.
Yeah. I mean, Rico, think about in this town. You got to start changing your history. Winning a playoff game has been this elusive thing for this franchise.
And I said it earlier this year. Now, it would be tragic if you don't have a home playoff. You just have to win. I don't care where the playoff game's at. You just got to win that game.
That's David, quickly.
It's fine, guys. I'm sure Broderick Martin is a nice, friendly guy who fits the culture of this team. Everything is just fine here.
Okay, all right. Well, you know what?
You can smell the sarcasm.
Right. He's working at the cafeteria currently. I mean,
but that's what they said. Well, we don't need anybody on the defensive line. Culture.
Third round pick, cardboard cutout. Ian. No. Ian, how are you?
Doing well, guys. How are you?
Good, buddy.
So with the Lions, I think we can improve your job application analogy a little bit here. And you guys obviously know this working in the media, but for the people who don't know, when you apply for a media job, you have to submit what's called a reel, which is, evidence of your past work.
Sure.
Yep. The Lions thought they could just get away with the resume and the references. They decided, we don't need to submit a reel, which would be, in this case, adding somebody to the defense. and thought they were just a shoe-in for the job. And it ended up costing them the job, and now they're looking at somebody else, taking their spot, and they got to have the sad pizza as they go back to their old place of work. As far as my expectations for the season, I'll still be content with them winning a playoff game and winning the division. But, again, it goes back to we could have been in that NFC championship conversation had we just decided to go out and pick up a Chase Young or a Montez Sweat. And then those expectations could have been elevated. It's so terrible to sit here and listen every week as people say, well, we're only in year 3 of a rebuild. Like, well, how long are we supposed to wait around for a championship team when championship team was attainable this year if we had just added 1 or 2 more pieces?
I'm with you. Enrico has said it. When the window opens up, you got to go.
Yeah.
I wish they would have made a move. I really do. And Ian, I'm not saying do irresponsible things, but whether it was Young or Sweat, those are players you want for the long haul.
Yeah, no, you don't have to break the bank. But, it was right there in front of you this year had you just added 1 or 2 more pieces to the line. And I like the Irvin pickup, but if you were going to add a guy like that anyway, then why not go after someone in free agency if that was your plan all along?
I agree totally. And Ian, unfortunately, that's probably going to be their undoing when the season ends. That this defensive line is wholly incapable of producing any pressure on the quarterback. And it's scary. It's very scary.
It's a shame.
I agree. And if you don't think Montez Sweat matters, look at the difference in the Bears defense since acquiring him. He's been a game changer. Mm-hmm. And same thing. I mean, Chase Young goes to the Niners. They got about 20 sacks in the 4 weeks he's been there. Before Chase Young arrived, they were 25th in sacks. They were useless. It matters.
Yeah, especially when you saw the Chase Young, just a conditional 3rd-round pick maybe.
What do you want me to say, man?
No. That was the
only
frustrating
blessing
thing.
of that non-move was this.
You're right.
It's the only blessing.
We all win.
A community award. Northville Lumber, we talk about them all the time. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in America. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more Trex decking and lumber than Northville Lumber. In the last year alone, they covered 26 football fields with the product they sold. How do you do it? You do it because it's all in their warehouse. There's no lead times. You buy it, you get it, industry low pricing. Oh, what if I'm not a builder? Simple. They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. If you want to get your outdoor living project done, go to Northville Lumber. Call today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right. David, Rico, you've been in, or David and Kenny. How do I mistake Rico and Kenny? It's just
we look alike.
Totally. Brothers from another mother.
Can't you see we're brothers? Remember the Titans?
Left side.
Okay. Awful movie, by the way. So let's do this. They've been in the lab. It's bowl season. I'm going to let you guys explain what we're doing, and now you and I have to not look like fools. You ready?
Let's go.
David.
So here's what we're doing here. We will give you a bowl name, a city for that bowl, and you have to tell us if the bowl is real, fake, or defunct bowl game.
Real, fake, or defunct.
Mm-hmm.
God help us.
Oh, boy.
So I'll start it off here with the
Cherry Bowl.
Mint Mobile Bowl in Spokane, Washington. Is it real, fake, or defunct?
Okay, hold on. So are him and I allowed to work together on this?
Sure.
All right. Mint is an actual mobile company. I think it's owned by an actor.
Yeah.
But Spokane is what throws me off. I don't know that there's a football stadium in Spokane. I'm leaning fake.
I know.
here.
Wait. They play one on Boise's field.
That's the Potato Bowl.
Yeah.
I think this is fake. You want to go fake?
I think it's real, but I'm going to go with you.
Wait, I'm not going to fight you.
No. You know, you're Mr. Savant.
No.
Let's go fake.
Fake.
You are correct. There is no Mint Mobile Bowl.
This is
going to
be very stressful, isn't it?
Let's go to another one. The Heritage Bowl in the Georgia Dome. Real, fake, or defunct?
There is a Heritage Bowl.
I thought there was, but the Georgia Dome?
Wait. Because I think the Heritage Bowl is I think the Heritage Bowl is like for the HBCUs. It's like the championship bowl game.
Hold on, isn't the Georgia Dome defunct? Isn't it Mercedes-Benz Stadium?
Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah, whatever it is, Mercedes-Benz. Same thing. It's not about the venue. I'm sorry if that wasn't clear.
You want it? I'll go with it.
I think.
Isn't this like Battle of the Bands?
Yeah. I think this is it.
I'll trust you like you trusted me. Strong side. All right, we're saying it's a real bowl.
Defunct side.
It is a defunct
Leave it to Kenny
bowl.
to cancel the HBCU bowl.
It was held in Atlanta. Last time it was held in Atlanta was in 1991.
Oh, damn. Oh, my. Sorry, I'm not up on my HBCU bowl classes.
Yeah, it's been all over the place from 91 to 1999. So
Keep
that's
it
why.
going.
Yeah, so let's go to the Reese's Pieces Celebration Bowl.
What?
That bowl is being played in Atlanta as well.
Rico, I know these things change a lot.
I think that's a legit bowl game.
That has to be new.
I think, it's a new sponsor.
Reese's Pieces, but I don't ever remember that.
I don't either. It sounds so ridiculous.
See, all right. Look, I want to state for the record, I think it's fake, but you
know what?
You look like someone who's said, no, I saw this. Scale of 1 to 10, how sure are you?
2.
He said 2.
I'm going to go fake.
All right, let's go fake.
It is fake and real at the same time.
Wait a minute.
It is the
see
wrong
Will Smith.
sponsor. It is a Celebration Bowl, but it's sponsored by Cricket Wireless in Atlanta, not the Reese's Pieces Bowl.
So we got it
you're
right.
both right. Yes,
What
you're
do
right.
I mean
You're
both
right.
right?
You're right. You're right. It is fake, technically.
Okay, thank
Yes.
God. All right. I hate this game.
I told you I was at a 2. Like,
I got you covered. We're good. We're 2-1.
the Seattle Fish Throwing Bowl.
Keep going.
The next one, the Scooters Coffee Frisco Bowl.
The Frisco Bowl is a real thing, but I thought it was diamond walnuts.
Or is it avocado? Yeah.
Or is it idon'tcare.com? All right, hold on, though. So it's totally plausible there's a new sponsor, but is the Frisco Bowl still a thing? That's played at the Giant Stadium. Not PNC. Who cares?
But did it get canceled when the Niners moved?
I thought the Frisco Bowl got canceled during COVID.
It did.
So you want to go fake?
Defunct.
Defunct Bowl.
Nope, this one's real.
No.
That one is real. We give you the eyes.
Who plays in that?
This year? The Frisco Bowl?
That's the new red box.
This year's Frisco Bowl is between. I don't see an update here, so I'm not sure if anybody's playing in that bowl game.
What?
No. They're playing in the game. I have to pull it up.
You're
Give me a
fine.
second.
All right. So
let me get to the next one, then I'll go back
we're
to that
batting
one.
50%.
Yeah.
This is difficult.
The Isleta, New Mexico Bowl.
The New Mexico Bowl is real.
It's real.
But if you're asking me to name the sponsor.
The Isleta?
What's Isleta?
Isleta, if you go past me.
I need to get an answer first before I answer anything about this.
Isleta, Rico do the rest of the show while I go in there and kick your ass. This game is terrible. Real? No. Would he go back-to-back real? Rico, what's Isleta?
I have no idea. I'm just going to say no because I
Fake?
have no idea what it is.
You want to go fake?
I think the bowl is real. I think it's the fake sponsor.
David.
It is real. What? The Isleta, New Mexico Bowl. Isleta is a resort and spa and casino. So they are sponsoring the New Mexico Bowl. The Frisco Bowl, by the way, UTSA and Marshall will be facing off in that bowl on December 19th.
If that's your bowl, you should be defunct. Kenny?
We got roofclaim.com Boca Raton Bowl.
I quit.
I'm sorry. What?
Roofclaim.com Boca Raton Bowl. Real, fake, or defunct?
It's a real. Oh, wait. I mean, it was a real bowl. Oh, no.
See, you know what?
Oh, no. The way he said defunct has me questioning myself now.
No. I don't know, but I'm going to use the same logic you use on tests. When the answer is so long, chances are they didn't make it up. The roofclaim.com.
Right, like it's different when they say Duke's Mayo. You know that's a real tangible item.
Right.
I've never heard of roofingclaims.net.
.com.
Fake?
Let's flip a coin.
I'm not flipping a coin. Come on.
Let's go real.
What? All right, Rico says real.
Rico would be right.
I owe you one, pal. That's all you.
Standardized test. When the answer is so long, that's the answer.
You will see South Florida
Kenny
and
ain't
Syracuse.
making all of that up.
South Florida and Syracuse.
Wait, that's a bowl.
Yeah.
Syracuse fired their coach.
I know.
Doesn't matter.
I know. Next on the list, let me give you the Baskin-Robbins Fenway Bowl, of course, in Boston, Massachusetts.
I know they play one in Yankee Stadium. I think they do play one in Fenway now.
Okay, I'm openly
But is
admitting.
Baskin-Robbins is like a big thing in Fenway?
It's the 31 flavors. I don't know.
I mean, I didn't know if this was like it was founded there or something.
I'm not a Fenwayologist.
You know Boston more than I do.
haven't been there. I haven't been to Fenway in 15 years. I'm leaving this to I admit to you I have no holy clue, therefore I can't complain.
I'm going to say no.
Okay, you're saying fake?
I'm saying fake.
You are correct.
He's the best
fake.
at this game.
The Fenway
Best
Bowl,
teammate ever.
Or the Fenway Bowl was a bowl. They played it in January of 2023, but it is no more. That was the last time they played in Fenway.
So it's done? So defunct.
Oh, well, it's fake. We gave it a full fake name.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. This is so difficult.
This one, Mike, you can just openly make fun of me because I know exactly what's going to happen when I say the name of this bowl. The John Deere Tractor Bowl in Little Rock, Arkansas. Real, fake, or defunct?
That's a real bowl. I just don't know if it's played in Little Rock. There was a John Deere Bowl. I swear to you. But I don't know if it's played in Arkansas.
See, I thought it was a different tractor company, not John. Was it?
What is it, Caterpillar?
No.
Cat?
No. I'll give this. This is
No, don't put this on me.
I'm answering the last two. John Deere.
Hold on. Where's it played?
Little Rock, Arkansas.
There's a stadium there.
You want to go for it?
God, I'm going to get this
You know
wrong.
what? Let's just go for it. David?
Completely made it up. That's completely fake.
There was a John Deere Bowl.
There might be a tractor bowl. There may have been a tractor of some sort brand bowl of some kind.
I think there. You know, when this is over, I'm going to look it up and see because there is one named after some type of machine or tractor something.
You know what this is, people? This is a lesson of how ridiculous the bowls are in 2023. Go ahead, David.
Yeah. Let me give you one more here. Let me give you the Popeyes Bahamas Bowl.
Now, the Bahamas Bowl, Eastern went there, but Popeyes? Do they have Popeyes in the Bahamas? Don't you have to have some tie to the area if you're going to sponsor a bowl?
Yeah, spicy chicken.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's a international company.
Spicy chicken.
David,
this is
David. I think that they are the new sponsor of the Bahamas Bowl. I'm going to say yes.
You are incorrect, sir. There is no more Bahamas Bowl. In fact, that bowl has been moved because they are renovating the stadium.
You mean the parking lot that they played in?
Yeah, where you see
that
no crowd.
That was the most embarrassing thing. Every year, the bowl game is coming there, and it was dead grass and literally a swing set in the end zone.
Yeah, in the place of it, they're doing the famous Toastery Bowl that was happening in place of the Bahamas Bowl.
And we would have failed that one as well.
Give me one more.
Okay, Kenny, give him one more.
This is so ridiculous.
The San Diego County Credit Union Poinsettia Bowl.
Real.
Yep.
Real. Come on.
Final answer?
Yeah.
Defunct.
No. So it was real at one. It's real in my mind. It's real in my heart.
You know what happened there, Dyke?
No.
That was Gus Johnson.
No, that was the Holiday Bowl.
Yeah, that's it.
Played there. It was played in the same
but
stadium.
That's not the Poinsettia Bowl.
True, it's a different bowl, but it was the same stadium.
It is. That's the yep. I heard the name. I was like, that's the Holiday Bowl.
My memories are real, Kenny. We all grew up watching the Credit Smash Poinsettia Bowl
because it was right before the Rose Bowl, I think.
Oh my God,
something like that, close to it. Yeah. Well, that was fun, guys.
Oh yeah, it was great.
That was your bowl blitz.
Oh. before we get to the people, we got a lot of Lions callers. That bowl fun segment, ridiculous. We'll get some ticket text. But, it's kind of a perfect bridge to show you how broken the sport is. I mean, first of all, the idea that there's 42 bowl games making 84 teams in this country eligible is absurd. The average college football fan can't name 50 college football teams, much less 84. Second of all, we've arrived at a place where I said this earlier, I made the joke. Big-time bowl games, like the Orange Bowl, are rendered useless. Orange Bowl.
Yeah.
Georgia versus Florida State. That game combined, prop bet casino, over-under opt-outs in that game, 12.5. I did that for you.
I was about to say probably about 12, Mike.
Okay. So, and
you've been working with me too.
Yeah, but it brings up a topic you're going to get into later today, which is, now Charlie Baker, the president of the NCAA, has come out with what you always said the NCAA would do, is that once it spiraled out of control, the NCAA would come back.
Yep, here's the lifeboat.
Here's how we'll do this. They're basically advocating for a new subdivision of college football where teams can opt in. The highest resourced teams is the terminology that was used, can opt in, and by putting money in a trust for the players at a minimum of $30,000 a year for every player, that they will create a new level of college football. Now, how many teams would opt in? How many teams can afford to opt in? I don't have those answers. But Rico's going to get into it a little later, but here's where we're headed. These bowls, first of all, these bowls will be loss leaders. It's a hamburger at a bar. The bar owner loses money on the hamburger. They make the money on the 2 beers you have while eating the hamburger. These bowls cost schools money. Schools don't make money going to this crap. Now, these lesser bowls, players are opting out of those to go get paid by schools in the better games. So when Rico brings this up later, just remember that folly we just did. Where, by the way, I now have Roberto's haircut. The hairs are falling out of my head.
TheRoof.com.
Right. I mean, Kenny comes on and he's like, the bowl. And I'm like, maybe.
That would have been funny.
Hey, what about the bowl?
It's played in Tucson.
The bowl. I just.
Sacramento.
Wow. Right. David, ticket text, then we'll get to the people.
Yes, someone says, good answer on everything you just did. I have no clue what's going on right now. Okay.
David. I mean, keeping up with what's defunct, what's real, what's fake. I mean, how can any of it be taken seriously when bowl games like the Orange Bowl aren't? I saw Kirby Smart and Mike Norvell. They looked like they were being held against their will to do the conference call, the Zoom, for the Orange Bowl.
Because you can't ask them specifically about, how do you feel about matching up against Brock Bowers? He's probably not going to.
Right.
Like you have to pull out the whole depth chart. Your third string tight end, he hasn't caught anything, but what do you know? What can you tell me about him?
These are now truly the definition of exhibitions. It's the Globetrotters against the Washington Generals. That's all this stuff is.
David, I don't even think you get exhibitions. I just think that you're going to have
7-on-7s.
No, I mean, I think it'll be the equivalent of having Georgia and Florida State spring game early.
Good God.
Wow.
David.
Someone says, Rico, you're thinking of maybe the Bad Boy Mowers?
Yes.
That's Joe in Bloomfield?
Yes, thank you, Joe.
I grew up loving that game.
Thank you, Joe.
Grew up. To reward the people for paying high prices. Why not the Walmart Bowl where they're just giving free stuff away to fans? That is Frank and Clinton Township. Someone's saying, let me correct David, the Fenway Bowl is still being played this year. It's sponsored by Wasabi, though. BC and SMU will play in that bowl.
A bowl game brought to you by Wasabi.
Yep. Yeah.
You know what?
Love it.
Probably best we
Well,
just
I knew
go to
Avocado I thought they had a bowl game at one point.
They do. The Mexico Bowl or something?
I don't care.
I don't know. Something.
All right, can I just go to the phones? Mercy.
Sure.
Mercy. Go to Eric, 97.1. What's up, Eric?
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Ready to fire up the Lions fans. You know, in December, if you look at the last couple of seasons, the Lions play good in December. You figure this will be 9-3, and it's 5 games left.
Mm-hmm.
How about if they win all out?
All right, 14-3.
And if they win all out, the other teams that are 9-3, they don't have doubt. I don't know why we keep having doubt in the Lions. We keep hitting about this Chase Young thing and all that. Irwin got in and knocked the quarterback out. They were on the road against a team that had pressure trying to get in front of Atlanta, and Campbell used to work there. For them to go on the road and get a win, hey, we're 9-3. There's no reason to say we just want to win a playoff game. You got just as much chance as anybody else to win this thing. The other 9-3 teams don't have doubt. They feel like winning. Why can't we?
Because sometimes it's like the Eagles. The Eagles sitting there at 10-2, but they're having doubts saying, I don't think that we're the team that we need to be right now. And it's not to say that you've had a bad season. It's just realizing we got some deficiencies here.
But they went to the Super Bowl. If nothing else, they're trying to get back to the Super Bowl. So they have a little, when a team go to a championship, they're different than a team that haven't been there.
I mean, you're just saying that the other teams, I'm like the Phillies sitting there at 10-2 right now. They got the best record in the NFC, and they're not happy with their team. As a matter of fact, they just went out and got Shaq Leonard because they were like, yeah, our defense needs a boost.
They have the Dallas game that they're concerned with, but they went to the Super Bowl. So they should feel a little different than everybody. And to the Lions' credit, Jared Goff has been to a Super Bowl. And don't sleep on Stafford and them. Everybody keeps talking about Green Bay and Minnesota. The Rams are hanging around, too.
Okay.
All right, good talk. I don't. Kenny? That's one.
Sponsored by Bad Boys Mower.
We should start sponsoring calls like some of the bowls. If you don't understand why we're having doubts about the Lions, I don't know. Do you watch the games and look at the defense over the last 5 weeks?
No. See, here's what I think I lost. Eric is super optimistic, and he's
that's
saying,
fine.
No, but he just presented it poorly. He's saying they're going to play their best football in December like they did last year, run the table, 14-3, let's go. They're still up for the first overall. I mean, not the first overall pick, number 1 seed.
Here's your problem. You could play San Francisco on the moon. You're not beating them. It's just so abundantly clear you're not at their level. You're not. I don't know what else to say. And it's okay. I'm not mad about it. I want to win the division. I want to win a playoff game. But why do people keep bringing up the Chase Young thing? Because you don't have a pass rush. Because right now, I think you're 28th in pass rush win rate.
So that was just funny. Like the other 9-3 teams aren't worried. Like Philly's in panic mode right now.
Yeah,
they're
well,
10-2.
and they should be because they're kind of a false 9-3 where they escaped a few weeks. The Dallas game, the Kansas City game. I happen to think Dallas will beat them Sunday.
Well, I was about to say, now if Dallas beats them, then that just kind of resets the scale. If you're a Lions fan, you want that because now you're going to have, 4 9-3 teams if the Niners and the Lions each win their games, or 10-3.
Yeah, the topic we had discussed, guys, was just, look, now that Super Bowl hysteria is done and we've kind of recalibrated, are you able to enjoy or accept win division, win playoff game? We let go of the hysteria and the hype and the dream. Are you okay just coming back down to reality and going, you know what, we're still going to have a really good year. And we're still going to accomplish a couple things we haven't done in 30 years. I'd like to think the answer is yes, but sometimes when you dream for more, it can ruin reality. So it's just what we're talking about. I still don't understand Eric's call, but maybe I'm just not with it.
I don't either.
Eric is a very optimistic Lions fan. Eric loves. I was just expecting him to just start hitting me with a chair, but he didn't.
2-4. What? Eric doesn't like you?
No, he just thinks that I'm too negative on the Lions.
No, okay.
No, it's just Eric. I mean, he's a cool dude, great caller. He's a super fan, and he just always says I'm too negative.
Well, let me give you an update here on the Lions. They have made a signing. They have agreed to terms with Tyson. I think you pronounce his name Alualu. I think he formerly played for the Jags, formerly played for the Steelers. Yeah.
I mean, you know your Steelers and you struggling.
Well, Tyson Alualu, I mean, he's like 36 years old, so.
Wait, so they like him better than Ndamukong Suh?
Apparently.
By the way, they like him better than Broderick Martin.
Apparently.
Well, maybe it's like, in bars, maybe it's a picture of Sue saying, by no means ever let this man back in the building.
I know. No, I know. Listen, I okay, 248-539-9797. Go ahead, Rico.
Everything is changing so fast these days. That's a good thing. Back in the day, you're lucky to get one video to download to your desktop computer. But now there's the Xfinity 10G network. That means the fastest internet with fast speeds rolling out all the time, and internet that can power a whole house full of devices all at once with an ultra low lag. So when one person's streaming a movie in their room, another person's playing video games in the basement, and somebody's doing the latest TikTok creation in the kitchen, it's the next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. And now through December 21st, new customers can get a 75 megabit internet on the next generation Xfinity 10G network, $20 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Just go to Xfinity.com/10G. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service. Actual speeds vary.
Hi there. Sorry about that. Listen, the amount of big truck accidents that result in a fatality or serious injury in Michigan, the numbers are off the charts. The attorney you choose has to have specialized knowledge in order to give you the best opportunity to win your case. David Femininio is exactly that attorney with over 25 years of experience. He's at the ready to help you right now. If you've been injured by a big truck, call 855-65-CRASH or simply go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, let's get to the people. We will get a football today later in the hour. Rico, working side by side with NCAA President Charlie Baker, are going to present to you the latest and greatest of Ruining College Football, Chapter 7. We'll do that at 5 o'clock. Let's get to the people. Chris is in Detroit. He's up next. Hi, Chris. How you doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm okay, Chris. What's on your mind, bud?
Nothing. I mean, you asked if I was happy or, if the fans are happy. And, from my standpoint.
Hold on one second, Chris. Chris, I know I want to give you all the time you need. I need Kenny to check your phone. We cannot understand what you're saying. I'm putting you on hold. I'm not hanging up. Kenny, you got to check his phone. He sounds like he's talking through a toilet paper roll. That's not fair to the listeners. Sure as hell ain't fair to Rico and I. We'll get back with Chris. I don't know what the hell was happening there. We'll go to Ryan next, 97.1. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, it's actually Brian, but what's going on, Mike?
No problem. What's up, B? What's going on, pal?
Oh, man. It's going well. Let me just preface what I'm about to say by adding that, obviously Brad Holmes and company deserves a ton of credit, okay? Year 3 of a rebuild, you took a franchise that had previously been doing absolutely nothing over the past 30 years. You turn it around, obviously not Super Bowl contenders, but at this point seem to be shoo-ins for the division and a great chance to win a home playoff game. Yes. That's all fine and well. That all being said, I don't think that this regime is absolved from criticism. Mike, you harped on it, and a lot of fans disagreed with it, but I absolutely hated the Lions' approach in the third round this year. It didn't make sense then. It doesn't make sense now. You traded up to get Broderick Martin, a guy for whom we couldn't even find film on. No. I mean, I don't know what school he went to. I forgot if it was Southeast, Western, Northern, Central, Kentucky State University. You draft an insurance policy in a quarterback in Hendon Hooker, who, he could have won the Heisman. Great. Well, he's about to be 26 in a month. Do you really want your next quarterback to be knocking on the door of 30 before he takes his first NFL snap? So, that was another one I didn't really understand. Yep. And, the other issue is that people, and myself included, fell for the Lions' early streak, so to speak. They were playing well. I was at the Bears game a couple weeks ago. I even let the D word creep into my mind, destiny, and then obviously my hopes and dreams were crushed 4 days later on Thanksgiving when we got mollywopped by the Packers. Score wasn't nearly as close, or wasn't nearly as far apart as I should say, as the game actually was. But people said, well, we weren't one piece away. And that's true to an extent. But had they gone out and got a Chase Young, a Montez Sweat, and if the reports are true, that is C.J. Gardner-Johnson, or C.D. Deuce, I believe he goes by now legally, or a James Houston would return prior to the end of the season. Now all of a sudden you go into the playoffs with maybe not necessarily a loaded defense, but at the very least a competent defense. This defense is far worse than I think people even want to understand, okay?
Well, Brian, guess what? Brian, things just got worse because Matthew Broderick, or whatever we're calling him.
Broderick Martin.
Matthew Broderick. Ferris Bueller.
Aleem McNeil, injured reserve.
And really quick, just the last point I want to make.
Whoa. Did you?
Too much more time.
No, Ryan, you're fine. Ryan, did you just hear what Rico said? Because you kind of just whistled by the graveyard.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Are you ready? Aleem McNeil to the IR.
Okay, well, now that's really bad. I didn't know that was even the case. But I mean, just look at the defense, guys. We gave up 38 to the Chargers. Okay, and, I was kind of giving them a pass the time. Okay, first time out of the bye week. Defense might be a little rusty, sure. In the 3 games since, the Chargers have failed to even match that point total combined. They put up 36 points in their last 3 games. You gave up 26 to the Bears, 29 to the Pack, 28 to the Saints. This defense is like off the charts.
And do you know what the linchpin and Ryan, the linchpin to the defense is Aleem McNeil. He's your version of Chris Jones. It begins and ends there. Now, IR, not all IRs are created equal here. Are we talking we'll see you for Christmas?
4 weeks.
Or is this worse and they're just going to put him on IR? Like Tank Dell was put on the IR. One problem. He's out for the year.
Well, Tom Pelissero is reporting he's out at least 4 weeks. So I don't know if that means he can return or not, but he's eligible to return in 4 weeks.
That doesn't mean anything.
It sounds like at least the end of the season.
Correct.
And that
you're
means,
talking playoffs
right, so
by the time he's back.
Now, David will be hosting the after-school prayer circle for C.J. Gardner-Johnson, James Houston, and Aleem McNeil.
I was about to say, who's back first, McNeil or Houston? Because we don't know when Houston's coming back.
You realize you're down right now. Gardner-Johnson, Aleem McNeil, James Houston, and Mosley. 4 guys that were expected to start for this team. Oh, who else is hurt? Alex Anzalone. That's 5.
And to Rico's point yesterday, Branch hasn't looked the same since he returned from his injury.
Yeah, but his legs still work, so I can't make him 6.
Gotcha.
The point is, what football team in this league could survive 5 starters on defense being out? Here, I'll let Rico off the hook. No privilege jokes. Take 5 starters off that defense. They don't look the same.
Mike, I was worried when Greenlaw got kicked out the game.
Oh, wow.
No cap. I mean, I'm like, okay, this is about to end, and they scored, and I'm like, yep, and here's where everything is. But you're right, 5 starters? Yeah, this is
I'm going to tell you right now. Look, phone lines are open.
5 starters, and my biggest fear, the mobile QBs kicking in, because you're about to hit that corridor.
If Aleem McNeil is not here, I don't think you're winning the playoff game.
Yeah. This is like playing Monopoly, and now you're about to go around that curve, and it's the green and blue property.
Yeah.
Like,
and I'm not turning Aleem McNeil into Chris Jones or Jeffrey Simmons. You have to understand the way their defense is designed. And the fact that Aleem McNeil is your only high-level interior player, if I take him out, the replacement cost, and now they've signed Bobby Shalalala or whatever his name is. What was it? Isaac
Tyson Alulu.
Short.
Alulu.
Alala. You know what that is in Italian? Fringe NFL player. It doesn't matter. David, if you're in the stretch drive where we're trying to sew up a division, the Packers are on fire. Rico's already told you. The Dallas game, you're losing. No one goes to Dallas and wins. You're losing. That's not a crime. But if we know that's already a loss, look at the other games now. Are you supremely confident playing the Bears as a 3-point favorite this weekend? I'm not. Not just because they beat you, because...
Well, no, especially because it started off as like a 4.5, 5 point, and now it's down to 3.
Well, and the whole the reality becomes, if you can't stop anyone, you have no right to expect to win. Want an example? 10-point favorites last night, the Jacksonville Jaguars. Couldn't get off the field. Jake Browning ripped them apart. Lose the game. Even if they pulled it from the fire, it would have been an overtime. Mm-hmm. So now you look at this. You were already really struggling. We started the week going, thrilled they won. Man, this defense sucks. Now I have no idea if I'm getting Houston back. No idea when I'm getting Anzalone back. I know now I will not have Aleem McNeil until at best first week in January. Mosley's gone for the Rico. Fans, people. Aleem McNeil,
But maybe this just solidifies the whole win a division, win the playoff game, and
But they may not be able to win a playoff game. And let me give you something here, because Brad Spielberger from PFF just tweeted this out. They are 30th in success rate allowed since week 7, I'm sorry.
And
what? They just lost their second best player to the unit.
Time out. Success rate what? Like EPA for
yes,
rush?
EPA for rush.
Okay,
yes.
so long story short, I you know what? I'm not mad at any fans. I get tired of narrative. People have this thing where they think Aiden's the superstar. The reality is Aleem McNeil is every bit as good as him and every bit, if not more important, because he is your only interior guy. You lose him, look at the stats for Kansas City with Chris Jones and without.
Great point.
People, this is backbreaking. For a defense that Rico's been right about, I finally decided to show up to church and go, yep, I love that Bible verse. Defense sucks. Corinthians, page 6. Now you lose the guy that keeps it all together. I am.
He's the anchor of the line.
I'm extremely worried. I am because you don't stop anybody, and if you can't stop anybody, at best you're at a shootout. The only game you'd ever distance yourself from is turnover luck. All of a sudden, a ball bounces off the referee's ass and into, Jack Campbell's hands, and it's a touchdown. Mm-hmm. You can't rely on that crap.
No. And like I said, you're coming up to the mobile QB phase of the season.
I don't think you'll lose this division, but I'll tell you right now.
I'm not saying you're going to lose the division.
If you don't have Aleem McNeil for a playoff game, buddy, you can laugh. I just know what the data looks like.
I'm not laughing.
Man.
I saw that and was like, wow.
This is David's fault. We were having such a good time. Then he did that bowl thing, hurt everybody's feelings, and now Aleem McNeil's out for the rest of the, until at minimum the last week of the regular season.
Sponsored by Popeyes. Thank you, David.
Thanks a lot, David. Nice segue here. Year-end sale at Paulson's. Yeah, I was going to say. Does Paulson's have 20% off a defensive tackle who could be very good on PFF? 20% off Sonos Ray soundbar, the 25% off Paradigm speakers, $1,000 off Sony laser projectors, 10% off theater seating, and so much more. If you don't remember anything, just remember the prices are always less than Amazon Prime or Best Buy. You can go to Paulson's AV, see their gift guide, check stock, and then get it going for the holidays. Paulson's Audio Video is the toy store for grown-ups, northwest corner of 12 Mile Road in Halstead. 30 years in the game, unlimited product support, and an absolutely first-hand experience. Incredible install team. Because I don't know about you. I don't want to be zip tying wires. I'm too old for that. It's Paulson's Audio Video. It's the toy store for grown-ups. Well, what started as positivity has now swung. And I can't spit shine a turd here. I can't. Aleem McNeil missing at least a month. And it was termed as at least because IR, you're going to be out for 4 weeks. Do the math. You got 5 games left. Your magic number to clinch the division is 3. But Aleem McNeil is arguably, okay, and you might lose the argument, but arguably your most important defensive player. He holds it together. And he's on the IR now. That means you are down 5 defensive starters for a stretch drive. And this defense, it borders on non-functional. You go into Chicago this weekend, which is a team that, no, they're not world beaters, but they're revitalized. Not just because they beat you here, because they've played better football. I think it's a devastating injury. So, yeah, I can't sit here and act like it's not. And I think it has to alter my expectations. If Aleem McNeil isn't playing, if you go into a playoff game without Aleem McNeil, you go into a playoff game without Anzalone, we know you're not going to have Mosley. The odds would say you're not going to have C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And
maybe
again,
you have Houston.
Now you're praying James Houston can come back. But the issue is there is no one to replace Aleem McNeil. No one. You got a cardboard cutout of a third-round pick and Broderick Martin.
This is where you missed on Martin. This is where the depth factor.
And now they just signed some fringe guy in Pete Shamalama Ding Dong, whatever his name is. David, the ticket text.
No, I mean, because right now, your whole Ndamukong Suh thing is like, why not?
And it's not just because he played here. It's because he has consistently now been added to winning teams at the end of the year and plays in the stretch drive. I don't even like him. I think he's an abhorrent human being. But guess what? For 20 snaps a week, I'd sign Satan.
He helped
I don't care.
Yeah, he helped the Eagles last year.
Here's where you get angry when all of a sudden you see that one of the other team, hey, he's going to the Cowboys. He's going back to the Eagles. I can only imagine that chair. Yeah, he's going to the Niners. He would lose it.
Nah, I'm broken now.
Sorry about that, guys. Someone says, thanks, David, KJ, and Warren. Another person is asking a real question. They're saying, what is the deal with Broderick Martin? Is he hurt? Why hasn't he played?
I don't know if he's a real person.
Ugh, man.
Here's Broderick Martin's stats for the season. Rico? Honestly, your third-round picks.
I thought he stroked out for him.
No, one dude's in a wheelchair. The other dude might be a cardboard cutout fan from the COVID era.
The security guard on the sideline now. Mike, you got to come here. What?
Take 2.
Try it again.
Yeah, I'm just going to skip that one. Mike, quit selling fear and let these fans enjoy their team. Oh, my God.
Hold on. Stop. You got to stop. You got to stop. I'm not selling fear. I'm trying to quantify what it means to lose this player. We just had breaking news. And, okay, here. Change the scene. All right? It's not the same as far as talent level. But if you want importance to a defense, and we're doing radio in Dallas today, it's losing Micah Parsons to the Cowboys. Again, Aleem McNeil is not that player, ability-wise. But what Parsons means to them is what Aleem means to you.
Anchor of the defense.
Right, it's the glue. Guys, what do you want me to do? I'll tell you what, if you want sprinkles and bubble baths, other day parts will give it to you. I'm legitimately concerned. We did the show yesterday saying, I'm so happy they won, but the defense has officially gone into is a problem mode. Now, a day later, you find out you lose arguably your best defensive player. Guys, what do you want me to say?
Think about it. We last week, I put them in the, check engine light is coming on. Maybe we need to take this to the shop. Well, you ignored the check engine light. Now it's definitely it has to go to the shop.
The Lions will get trucked in a home playoff game now. This defense is pathetic. Kevin in the car, frustrated. Someone's asking, what in the world happened to Isaiah Buggs? That's Chad in Canton. The Lions have just become the Florida State Seminoles. Don't even put them in the playoffs anymore. All righty then.
Oh, dear.
Next man up. Hope we have a sloppy weather game in Chicago, because otherwise we're going to get destroyed without Aline. Honestly, just would be happy with winning a single playoff game this year. This text is presented by Learfield.
If you missed our bowl bit, that's that's really well done.
Someone says the Lions should sign the security guard from Philadelphia. He has more hits on NFL players than Broderick Martin.
And with that, let's go to Rick 97.1. Hi, Rick. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. I'm calling from Marquette, Michigan up here, way up in the U, season ticket holder. Maybe this fresh air has got me a little bit more optimistic. Obviously, the news of McNeil, that's pretty devastating. But, I think people are being too hard on Aaron Glenn. And, what I'm seeing is, this team, the defense, they're making coachable mistakes. It's not like anyone's throwing up all over the field every single week. We have a young team with a young core, and these dudes are playing their butts off, and they're winning, and they're learning as they go. And, somebody said Brian Branch hasn't been the same since he got back from injury. He had a pick last week. That Jordan Love touchdown was perfect coverage. But he just threaded the needle. I think we talked about last year, people are saying as long as we have a top 15 defense, we're going to be okay. And, I just think, look at Reeves-Maben and, the next man up theory. These guys are playing ball. They're playing aggressive. They're getting coached up. They got great coaches. And, I just think folks are being too hard. And eventually we're really close. It's not like we're in the middle part of the NFC or at the bottom part of the NFC. We're at the top of the NFC, and there's something to be said about that. Plus,
but hold on, Rick. That's fine for other people, but when you're calling us, the name Aaron Glenn has not come up. I don't blame him. All I have said is it's probably he's got to get in the lab and make some changes in order to give this team the best shot. I don't blame Aaron Glenn. I have an issue they did nothing at the deadline. I have an issue they drafted 2 dead guys in the 3rd round. And I just have an issue that the defense can't stop anybody. And right now we're down 5 starters.
Well, if you look at the kind of player that Brad Holmes is drafting, these guys are drafting a different type of football player. They're drafting football players, these superstars, Montez Sweat. Are these guys good locker room guys? Do these guys check the boxes at what Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell are trying to create? And my take is they're not checking the boxes.
Okay, fine. Fine. But in the here and now, you have one of the worst defenses in football. You don't generate a pass rush. I'm not doing this discussion today. It's not even relevant. By the way, if you value Pro Football Focus, here are your defensive tackles. So when people go, Michael, you're selling fear. Best defensive tackle in football. Anybody want to venture a guess? Dexter Lawrence. Number 2, Quinnen Williams. Number 3, Aaron Donald. Number 4, Jalen Carter. Number 5, Alim McNeil. That's who you're missing for essentially the rest of the regular season.
Very succinct way of putting it.
Sorry, I'm a prepared radio host.
No,
what's your favorite type of vegetable? 248.
I've really gotten into broccoli. Broccolini.
Okay, you know what? FanDuel, $150 in bonus bets with a winning $5 money line wager. $150 if your team wins, and if you're thinking about it, join in. I don't know what you're waiting on. Hell, maybe you think State's going to beat Wisconsin tonight. I wouldn't know. I'm not going to watch. $5 money line wager. You win $150 in bonus bets. It's FanDuel. More ways to play. FanDuel.com/ticket. FanDuel, the official betting partner of 97.1 The Ticket, must be 21 and up, present, Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117. All right, if you're just joining the show, this has turned completely. We had a real positive vibe today. We were talking Lions, talking about just calibrating the expectation. Well, the news that Aleem McNeil has hit the IL, and that means he is gone for at least 4 weeks, and we don't know if it's going to be longer. Look, if you don't understand how important Aleem McNeil is, here, let me tell you the only players he's behind, according to Pro Football Focus, defensive tackles. The likes of Aaron Donald, Dexter Lawrence, Quinnen Williams, and Jalen Carter. That's it. Well, we have other guys. No, you don't.
I was about to say no.
You don't have anyone else in the top 50. You got one other player in the top 100 defensive tackles in the league. It would be John Kaminsky. I'm sorry, but Benito Jones, you may as well have Coleman, man, descend down from the sky like that song and play. Aleem McNeil is the glue. You're already down C.J. Gardner-Johnson. You're down Mosley. You're down Anzalone. Like, guys, this is I want to know if you are now concerned, if not for the division, but I'll just be straight with you. If you don't get, James Houston's out too. So it's a defense we were worried about prior. As you sit here right now going to take on the Chicago Bears this weekend, none of those players I just listed are going to play. I feel like I'm going to lose to the Bears now. I mean, without Aleem McNeil, I shudder to think what this defense is going to look like. That's not hyperbole. Guys, when you lose that type of player, I would comp it to when the Chiefs lose Chris Jones. Top 10 with him, bottom 10 without him. Well, you're not the Chiefs. Aleem McNeil, the other player it's going to hurt? Aiden Hutchinson. This is crippling. And we were talking about, look, they'll win the division, and I still think they can win a home playoff game. And everything is still on the table, but I have grave concerns because in order to win the division, you got to win games. And this defense, every week, I think the one thing they're guaranteeing you is you're going to sweat. You're going to have to win shootouts. Mm-hmm. What did we just say yesterday? You never apologize for a win, but Christmas cards should go to Jameis Winston. Why? Because if Derek Carr stays in that game, I think it's a fair discussion you would have lost. So now we look at this, and there's no Aleem McNeil. You haven't gotten a stop since basically the first half of the Saints game. Mm-hmm. I'd love to know how you're feeling because I'm nervous. I admit it. 248-539-9797. Rico?
Mike, I think you nailed it. I mean, this is where the defense was already teetering. They weren't playing their best ball. I mean, yeah, this is I like the fact when you put the other players and you put it in perspective. When you named off those other 4 players and said he's number 5, that shows you how big of an impact this is. Because I think a lot of Lions fans, when they think the Lions defense, they just think Aiden and the one eye with the eye black and the dancing, but it's more than that. The reason why Aiden's able to do that is because of what McNeil does, and he's not going to be there to anchor that line, to be that D tackle that you need. Man, it's. I think the other way you put it, I like it as well. It's the Chiefs without Chris Jones, and how you're able to move the ball on that defense. And Lions fans, you benefited from that. Earlier this year, before he got there, you were able to kind of have your way with that defense, and Montgomery, was able to run the ball. This is going to be a problem for these next 5 games coming up. And then, I've already been leery of just a mobile QB, and now you're missing 5 starters on your defense. That's a recipe for disaster.
And here's what it sets up, just to make Rico's point. This is not selling fear. You have every opportunity to avoid the situation I'm painting out. But I've made jokes all year. Hey, we won't need those Vikings games. You're going to be all right. Let me tell you how quick this can turn. You saw what happened to Jacksonville last night. They went into a game as 10-point favorites, control of their own destiny, could win the 1 seed, the whole bit. Not only does Trevor Lawrence get hurt, they lose the game in unthinkable fashion. And now they don't get to control much of anything. Season has a different tenor. I say that to say this. You lose to the Bears. Do you understand the pressure of that Saturday night game against Broncos? Because it ain't going to take much for this division and those games against Minnesota to get real dicey. Meaning the cushion you're enjoying right now, Rico, these next 2 weeks are everything. And if you're doing it without Anzalone and without Houston and without Mosley and without C.J. Gardner-Johnson and now without your single best defensive player,
you do this the right way and you're hanging a banner at the end of the Bronco game.
But I'll tell you right now, if this goes south Sunday, oh my God! And look, you guys can laugh. You're 3-point favorites against the Bears. Oh, you think the Bears are junk? You can think, oh, we're way guys. They had you dead to rights in the first round. They're coming off a bye week this week. They're waiting for you. And now you are hobbling in there.
I mean, 2 of your last 3 games, the opponent had you dead to right and gave you back the game.
Right. Oh, by the way, anyone got an update on Frank Ragnow?
No official update. Get one tomorrow, I'm sure. But
hey, go ahead. Let's go into that game without Ragnow and without Aleem McNeil. Let's see how that turns out.
Well, and let me give you this because, of course, the run game is going to be important now. McNeil's out. Maybe Ragnow's out. But it looks like it's going to be snowing during that game at winds of 15 to 25 miles per hour.
Oh, Jared Goff outside. Oh, you want me to pull up those numbers? I don't need to. They go something like this.
It does work with everything.
Buckle up. We've been living a charmed life with a multi-game lead in this division all year. I think we better strap in. I think this is going to get real interesting. I hope I'm wrong. I hope you beat the Bears 50-0. But I'm just telling you the way this is setting up. This defense is bad with McNeil. What are they without him? The answer is worse. Mm-hmm. And if you, oh my God, if you don't at least split the next 2, your lead is gone. And you're going to be playing some winner-take-all games.
Because now you got a resurging Packers team that looks nothing like that team you played the first time.
That's exactly right.
But they're looking a whole lot better. You saw what they looked like Thanksgiving Day when they came here. So your home playoff game, they've already been here in front of a raucous crowd and said, yeah, we don't care.
248-539-9797. Let's get to the people. Let's go to Drew, 97.1. Drew, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, guys?
Hey, Drew.
I tell you, I feel like I'm listening to a funeral on the way home from work. I mean, I had some real cautious optimism, and over the last few weeks hasn't made me too excited with the way our defense is played. But now that McNeil's going to be out, we're already not getting any pressure on the quarterback. Geez, I mean, I don't even know what to say. I mean,
Drew, listen, how about this? Start with this, and you can get to the rest of your call. But, like, I encourage listeners to do, tell me where I'm wrong here.
You're not, Mike. That's the realization. I'm a realist just like you, bud. I mean, I watch every snap of every game every weekend, and I got to tell you, I know you're upset that he didn't do anything at the trade deadline, but I'm telling you, we weren't 1 or 2 guys away from beating either one of those teams that played Sunday afternoon, the Eagles and the 49ers. Those are real teams. And I know that it takes, everybody's got to be healthy, and we're really getting hurt. We're really limping right now. We got guys out and stuff like that, but I got to tell you, if we're going to get this thing turned around as far as our defense playing better, the first thing we got to do is stop giving the other team the ball on our side of the field. Okay, so Goff, he's going to basically have to play a perfect, clean game against these teams, and I don't know if he can do it, man, especially outdoors. I'm scared to death that we're going to lose this weekend. We should have lost to these guys the first time. They've been off, like you said, a week waiting for us. And it all starts this weekend, and like you said, if they don't split these next 2, and it looks like Green Bay is the Detroit Lions is this year.
Yeah, you
know what I mean? They're finding their stride now.
You want to get real nervous? Here's Green Bay's remaining schedule. Ready?
Oh, I know. It's horrible.
At the Giants, home against the Bucks, home against the Panthers, at Minnesota, home against the Bears. They will be favored in potentially all 5 of those games.
Yeah, and what are we going to – I mean, so we were talking – you guys were talking about this earlier. You can count that Cowboys game as a loss because they don't lose at home. And the Denver games, I mean, you're at home. Hopefully, you're going to have to score probably 40 in that game to win because Russell will come here and look like Russell 10 years ago.
Let's not get carried. Now, here's what I'll tell you, Andrew. I know you're being funny, but, like, Denver does struggle to get to 20. For all of this Russell Wilson hype, They still struggle to get to 20. But if you said, hey, you're going to have to put 3 touchdowns plus on the board, I hear you. But, guys, that Cowboy game, I'm considering that an L, meaning you got 4 losses. Lose one of your next 2, it's 5, and you're staring down the barrel
the best thing
of the Vikings twice.
Best thing you could hope is that somehow the Eagles break the Cowboys and they break their spirit, and then they're realizing, well, we're a wild card team anyway. Because if they beat the Eagles and they're in the hunt, they're going for the number 1 seed. They're going to win their division. They want to send Philly packing and get home games in Dallas.
For the first time all year, I think this division's back in play. I think the McNeil.
You know what? If I had a drop for the old music, dun dun dun.
Here, may as well be this. I need to see this defense without Aleem McNeil to believe they'll stop anybody. They can barely stop anybody with him. Rico, I'm really nervous. And right. Not good. I just look, Goff outside. It's a thing. Goff in the snow and 20-mile-an-hour winds. Bears off a bye. No Aleem McNeil. Then you come home and face Denver, who's lost 1 game in about 2 months.
So a lot of running going on in that game, and you don't have McNeil.
Oh, and maybe no Ragnar. I quit.
You know what, Mike? We're going to just let it all play out.
I'll gather myself. We'll get to your calls next.
Let's talk about something positive. The Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way, it's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. They will guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. How are they going to do that? They're going to find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you money. Get into Hamilton Chevrolet to take advantage of the year-end deals on their great inventory of new 2024 Chevrolets that are ready for immediate delivery. So just stop in and pick out yours because the selection is best right now. Could be a nice little Christmas gift. I'm just saying, stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them Rico sent you and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
The amount of big truck accidents that result in fatality or serious injury in the state of Michigan, staggering. The attorney you choose has got to have specialized knowledge and expertise to give you a shot to win these cases. That attorney is David Feminini. Him and his team have helped victims for over 25 years. They stand ready to help you. If you've been injured in a big truck accident, call 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. David, couple of ticket texts. We'll go to the callers. Aleem McNeil to the IR, That means he's out for at least the next 4 games. You saw the Packers schedule. You know you got Minnesota twice. This weekend in Chicago, snow, 20-mile-an-hour wind, Bears off a bye, spread down to 3. I'm just telling you, you don't have to be scared now, but these next 2 games become absolutely critical if you don't want to start playing quote-unquote playoff games at Christmas. David, go ahead.
Sunday has suddenly become make or break for the Lions season. If they lose, the whole season could spiral. This is the last outdoor game of the year. It is a must win.
That's actually a really good point about the last outdoor game.
Yep.
And again, it's a thing, guys. Goff outside, not good.
Let me read these next 2 texts. They came in right for Kenny. It says both of Kenny Cott's football teams are going to miss the playoffs the last week of the season. You just hate to see it. Another one. All Tiny Cott wanted for Christmas was a warm meal and a Detroit Lions playoff berth. This is a crime against the unhoused.
Why is Kenny taking straight?
I know. What did Kenny do to hurt anybody?
They just send them in. I just read what comes
Were those
in.
from Kenny's girl?
Kenny,
Jesus.
Remember the conversation we had yesterday? Wow.
That's rough, man. I'm sorry. I'm so...
All right, let's get to the people. Let's see what they got to say. Sean is up next, 97.1. Hi, Sean. What's going on?
What's up, guys? You doing all right?
I was before I found Aleem McNeil's going to be out through Christmas.
Yeah, I know. So when we were going through our run, we all knew this was an offensive team, and the best hope was for the stars to align and we could get home field advantage. But obviously now I'm just hoping for the division and we win a shootout in the division game. But what I wanted to talk about was that New Orleans game and the criminal misuse of Gibbs. All week long I thought Gibbs was going to tear them up, and every time he touched the ball, he lit their ass up and ends up with 8 touches, 1 poor target, and 2 chair drop. I got to watch Montgomery trying to catch that football.
Look, it's all okay. I mean, Sean, here's the deal. I am done with worrying about what they do offensively. It's just the result. This offense is gonna have to score the better part of 30 points a game if they're gonna get this done.
Which is why I don't understand they go away from Gibbs.
I know.
If it's not broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, and part of this, you want more targets for Gibbs. All right, well, who are they taking targets away from? You know, Sam
Not
LaPorta.
even targets, just touches.
Okay, touches, targets, 2
third
different
downs.
things.
You would
That's fair.
think that you would see Gibbs out there, dual
fair.
threat, can run it, or you can catch it out the back.
I think the thing, Sean, Rico, Detroit at large, the thing that needs to be focused on is Ben Johnson in the red zone. This red zone offense, the play calling, it is sketchy at best. That's my biggest concern.
I agree 100%.
Field goals with this defense, that's a bad recipe.
All right, guys, I appreciate the call.
All right, Sean, appreciate you. Let's go over to Warren, 97.1. What's up, Warren? How you doing?
Hi, guys. Warren in Canada here. Longtime Lions fan. I'm almost 70 years old. I've waited all my life for the Lions to have a team like this. I hear what you're saying, but look, forget the doom and gloom. We are 17-5 in our last 22 games. Any team in the league would be happy with that, and I'm certainly happy with that. I get that the Lions' defense has got problems. The reality is this team is going to go as far as the offense will carry it. Fortunately, I mean, it's thrilling because we've got a powerhouse offense who can score with anybody. But if the offense doesn't get the job done, we're not going to win. So that's my comment. Now, I do have a suggestion. I hear that McNeil is out. He's on IR. My suggestion, call Ndamukong Suh. He's sitting on a couch somewhere. He's got juice in the tank. He played for the Eagles last year. He's played in the Super Bowl, 3 times? Bring in Suh for a workout. See what he's got left. He could help.
I'd
I'd like
saying
your
it for
comments
weeks.
on that.
Yeah, Warren, I've been saying it for weeks. But I just, no disrespect, but calling it doom and gloom is lazy. Okay, I'm sorry. But if a train's coming down the tracks to run you over and you say, hey, that train's about to hit me, that's not doom and gloom. That's a statement of reality.
That's fact.
You're down 5 defensive starters. You're down your all-pro defensive tackle. You're down your all-pro center. And you're going on the road in the snow where your quarterback is horrific outdoors. That's not doom and gloom. Come on, man. That's like saying the weatherman's a bad person because he tells you it's going to be 8 inches of snow. Come on.
People just want to hear good stuff, and sometimes it's hard. This is not good news. I thought about you when the kid stole the forklift. I was like, if there was ever an appropriate time to use that.
By the way, you want to see how fast your season could change, right? We keep talking about Jacksonville. So last night they go in, control their destiny to be the 1 seed, the whole thing, right? Lawrence gets hurt. It's a high ankle sprain. That's probably a month. It has just come out that Christian Kirk suffered a core muscle injury. Mm-hmm. He could be gone for, the season.
I was about to say, that's the season if he gets surgery.
So that's how quick it changes. So like the Aleem McNeil thing, outside of Goff getting hurt, Aleem or Amon-Ra, look, those are offensive players. On your defense, there is no one more vital and important to what you do than Aleem McNeil. And he's gone at least 4 weeks. Like if this was something, you don't want to put a guy on the IR. Maybe he could battle through it. Maybe 2 weeks, minimum 4, which puts you at the last game of the season would be the earliest he could return. Now you have to rely upon starting 60 snaps a game. John Kaminsky, Benito Jones. Okay? Ooh, that's not doom and gloom. That's
just, it's fact. You know what that is? That's when you look in the mirror. Mirror doesn't lie to you. Mirror just tells you exactly how things are, folks.
Go to JT 97.1. What's up, JT?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey. Not optimal.
That's understandable. I think what's going to come down to these last 5 games is that you can either look at who the personnel are or how we're using them. Mm-hmm. And without McNeil, they're going to have to do what they have to do, not what they want to do. I think ever since the Baltimore game, they got exposed that Glenn plays this conservative defense. They never come out with a look that is a disguised blitz or disguised any kind of coverage. It's very straightforward. Yeah. Exactly. And they've invested a lot of draft capital into defensive linemen in the first 2 years of Holmes. They had to have seen something in those guys. Why not use them in a different way? Because I haven't seen it yet personally.
No, I think they run one of the more easy defenses. Like you rarely, and TJ has joined us on Friday, you rarely see them show one coverage pre-snap and then switch to another. They don't run a complex deal. And maybe it's players can't handle it. I mean, you do have a lot of youth out there. I don't know. But, JT, I'm with you. What you want to do and what you need to do are two different things. And this pass rush is horrific, which bleeds over into you not being able to cover anybody. JT, I don't know what the answer is, but it sure as hell isn't what they've been doing. And now without Aleem McNeil, I don't know. I don't know what you do.
I mean, if you want to look at the hottest team in the league, in my opinion, the Packers, half their team is on IR. They have, even more talented players like Alexander's been gone. Mm-hmm. Savage just came back, and they're still finding ways to do it. Nobody's
they just got
talking about how
Devondre Campbell
Packers...
back. Aaron Jones is out. Bakhtiari's out for the year. No, it's a point well taken, JT. These coaches, I think a lot of times they get some unfair blame. Sometimes they get unfair credit. This is a situation now that if Aaron Glenn plans on being a head coach, you got to show me something now. Show me what you can do when everything's not perfect. And I'm not asking for the defense to be good. I'm asking them to just not be horrific.
You're basically, you got to find a way. You got to find a way to win games. It's not going to be pretty. And if you thought that they've been nail biters for the last couple of weeks, man,
I'll be very impressed if they go to Chicago and win.
Me too.
Because now the weather rolling in. Oh, Kenny's pulling his hair out. Oh no. All right, holidays are here. Year-end sale at Paulson's. Get your last-minute gifts at Paulson's for the entire family. 20% off Sonos soundbars, 25% off Paradigm speakers, Anthem receivers, amplifiers, save 15%, $1,000 off Sony, laser, projectors, and more. Just go to paulsonsav.com. Holiday gift guide. Make sure your holidays are a good one. And look, if you don't remember anything else, just remember their pricing is always less than Amazon Prime and Best Buy. They'll show you right there in the store. It's Paulson's Audio Video, the toy store for grown-ups. Northwest corner of 12 Mile Road in Halstead. 30 years in the game, best in the game. It's Paulson's Audio Video. Go there. When your furnace goes out, you need reliable service. You need Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for 40 years. They're going to back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop. Heating, AC, plumbing, electrical. Plenty of generators in stock. It's Mastercraft. They can't get to you same day. They'll take $100 off that next day service call. Visit mastercraftheating.com. Oh, by the way, shout out to Jeff Rieger. I was just made aware that Jim Costa was acting like a little bitch on social media.
Well, you stop.
We're gonna have a little conversation. We're gonna have a little conversation after this show.
Costa wasn't trying to keep it confidential because they put it on social media. I thought Jimmy should have called the show and you guys could have duked it out.
That's what a man would do. But an insecure little boy runs to a platform I'm not on because he got his ass body bagged on the podcast we do.
Yeah. And Rieger is such a little snitch.
Are it's okay.
How is it on me?
Are
Because
you proud of
hey, did you
yourself?
see what was on
Oh,
Twitter?
hold on a sec.
Rico, we're right back to the beginning of the show. Where's the box of weapons at now?
Box of weapons. Yeah, David, we did go full circle.
Okay, it'd be one thing if Costa told
Mike
me
with
something
the
in
Ninja
confidence.
Stars.
No.
But he
Rieger's
put
fine.
it- He's got
Rieger's fine.
30,000 followers or something.
Good for him. Good for him. That's a cute little number.
Rieger,
He's a tattletale.
Could you not have just mentioned this at like 5:58?
No, it's fine. No. It's okay. I will handle it.
I just listen. I am a fan of you guys. I am a fan of Jim's. I thought it would be great radio if the two met yesterday
No,
and you
you
guys duked it out about
didn't.
Florida State.
It would have been
Bama.
just fine.
He
We
likes to see
duked it out on the
conflict.
podcast.
Yeah.
I didn't realize he was hosting his after show. But see, when you're insecure and you need strangers to tell you how much they agree with your opinion, it's okay.
Wait a second. It's not a
I'll
big deal to
handle
get
it.
a lot of likes. I like a lot of likes.
Are we going to come in tomorrow and see Cookie's head in a box sitting right here?
What's in the box?
What's in the box?
Oh, man.
It's okay.
No, that was so. Honestly, that was classic Rieger because he always wants to know.
How is this a me thing?
Because you always want to see
Look at
how people
Rico.
react to conflict.
Rico's like, I just want to get to the Michigan
Yeah.
State game.
Yeah.
By the way, go Badgers.
Oh, you can't leave. You got a live read, right? Let's keep him here.
How about Wojo from the top rope? Gentlemen, what's coming up?
Who cares?
We're going to talk about Cookies and what he did
Yeah,
wrong.
I'm going to go down
no.
Cookie's social media timeline. We're going to
It's,
go back to tweets when he was in high school. You wouldn't believe what he said.
What I would say is go listen to Cash the Ticket.
Yeah.
If you want to see him tied into a
Swerve.
Bavarian pretzel.
Ooh.
He chose to argue.
Artesian.
He chose to argue integrity.
Yeah.
So I used it against him.
Yeah, that's
so
good to do.
apparently, instead of handling that like a man, he called the Wambulance and needed to tap into, scumbag Wolverines to support him. But then again, that's what he is. He's a closeted Wolverine fan who won't man up and admit it.
Okay, so my favorite part of this whole thing, I do feel guilty now.
What's that?
But my favorite part is Rico.
No, he wants your head on a platter, too.
He's like, God, I have to deal with this before the show.
No, you don't. He's fine. Me and Rico
he's
did a
fine.
great show today.
No, it's you, Rieger.
It is.
I've never seen a man get so much joy
Out of conflict.
He
wants
Mike,
conflict.
be honest. Full
Like,
disclosure.
the only thing
Mike
missing
and I
is
were
you
having-
dressing up like a court jester.
Mike and I were having an innocent conversation
Yes.
about Florida State compared to Bama. That's all we were doing.
Right. And then you leave it there. Hey, Mike, did you
Did you see who stabbed you
Well,
on Twitter?
in fairness, though, I don't really care, except when I make that guy a hell of a lot of money,
Mike.
and you run somewhere where I'm not at, and you want to shake your ass to the
All right.
crowd.
Hey.
No, don't worry.
Here we
I'm
go.
eventually
Here we-
going to
here we
find
go.
you.
Here we go. Here we go.
Coming up on Wojo
Good
and
show.
Rieger. Here we
My
go.
man.
Panic in Lionstown.
Good show.
Panic in
Rico.
Lionstown.
Hey, Rico.
Panic.
Well, you know what, Mike? Living great. Cut their mics off, David.
That was Black Johnny King.
Hey, let me show you how Cookies is about to be living.
David, help a brother out. Appreciate you. All right.
Don't you guys, real quick before you do
Why
the
is his mic still on? Let me tell you about specs at LTU, and you know what? Your mic can be on, not Rieger's. Rieger's actually a specs grad. You can be better than Rieger. If Rieger can do this job,
Hey, do you want to be like Rieger?
He's down for the count.
Oh, thanks
you
for
could be,
Rico,
you
tap
could be,
out.
you could be
Tap out.
better than Rieger. I am just telling you right now. If you want to go into radio, TV, or graphic design, Specs at LTU can help you out. They can get you there. All you got to do is head over to the website. Be curious. Go to the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. So once again, be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about Specs and their programs. If you want that career in radio, TV, or graphics design, you're going to be taught by instructors who work in the business. And while you're at the website, make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Well, what do we have here? We're putting chairs and furniture back together now as we begin the Wojo and Rieger show on 97.1 The Ticket. Jeffrey, let me just get this out of the way. I have not done this in a couple of years. It is a Wojo staple, but I do believe today is the day to bring it back.
Wait, is this the day that all of a sudden
just
days
shut
start
it.
to get longer?
No. This is what I'm bringing back, and I hate that I have to bring it back, but I have to bring it back. All right? Ready? Panic in Lionstown! Panic in Lionstown! It's what I do when a team that is good in our city, and we haven't had that for a long time, starts to hit the skids or struggles or injuries. It starts to appear to bring them down. I scream panic and fill in the team's name, town. Are we at Panic in Lionstown? I kind of think we are.
Well, you're a very positive chap.
I know, and
One
I'm
of the
not
very
saying they're
positive
out
guys
or
I
they're
know.
done or anything, but Ali McNeil out for 4 weeks.
Correct.
Anzalone's been out, maybe
Yes.
more.
Yes.
The defense already was struggling mightily.
They all have all of, they played 11 games. They have just 25 sacks. That is bottom 5 in the league. And they're already missing guys that they have been missing. Emmanuel Mosley, C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yes, we're aware.
I mean, this defense is already bad, and now it's going to get a hell of a lot worse.
We think. Now, Ali McNeil, for those who don't know, knee injury. He went out a couple of times in the Saints game.
He was a warrior in that game.
He was
Kept
very
coming
much
back.
a warrior, and they milked everything they could out of him. They got that win, and now they're 9-3, and they're set up with a little bit of a cushion, sort of, but because the stupid Packers won't go away, and the Bears are lurking, but they can take care of the Bears this weekend.
Well, the Bears really aren't lurking. The Bears are dead. They're not going to make the playoffs, but the Packers and the
Vikings
Vikings
can do
are
damage
6-6.
to you. They can do
you're
damage to and Soldiers Field on Sunday, the weather forecast.
Goff doesn't play well in
cold
awful weather.
And windy and snowy. No!
So it's interesting because the
Is
first
it
ticket
happening?
text we get.
Is it happening?
Yeah, it is. But I still think the Lions are going to be okay because the one thing that this team does, actually two things. Number one, after every loss, they find a way to have a winning streak.
That's true.
So it's only a one-game
Okay.
winning streak. So that means
Okay.
they're going to beat the Bears. But Dan Campbell seems to know what buttons to push when the team is a little unsteady. But more than anything, this team is pretty damn good at coming up with big-time plays when it matters the most.
I
Even
agree.
in the Saints game, those 2 third-down passes by
yes.
Jared Goff to Reynolds and LaPorta, this is still a good football team.
Yes.
They might have to outscore other teams, but they're not blowing the division.
Okay.
There's no way.
No, I don't think they are either. However, yes, Campbell and the coaching staff very good at pushing the right buttons.
Correct.
What do you do when the buttons are all broken? Or they're
That's a good
misplaced, or they're out of batteries.
Right.
Well, hey, it's not doing anything. Hey, Liam,
Or there's
it's not
just a
doing
hole
anything.
there.
Yeah, so the fact that they will make the playoffs, I do think they'll win the division, but because we've sort of set out the sky's the limit, we haven't said that in a couple of weeks, that really does damage anything going forward. Unless maybe McNeil comes back in time for the playoffs and is all rested and perfectly menacing again.
So all you got to do is you got to win the division. You are 9-3. The Packers are 6-6. They seem to be the biggest threat. Now, the Packers' remaining schedule, they'll be favored in every game at the 4-8 Giants, against the 5-7 Bucks, at the 1-11 Panthers, at the 6-6 Vikings, against the 4-8 Bears. So their schedule's cake. Even if they win their schedule out, let's say they don't lose another game, Lions got to win 3 of the 5 just to make sure, which I think they will, Wojo. I really do. But if they don't, you're still in the postseason. Now you'd have to go someplace instead of hosting a game. But even if you win a couple games, your magic number is 3, you're pretty much guaranteed the 3 spot because you're not going to go as low as 4 because that is designated for the NFC South champ.
Okay.
So I still think you're going to be hosting a playoff game. Now, will you win it? I don't know, but you're still okay.
Okay, and I agree with you from this standpoint. Their offense is still pretty damn good, even though Frank
One of the best in the
Ragnow
league, yes.
might be out. The offensive line has been battered a bit.
They got Jonah Jackson back, though. That's a positive.
So they'll have to win a bunch of 41 to 38 games if it comes down to that, although it won't be that high scoring in the snow in Chicago. So, no, I'm not rescinding my panic in Lionstown because the panic is not like, oh, my God, they're not going to make the playoffs. No, the panic is what seemed to be maybe even a moderately leisurely stroll to the division title has turned, now you're walking briskly. Before you were just skipping along, now you're looking over your shoulder. Wait, I hear something behind me. Who's back there? Who's back there? And now the footsteps are getting louder.
Who is back there? Why are you so afraid?
They're all back there. And you were able to stroll along, but now you got a little bit of a limp. Now your knees hurting a little bit as you're trying to keep pace. And that's the panic at Lionstown.
So Wojo, I choose to look at it a different way, and we want to hear from the people. Are you concerned? If the answer is yes, how concerned are you?
No, not concerned. Are you panicked?
Are you panicked? Do it again.
Panic at Lionstown.
Doesn't that hurt your voice?
A little bit.
Okay, you should really lay off that. 248-539-9797 if you're panicked. But I want to give you something.
What?
And you'll disagree, but I feel the need to get this out. If, on the off chance, they don't win the division, 3-game lead with 5 weeks to play, a magic number of 3. If, perchance, they don't win the division. You know what this is.
I'm not doing that. No, we're not playing your stupid little game.
No, this is, if we can play Panic at Lionstown, then we can play my game too.
Well, I haven't done that in 5 years.
I haven't done this in like a year.
You play your game once a week.
This would be, hold on, this would be the most creative, torturous, most impressive work of SOL. I'm not even talking SOL with you. Without a doubt, you don't have to agree with me. I'm just telling you fact.
We decided not to make it a conversation anymore because their path. This is different. This is injury situation. And I'm not giving them an excuse. You can still go out and score a bunch of points and still beat people. You're not automatically impotent without Aleem McNeil.
Well, defensively, you kind of are, but yes.
Alex Anzalone, and there's other issues too.
Good word usage.
Yeah. Oh, impotent?
Yes.
Yeah.
I like when you work impotent into a broadcast.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no.
Don't make me use it on you, pal.
No, I mean, listen, if you're panicked, we want to hear from you, but this would be, I don't think it's going to happen, but this would be Brian Chapman's fantasy. This would be
your
SOL
fantasy
at its finest.
It would be your fantasy.
No,
yes,
I want to host a playoff game. You know my fantasy?
Unbelievable.
My fantasy is bringing the Rams into Ford Field for the first ever playoff game in downtown Detroit and beating them. That's my fantasy.
Let me ask you this.
Yes, please.
Are you desperate enough? I guess it would be, am I desperate enough? Because I'm the one yelling panic in Lionstown.
Yes. I actually am the cool, calm, rational voice. Who'd have thought?
Yeah, that's not what I experienced right before the show came on. Well, they don't have many options, do they?
No. On the defensive line, no.
Isn't one particular menacing figure still out there?
Sue.
Isn't he?
Yeah, but he only signs with teams that he thinks can win a Super Bowl.
They're 9-3. No, in all seriousness, this is the one chance for Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell to make up for the passing on defensive linemen because of culture things at the trade deadline. Go ahead and get Sue. Bring him in. I
agree.
I know he's a strange character. I know you don't think he has a little something left for 5 or 6 games. I would do that. Yes, I would do that.
I got no issue with that. And they already went out and got another veteran that used to play in the Steelers.
Yes.
Yeah, and you know what? Believe it or not, Bruce Irvin, I thought looked great. On Sunday.
These big guys that have been sitting out all year
out of the game
and resting up. And this isn't like sewer bus. I'm just saying,
no.
As opposed to screaming panic and Lionstown till my voice is gone.
My voice is gone.
Why don't we start to figure out a solution? And like you said, Bruce Irvin and the other guy they signed that I can't pronounce his name. And why not somebody like Sue? And the only reason I think would be maybe word is out. He's 36. Maybe he really doesn't have anything left. Or maybe he left a bad taste in the franchise's mouth years ago.
Who
Whatever.
cares?
You need.
Different regime.
You need hired guns. You do. You need mercenaries. Now you need mercenaries.
Nobody's going to say no to Sue unless Sue says no to Detroit. Now, I have no idea what he has left, but he's got, 15 to 17 snaps a game left, you got to believe. He hasn't been doing anything but hopefully getting ready to play football. But I also don't think Sue's going to save your bacon. I don't think Sue's going to be the guy.
We're not looking for bacon saving. You're looking for bodies, mercenaries.
Fine with that.
That can stand in the way of an opposing running back or maybe push down the opposing quarterback. That's all they're looking for.
So before we get to the calls,
539-9797.
What do you think the percentage of Lions fans, because I'm not allowed to do this, what is the percentage of Lions fans that are truly freaking out right now? What do you think?
Okay.
Because we're used to freaking out. That's like
you're
in our
not
DNA.
allowed to give your opinion because
No,
you always misrepresent Lions fans. So we'll ask them. With the highest being Wojo screaming panic in Lionstown.
Yes.
And the lowest being, would you two jackasses shut up? They're 9-3. They're going to be fine. Where are you? At the very extreme or the bottom part? I am not, even though I shouted panic in Lionstown, I'm not there yet, but they're not set up in great shape now to win in Chicago Sunday. They still probably will and should, but with the weather and everything else, the defense, Justin Fields can run around in the snow.
Jared Goff not good in the snow?
Jared Goff outside, not good in the snow. I'm willing to hit Panic Town level if they lose Sunday in Chicago.
And I actually would agree with you. I would agree. Now, it matters what the Packers do because the Packers, by the way, seem like they're truly legit. I'm not worried about the Vikings, whether it's Jaron Hall or Josh Dobbs. I'm not concerned about the Vikings.
All right.
All you got to do is essentially win 3 of the 5. 3 of the 5, and you can beat Chicago.
Oh, that's all. Just win 3 out of 5. That's all.
Well, they're 9-3. They've won 9 of 12.
But they've changed in the last couple. The defense that was already not that good.
Yeah, it's a bad defense.
Has gotten not that worser.
Okay, so
those are words I'm using now.
Can I give you this?
Yeah.
I'll give it to you next. I will actually tell you why this is kind of a good thing.
Excuse me?
Yeah. I'll do it in 5 minutes.
Oh, because
this
I know
is
why.
Actually
I know the
thing.
answer.
Well, let's wait for it.
The answer is so I can do SOL again. That's why.
No.
It's a good thing.
No. There is
exactly
one small silver lining why this is actually a good thing.
All right,
I hate when you I'm not a dog.
Stifle. Down, Rieger, down.
I'm going to go read Costa's tweet.
Oh, God.
Look what Jim just tweeted.
248-539-9790. We'll get back to Panic and Lionstown next. 97.1 The Ticket. All right, folks, as the weather gets colder, and it is getting colder, the NFL offers stay hot on FanDuel right now.